Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Unmute yourself, Sheila. Unmute yourself, Sheila. Unmute yourself, Sheila. Good morning. Good morning. Man, I'm over here painting. I'm sitting here getting ready, right? Doing my little things over here at my desk. And lo and behold, I'm watching on the long crime. I'm watching the stream, waiting, just doing my thing. But I have it up in the background. And all of a sudden, I see the thing start moving. And then my heart panics. I'm like, oh my God, am I going to be late? Am I going to miss it? They're going to start without me. It's just my mind this morning. So, how is everybody today? My StreamYard's on the wrong side of my screen. I don't know what this puppy murder thing is doing because they went to a gray screen. They were showing that little, that I was putting a little bit of makeup on, so that 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 um that light was a bit much. Um, but anyways, yeah. So I was sitting here putting some makeup on, just doing my thing. So I don't normally wear makeup, but I decided today, what the hell. And I'm watching and Long Cry in the background. And look, I'll show y'all. Right now it's just a gray screen. But a minute ago, that little oh, please, Hannah, it was yesterday. Okay, Hannah, I beg to differ with you. I beg to differ with you. Was yesterday not a crazy day in true crime? I mean, yesterday was off the rails. We had Diddy, we had BK, we had there was something else. Oh, Stephen Stearns didn't go through. I mean, but yes, a win for Maddie that they're gonna be able to use the. I did hear they're going to be able to use the text messages. So that's awesome. That's gonna be an awesome win. You see how this thing keeps moving. I'm gonna tell y'all something funny. I'm gonna tell y'all something funny, and y'all might think I'm a little crazy, but it's my age, I guess. When we were in elementary in the '70s, early '70s, we used to have um, these. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of them because y'all are gonna think I'm nuts. Um, they were letter people. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of them. Oh my God, I found some. I found some. But are they gonna show all the cars? Oh no, that's not it. That's images. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can make this big. Okay, I'm going to share this tab instead. Okay. What happened? Okay. So these they didn't show Maria. They didn't show Stephen Stearns. Nobody showed it. It wasn't. He didn't show up to court. He wasn't there. Um, but they did agree to use the text messages. Is from what I understand. So everything, yeah, the pics and the text messages. Right, right, Hannah. Yeah, he's toast. He's toast. Yeah, but there was nothing. They didn't. The hearing wasn't televised or anything. But anyways, let me go back to these crazy letter people. Y'all, I'm not nuts. I'm not nuts. But in elementary, we had these letter people, and for some reason, I kept thinking, like it reminded me of the shape of the letter V. And when I go back and I look, I don't know. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe the letter T. I don't know. But for some reason, this over here, this this emblem, I keep going back to the letter people when I was a kid. For some reason, it's got that ingrained in my memory that every time I see this Connecticut emblem, I think of the letter people from when I was itty bitty, years and years ago. So, how is everybody this morning? Did everybody get sleep? Because I got sleep. I got sleep. Let me tell y'all what happened. So, I decided Hio had a live, beautiful Hio Sandra, and it was the breaking news on the Stephen Stearns things. That's where you could go watch that, Maria. She has a good um, uh, uh, now you can't unsee letter people, right, Maria? Thank you. I don't know. Okay, that's the letter people. It's ingrained in my head for some reason, and every time I see this emblem, it's the letter people. I don't know why. Um, but anyways, what was I say? Oh, so Hio Sandra did the breaking news live about the Stephen Stearns that he they were going to be able to use this stuff for the trial and everything. And oh, awesome, Becky! Notifications worked. We're here. So uh, Hio did the live, and I thought, uh, I just got the last end of it because my phone was on the charger on the bed, and I was watching TV, relaxing on the couch. And after her live, I laid down on the bed, and I turned on Nonsense because that's another creator that I like, and I was watching Nonsense, and all of a sudden, the next thing I remember, it was almost 12:30 at night, and I'm like, oh no, I fell asleep. I fell asleep for like 3 or 4 hours. So I got good sleep. And then when Hector got home at, 3:30 again, like he always does, we sat up until about 5 o'clock together, and I went to bed at 5 o'clock. So I got me a good 3 more hours this morning. So, you know, I think I've got it in me. I got my rest. I needed that sleep. I really did. I did. I've been having such bad insomnia problems. So I think I talked to Katya, and I think they're going to do closing arguments, jury instructions, and stuff today. Um, I did miss uh, the end of the other day when she streamed Raul the other day. I did miss the end of it. Um, I had something I had to do, so I didn't get to see the end of the testimony, and I didn't. I didn't go rewatch yet. So you have to go back to work tonight, Anna. Well, good luck with that. I could say I I love my life. I stay home and I take care of my mother-in-law and my stepson. Hector works. I you know I get to sit here and be me, hang out with y'all, do this. It's fun. I enjoy it. It's just me. It's just me. All right, we got about 10 minutes. I need some coffee sips. Oh, you were off for 2 weeks, Hannah? Oh my goodness. What did you do during your 2 weeks off? Any partying? Nothing fun. You only work 2 days this summer, teacher Charlie. Take a day off summer school. Oh, oh, you're a teacher, Maria. I didn't know that. That's cool. That's really cool. I remember when I was. Oh, that's why you understood the letter people. Okay, okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah. Now you can't unsee. Okay, now I know why you understood the letter people. Oh, you're a substitute. Okay, yeah. It's just something I remember. When I was in elementary, I used to think, uh, Hannah, I do that on a daily. I do that on a daily. I try not to cause too much chaos. I try not to cause too much chaos. But anyways, what I was saying was, when I was younger, when I was a kid, I used to always say I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be a teacher. And then when I got to high school, I realized I didn't like little kids. So being a teacher would not work out for me. And then I got pregnant and had my muffin and ended up loving kids. So your life changes sometimes. You try not to cause chaos, but it happens. Yeah, I try not to cause chaos, but uh, I keep my mouth shut a lot of times in chat. I just kind of hang out in the bushes and watch and everything, and then you know every once in a while, hey fuzzy head, nice to see you there. Um, every once in a while, I'll type in a chat, the live chats and stuff. I sometimes, if it's a chat I enjoy, I'll type in. Like when I go to nonsense, I'll type in hers or J is for justice. Any of those, you know, fun, you know, Kwama type channels. That kind of stuff. I'll do that kind of stuff, but I don't. I try not to. Now there's one creator that I don't mind trolling every once in a while. I don't troll very often, but sometimes we do have that one creator that we're like, what is up with you? Why? Why? So that's okay. We all do our shows the way we like, and here I am doing Katya's. Hopefully, I can live up to her reputation. Oh, you usually lurk and comment. Yeah, yeah, I do too, Hannah. I every once in a while I'll chat. Um, if you go back and you watch my last live I did, uh, not everybody agrees with every creator, and sometimes it takes us a reason to join and actually become a paying member of a creator. And I've been a paying member for Katya for a long time. I've been in Hio since the beginning, and I there's very few allegedly speculating I pay for hers. There's a few, uh, but I joined and actually became a paying member for Cluminati, another creator, and uh, I I felt the need to explain myself, and I did a live the other night, and it was basically just me saying, hey, this is why I did it. This is me. This is who I am. And we went over Krama babies. So there's these little Krama babies out there, like the one that Hio did for Katya, and they're just cute as hell. And yeah, some of the small creators. Yeah, Paula, that's kind of how I am. It's only the small creators that I'm comfortable with. And this certain one, Clementati, she's a little bit of a bigger creator and stuff. I mean, she has more um, of a following than some of us little people. And I don't normally join those larger channels financially. I mean, I can afford it. I just choose not to. Um, um, but I did a live, and I kind of explained why I joined and who I am, and um, the kind of craziness behind me. So yeah, if y'all ever get a chance, you can go on my channel and check out my last live that I did. It was fun. I got to be me. I got to kind of open up and tell a little bit more about me. So, and them letter people, I'm telling y'all, that's all I see is letter people. Oh goodness. Oh, and we have sound.
Podium testing, testing podium, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, podium testing. Okay. Oh, I hear a lot of racket in the background too. Oh, so they're gonna do closings and everything. This is gonna be interesting. Closing statements, jury instructions. And then once it goes to the jury, I figured we'd go back and watch the pardon hearings while we kind of hang out and wait. Um, I don't think that there's anything else on plan today. Katya should be here after lunch. So, oh, excuse me, I had a coffee bubble. Ooh, ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's gonna go to jury, and then I think they should have taken today. They had yesterday off. They should have taken today off too, and then just come back on Monday and just started all this on Monday. Followed the Karena Cooper trial. I'll write that down. Iowa. I'll look into it, see what I can find out about it. I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it. I've been kind of following the Jocelyn Nungery out of Houston, Texas. It was one that was unfortunately was politicized a lot when Trump was running before he was elected. We're not going to talk politics, but her case was brought forward and used politically, which I don't agree with that. And in our, I'm from the Houston area, so I'm aware a lot of the news here, and our our uh, our DA, who previously we got a new district attorney in January, and oh, is it on? Oh, really? I might be able to find that, and we can do it on two time. I'm gonna look for it while this when this one starts. I'll look it up and see about it, and maybe we'll do it not on two time, but on like 1.25, and see what we missed and everything. Oh, Kathy's been talking. I Girl, I hadn't even watched Kathy. I just barely got up out of bed. I made my coffee. I put a little makeup on. Put my fresh moo on. Me and my moo dresses. What uh, I love being comfortable in my house, and I always wear spaghetti straps or sleeveless tank tops. I used to have a complex about my fat arms, and I would never wear anything that was sleeveless. But you know what? After you turn 50, sometimes you're like, you know what? Forget it. I can be me. I and I think that was a lot. A lot of things changed in my life when I turned 50, and it's like, you know what? No, I can be me. And if they don't like me, I don't really care. So I'm not so paranoid and upset about it. So I will wear sleeveless shirts now. So just little things. Yes, right, Paula? Flawless is the way of me. I, you know what? I- I've been lugging these things around for over 50 years. I'm tired. Exactly, right? But I'm too old to worry about what people think. It used to be such a complex. I was texting with Katya last night and I said, and I had done a new short. It was me on the bed playing with Lola. And you see my fat double chin while I'm laying on the bed playing with her and stuff. And it's just me being silly and Lola being silly. And I freaking posted it on my YouTube. It's just a short of me and Lola. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, you see my double chin there. And hey, a name here. How are you, love? And I'm like, it's just me and Lola playing. If you don't like it, scroll to the next video. It's just me and a dog, you know? Yeah, you see my double chin laying on the bed and I don't have no makeup on and I'm just sitting there acting silly. But, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm happy now, so that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Oh, thank you, Maria. Yeah, Lola's she's for me not to want her and for her not want her in the beginning, and she's terrible, terrible teething for a little bitty baby, but that's okay. That's okay. Hey, 80s, how are you? Oh, Hannah, I love you too, baby. Yeah, she was real. She was smiling. Lola was having such a fun time. She was being so goofy. That's why I was like, I have to share this. I have to share this. I have little ones of meat, and I never put myself in videos like that and everything. And I was just like, I don't really care. You know, if they somebody, you know what? I did a video one time of it was Meat and Lola playing on the floor. I think when we first got Lola, or no, it was Meat playing on the floor, and somebody had made a comment about a crack in my floor. And I'm like, look, people, you know what? I'm not here to justify why there's a crack in my living room floor, but just for your information, I live 2 blocks from a river, and we have our dirt is called black gumbo. And okay, Hannah, and our dirt is called black gumbo here, and it's this tarish type dirt, and when it doesn't rain, it separates, and we get these big cracks. Well, the way my house was built, it will it's right on um, it's the concrete directly on the ground. Well, the ground has separated and stuff and caused my concrete floors to crack. I can't help it. I can't help it. I'm not going to pay thousands of dollars to have a crack fixed in my floor. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. you know, so it is what it is. And somebody made a comment on one of my videos about the crack in the floor. And I'm like, look, I live by a river. Scroll on if you don't want to see a crack in the floor. Sorry. Nightbot, I promise you, Hannah will be back. She likes my chaos. She'll be back. She'll be back. All right, it's already 5 after, and they're not here yet. What is going on? They're never late. Or I don't know. Maybe I say they're never late. Let me rephrase that because what I do in the mornings is because I'm usually in bed. Is I turn on Katya's stream and I let her start talking and I announce that I'm here and I'm listening and I fall asleep listening to Katya some mornings. So okay, here we go. I'm gonna mute. Morning, everyone. You may be the purpose of the video here today to continue the trial in the matter
Valle. At this point in time, I am going to ask counsel to please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Durso for the state of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the state of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for the defendant, Raul Valle, who's at my side.
So, court would just like to note for the record that the court did prepare a draft jury charge, which was presented to counsel for review. Prior to closing arguments this morning, the court did have a brief informal conference with counsel regarding that particular jury charge, which will be marked as a court exhibit and put in the court file as a draft copy of jury charge. I do usually go through each of the sections just to determine whether or not there are any questions or any changes or requests that have not been made to the charge in accordance with anything submitted by counsel. So I'm first going to start with the state and ask the state, did you have an opportunity to review the draft jury charge that was provided to counsel?
The state has had an opportunity to review the draft, Your Honor.
All right, and let me just ask the clerk which court exhibit this would be in terms of referencing for ID.
It would be exhibit number 3.
Three?
Court, yes.
All right, so this is court exhibit 3 for ID. All right, and then I'll move over to the defense. Attorney Smith, have you had an opportunity or ample opportunity to review the proposed charge in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so I'm just going to go through sort of each of these sections to make sure that the court is not missing any argument that wishes to be made on behalf of the charge that the court intends to provide to the jury in this trial. So we're going to start with the court's duty to instruct and function the court and jury counsel. Any changes or requests that you're looking for regarding those sections?
No, Your Honor. Nothing from the state.
None from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, moving along to presumption of innocence for an approved and reasonable doubt. Any changes or comments with the charge that you'd like to raise?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Going forward, evidence direct and circumstantial evidence, are there any requested changes or comments that you wish to make on the record?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Redacted exhibits, I know that counsel is of the opinion that there aren't any redacted full exhibits in this trial, so I will be changing that language to accommodate that concern. So it's basically going to read, if there are any exhibits that have been accepted into evidence as redacted versions of the original, please note these redactions were made by way of agreement and the charge will continue. Is there any comment or concern regarding the court's change to that section?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. No.
Okay. All right, moving forward to credibility, any questions or comments regarding that section of the proposed charge?
No, Your Honor. Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Witness, witness cooperation agreement. Any
No, nothing.
concerns?
No concerns from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your
All
Honor.
right, and just to confirm, those appear to be states exhibits 94 and 96 with respect to Jack Schneider and Tyler Discover and respectively, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. All right, testimony of police officials and expert testimony. Any questions or comments?
Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, court has inserted Dr. James Gill, Dr. Ryan Joss, PA Eric Black, and Dr. Rizal Combi. Those witnesses will stand and provide opinion relative to certain conditions, certain results, and certain definitions and approaches of certain standards. So is there anyone that should be included here or anyone that you feel should not be included here?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
And not from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defendant's testimony and proximate cause, anything on those two subsections?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense.
All right, specific intent, I know they went through these, but I just want to make sure that we have this right and that the court is charging with respect to the intent required to be proven by the state relative to the charges. I want to go through it. So count 1, murder and manslaughter, first degree intentional as a lesser included. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 2, assault and first degree intentional and assault and second degree intentional as a lesser included. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You count 3, assault and first degree intentional and assault and second degree intentional as lesser. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And lastly, count 4, assault and second degree intentional. Correct?
That's correct.
Yes, Your
No
Honor.
other charge contained in any of those counts that you believe requires finding a specific intent.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Moving forward to recklessness, any changes or comments?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Other than with regards to the concept of recklessness, just so the jury is aware that it is a lesser included offense to count one and not yet.
Thank you. So we did discuss that in our informal briefing on this charge, and the court has made that change on the charge that you will get, and that will be going to the jury. So it won't have an opportunity to review that again. So I just would like to go through the concept of recklessness to make sure that we are all on the same page as to the specific mindset that has to be driven by the state relative to charges. Count one, the manslaughter in the first degree reckless as a lesser included.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Count two, assault in the first degree reckless as a lesser included. And
Yes, Your Honor.
assault in the second degree reckless as a lesser included.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Count three, assault in the first degree reckless as a lesser, and also assault in the second degree reckless as a lesser.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And lastly, count four, assault in the second degree reckless as a lesser.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Evidence of intent and motive, anything under those sections you'd like to discuss?
Nothing from the
No,
state.
Your Honor.
Consciousness of guilt, has everyone had an opportunity to review the state's claims, any concerns or questions or comments that anyone would like to make?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Identification of the defendant, any questions? Concerns?
Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense.
Specific charges brought by the state, again, the court will be modifying the charge to include substitute information as opposed to just information. I will be providing additional bills and highlight, but substantively, is there anything regarding first the introduction to the specific charges that you'd like to discuss?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the defense.
All right, and again, as to each of the four counts, when we discuss elements, even on the lesser included, I will be directing the jury as to the number of elements that must be found as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that will be added. So count one murder, anything substantively under that count that you'd like to discuss.
Nothing from the state.
Not the defense, Your Honor.
Lesser included offense to murder, we'll start with manslaughter in the first degree, intentional, anything that you'd like to discuss substantively there.
Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Manslaughter in the first degree, reckless, anything substantively you'd like to discuss there.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, and it's my understanding that those are the only two lesser included offenses the state has requested, is that correct?
Correct.
And nothing from the defense, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Very good, thank you. All right, please, let's move on to count two then, assault in the first degree. Anything regarding assault in the first degree intentional that you'd like to discuss?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, lesser included offense to assault in the first degree intentional. We'll start with the introduction, anything there that you'd like to discuss?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, first lesser included assault in the first degree reckless, anything substantively there?
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Second, B, assault in the second degree intentional, anything substantively there?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And moving on to C, then assault in the second degree reckless, anything substantively incorrect or inaccurate, you'd like to comment about that?
State sees none, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay. And again, I just want to add there, we did discuss informally, but I will be instructing the jury immediately thereafter that they're going to deliberate if and only if they have found the defendant not guilty on the other respective charges. So I just want to make clear that, again, relative to count two, the only lesser included offenses that have been requested on behalf of the state include assault in the first degree reckless, assault in the second degree intentional, and assault in the second degree reckless. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And nothing from the defense.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, moving on to count three. Assault in the first degree intentional as to a different victim, Junior. Anything substantively under that count.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your
And
Honor.
I will, of course, get some spelling on the victim's testimony. All right, so I have the same lesser included charges on count three as I did on count two. I've heard from you on count two. Is there anything additional relative to count three that you'd like to discuss?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense.
All All right, and the same question, same lesser included offenses, were there any additional included offenses that the state was requesting?
No, Your Honor.
And nothing from the defense?
Nothing from the defense.
Moving on to count 4, assault with second degree intentional, non-habituated plea. Is there anything substantive or any comments that you'd like to make regarding that particular count or that it's silent?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, and then we have lesser included offense to assault with second degree intentional, only one lesser included that includes assault with second degree, but that's everything on it.
Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
And just to be clear for the record, the state did not request any additional lesser included offense.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And nothing from the defense.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, moving on to self-defense, defense of others. There will be some initial direction to the jury concerning an independent and separate determination to be made as to each of those defenses as they're separate, although they're related. Aside from that, is there anything else under self-defense or defense of others that I would like to address with this board?
Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, so I will note that I did receive, let me just go, no, let's stick to this section. I did receive state's request to charge on combat by agreement. I understand the state was kind of.
I'm going to withdraw that request to charge, Your Honor.
All right, so noted on that. Moving forward to sympathy, we'll obviously add components to that list of people in the last sentence and persons. Any changes there?
Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
I implicit bias focus upon retiring, anything there?
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor.
No taking, anything there?
Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
So where it says you may only deliberate when all 12 of you are present in the jury, from there down, I do intend to add an additional subsection in closing. Any comment on that?
No objection to that.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there anything that the court has been requested to charge that the court has not charged that you would like to discuss on it?
Nothing from the state at this time, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, and is there anything that has been contained within the charge that either of you take objection to at this point and would request further argument?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
So the court is wrapping up some typographical error corrections on the charge itself. Court is almost done with that. Before the court charges, you will of course have an opportunity to review that to make sure that it is in accordance with the changes that have been suggested and told to you that would be made regarding this charge. Before we begin closing arguments, would you prefer to have a completely amended jury charge? That's up to you. I'm happy to do that and provide that to you before we start closing.
The state does not require that at this time.
Defense doesn't need that, Your Honor. Thank you.
And then my last question would be, would either of you like to take a few moments to either gather exhibits or make yourselves comfortable and well, and gather your outlines for your closing arguments before we proceed forward with those closing arguments?
The state's prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense is prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything else that the court needs to address prior to bringing our jury in for closing arguments?
No, Your Honor.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
So that you both understand, you each do have 1 hour. The state obviously has the opportunity to break its argument into 2 sections. The state will go first, followed by the defense, and then if the state does choose to break its argument into 2 sections, the state will have an opportunity to get up and address the jury with whatever time the state has left. Would the state be asking the court by way of the clerk to flag any time?
Yeah, I would probably, I intend on using rebuttal time.
So how
I
much
anticipate my opening remarks to be around 20 or 25 minutes, maybe a little less, I don't know for sure. But
So you'd like to reserve at least 30 minutes?
yes, that would be fine.
All right, so we'll just give you a little tiny nudge after you start going over, because we all get caught up in closing arguments. So that seems to be sufficient. Is anyone seeking any additional time? If you have any additional time?
I don't think so.
No, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor, not from the defense.
All right, very good. So at this point in time, we'll bring our jury in. Thank you. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, the jury from Thank you. So I would ask first to have counsel stipulate on the record the time.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense will stipulate, Your Honor.
Alright, so before we begin, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to start closing arguments on behalf of the parties. The state will have the opening or first argument concerning closing argument. Then the defendant will have an opportunity to also make an argument to you, and then you will hear from the state again, perhaps. It's my understanding that you will hear from the state a second time in this particular case. Now, although the state has two arguments, both sides get the same amount of time to present their argument to you. That time is a total of 1 hour. The state gets 2 opportunities to present to you because the state does have the burden of proof in this particular trial. So we will hear from the state, we'll hear from the defense, and then we'll hear from the state again. There may come a point in time where I have to interrupt defense counsel if timing is off a little bit. So please don't hold that against anyone. That's my call. So I hate to interrupt counsel, but I might have to. All right, we'll see how the closing argument is going, and we'll decide what we're going to do relative to our next thing. Thank you so much for your continued patience, as well as your attention to this particular trial. Lastly, I see a lot of you with your notebooks, and that's my bad. I should have had the clerk take them from you. I'm going to ask you not to take notes. I'm going to instruct you not to take notes during closing argument. And the reason that I do that is because closing arguments are not evidence. Number one, the attorney say to you is not evidence. So you've heard the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. This is the opportunity for counsel to argue to you. So I won't have you take notes during this time. I would ask you just to pay attention to counsel, listen to their arguments, and then I'll have an opportunity to address you. Thank you so much. I would invite you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I was actually just going to address that arguments are not evidence. This is argument, right? You've heard all the evidence that you need to hear. At some point in time, you're going to decide this case based on what you heard in court. But I wanted to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for giving us your time. It's been 2 weeks, over 2 weeks. All of you have listened diligently. You've given your time. You've given your obviously your lives outside of this court are more important. But this is a very important civic duty, and it does not go unrecognized. So we thank you very much. As the court indicated, this is my first of 2 opportunities to talk to you about this case. And in this case, there have been many witnesses who testified. This happened 3 years ago. They provided different perspectives on what they saw, what they heard, what they did. And the majority of the witnesses were teenagers when this happened. It was a horrific event. But the main story is the same. The main story is the same. The horrific event that was etched in their minds was the same. This case is not about who did it, what happened, how it happened, when it happened, what happened. This case is about Raul Valle, the defendant, who brought a knife to 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022 and provoked a fight and stabbed 4 kids 9 times, killing 1. That's what this case is about. So what happened on May 14th of 2022? You heard testimony about this party at Lazy Brook, where it was a St. Joe's party. Kids were hanging out. They were drinking. Typical high school party. Probably not the first time there's been alcohol at a high school party, right? Not that anybody's condoning it, but it happens. So there's this party. The defendant's there with his friends. He's wearing this helmet. And in come in some Shelton High School kids, Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik. And because this is a St. Joe's party, not a Shelton party, they can't come in. So the defendant and Mr. Snyder and De Silva take it upon themselves to kick them out. They steal the beer from Ryan Hines. At some point in time, it gets heated. They're arguing back and forth. And at some point, it ends out into the driveway. And when it's out into the driveway, there's this agreement. I'll fight you for my beer. So Jack and Ryan square up. And just as
They're squaring up. Who starts the fight? The defendant starts the fight. He sucker punches him in the back of the head. And then after he sucker punches him in the back of the head and the fight goes to the ground, he takes his helmet and uses it as a weapon and slams it into Ryan's head. You heard the defendant testify. He would have you believe that that was a push, that he pushed Ryan Hines and that he didn't hit him with the helmet. I would submit to you that if you watch that fight, you could judge for yourselves what you see in the fight. And by the way, while I'm talking about witnesses, the judge is going to give you a credibility instruction, right? You're all going to have to assess the credibility of each and every witness who testified. If you recall during voir dire, I think I asked each and every one of you the same question. You think it's possible that somebody could get on the stand, raise their right hand, and tell the truth? And you all said yes. I also asked all of you, do you think it's entirely possible that somebody could swear to tell the truth, believe they're telling the truth, and simply be mistaken about something? And you all said, yeah, that's possible. But I also asked you, do you think it's possible somebody could get on that stand, swear to tell the truth, and look all of you in the eye and outright lie to you? So again, when you're assessing the credibility of each and every one of the witnesses who testified, that's what you have to go through. And you have to go through what they said and how does it line up with the rest of the case, right? The defendant who took the stand is also subject to that same credibility instruction. He put his credibility in issue as soon as he took that oath. The video I would submit to you tells a very different story than what the defendant testified to a couple days ago. So after this fight, they get in Jack's car and they leave Lazy Brook and they go to Trumbull High School. And at some point in time, as they go to Trumbull High School, there's this basketball group chat. You heard testimony that Shelton kids were in it. You heard testimony that Ryan Hines was in it. You heard testimony that the defendant was in it. You heard the testimony that De Silva and Snyder were in it. And you also heard testimony that they wanted to fight the Shelton kids at Trumbull High School. They were there for about 20 minutes. This wasn't over. Of course, there was argument and heated emotions about what had just happened at Lazy Brook, but now they want to meet up at Trumbull High School. So what does the defendant say? The defendant tells them to slide on over to Trumbull High School multiple times in the group chat. Slide right over because they want to fight. Shelton kids don't want to go to Trumbull High School. Somebody puts an address, 43 Laurel Glen, in the group chat. Come to Laurel Glen. So they go over to Laurel Glen. The defendant would have you believe that he had no idea that they were going to fight, that they were just going to another party. I would submit to you that you need to assess whether or not that's credible during your deliberations. But in any event, you heard testimony from several witnesses that the defendant wanted to go to Lazy Brook or Laurel Glen to fight. He wanted to fight at Trumbull High School and he wanted to fight over at Laurel Glen. And that's why they were going. And as a matter of fact, when they got to Laurel Glen, the defendant lets all the kids know that they're there. There's a few kids outside, more kids come outside, and at some point in time, Tyler Rich and his friends are outside. They're around the car in front of his house at 43 Laurel Glen, and there's some testimony that at first it was peaceful, some testimony that it got heated, arguing back and forth, things were being thrown. You heard testimony from Aiden King. I saw Raul sitting behind Jack Snyder, who was driving. Tyler De Silva was in the front seat. The defendant even said Aiden King's his boy. And Aiden King got up here and said, at some point in time, the defendant said, get your friends away from my car. I'm going to break a bottle over somebody's head. Again, all of these things going to what was his intent that night. So things are thrown at the car. The car was being shook by the Shelton kids. There's some testimony that things were being thrown back. Car takes off, drives up and down the street. Things are thrown from the car, things from being thrown at the car. At some point in time, they end up at the end of the street, close to the intersection of Farmhouse Road near 36 Laurel Glen. Now, this is 11:40 at night. You heard testimony. This is Jack Snyder's car. The defendant's already out of the car. Tyler DeSilva gets out of the car. I would submit to you that the defendant being mad, angry about what had just happened, Jack Snyder's car, happens just prior to this video starting. And that's the point when he asks him for the knife. He asked him for the knife. He said, Jack, give me the knife. Where's that knife? Give me the knife. He gets out of the car. Tyler DeSilva gets out of the car. Keenan, Dimitri, Will, Mackenzie walking away, everybody with an earshot of that conversation. You heard people testify about what they heard about the knife. How you heard Keenan Frasick, he was going insane. He was pissed off about what had just happened to the car. You heard Dimitri, he was angry about what had happened to the car. Tyler DeSilva, Jack Snyder. You heard Mackenzie say, I heard somebody asking about a knife, but I don't know exactly who it was because she's walking away, right? So we know the knife comes out at that point in time. He's angry. He arms himself with a knife at that point. But then the Shelton kids come down the street after having just told them, get out of here, get the heck out of here. Now look, was it right that things were thrown at the car? 100% no. Was not right at all. Wasn't right that people were hitting the car, shaking the car, and people throwing things from the car at the kids or at the cars parked on the side of the street. That wasn't right either. But at that point in time, nobody called the police. They drove down the street. Could have called the police at that point. Could have said, hey, someone just damaged my car. I want them arrested for criminal mischief. They didn't do that. The defendant at that point in time thought it was very important to arm himself with a 3-inch bladed knife at that point. So the kids come down the street. You heard Tyler Rich, Charlie Connery, Ty Wood, Ricky Fiola, a few other kids go down the street. And yeah, there's things thrown at the car. They throw things back, right? But there's no physical altercation between the parties down the street. Because if there was going to be a physical altercation initiated by the Shelton kids, it would have happened right then and there, but it didn't. Right? Again, Tyler Rich running down the street. Get out of here. You guys got to get out of here. Now, you heard some testimony that somebody threw this can of WD-40 or PB Blaster back at Tyler Rich, and he's walking away. And at some point in time, he sees the defendant, and the defendant's walking towards him. So he sprays him to get him away. Ricky Fiola sees this. He's within a short distance to see this happening. At some point in time, Ricky Fiola approaches the defendant and has a conversation. And what did you hear him testify to? He said, listen, hey, man, it's really messed up what he did. He shouldn't have sprayed you with that stuff. But look, there's a lot of us, and there's only like 5 of you. You guys should probably just get out of here. And while he's having that conversation, what does Ricky Fiola see? Ricky Fiola sees the defendant holding a knife in his hand. Ricky Fiola turns around, walks back. The rest of the Shelton kids walk back to Tyler Rich's house. Again, no physical altercation down the road. Mackenzie Traficante is calling her sister, I need a ride home. At some point in time, Will, Dimitri, and Keenan get out of the car. And they don't want to be a part of anything. They want to ride home. They stay down the end of the street. Rides are being called. Will calls his girlfriend, come pick me up. I think you heard testimony from Mackenzie Traficante who said, no, Lito, just stay down here. Stay with me. Come home with me. That's not what he wanted to do. Because Ryan Hines, who he had just sucker punched in the head earlier that night and helmeted back at Lazy Brook, who was now at this party, now he wanted to go back and face those kids. But he wasn't going back just him. He was going back with a knife. Because who else goes back to a house, right? I mean, you heard testimony when he was in the car with a bunch of other people and the car was being shook and rocked and thrown at, that he was panicked, he was frightened, he was scared, he was terrified. If you're all those things, why are we not staying down the road? Why are we not waiting for Mackenzie's sisters to come pick us up? Why are we not calling somebody to come pick us up? Because he wasn't scared, terrified, panicked. It's simply not, that's not the case. He was mad. He was pissed. He was angry. And he had a knife. So they wanted to go back and go and confront those kids. Now, there's some testimony that Tyler wanted to go talk about the damage. and he knows Tyler Rich. Maybe he could work something out. But the bottom line is, he's the one that was going ballistic about the car. Yeah, sure. Tyler and Snyder were angry, but he's going crazy, and he's the one that arms himself with the knife. So he gets back in that car. He makes the willful decision, right, to get back in that car, armed with a knife, and go back to the very house he was told to leave. But he would have you believe he was panicked, scared, frightened, all of those things. So Jack pulls up to the 43 Laurel Glen. The defendant and Mr. De Silva get out. You've heard testimony from several witnesses that Tyler's on the left, the defendant's on the right. They move on to property. They were told to leave, so now they're trespassing. Some kids were outside. Got a little bigger when people heard, oh, people are here. You heard Tyler Rich say, I told him to get the F out of my property. The defendant walks up. Ryan Hines, Faison Teal, Tommy Connery somewhere behind them, but closer in proximity to the defendant. Ty Wood there is also there. And you heard Tyler Rich say, I was yelling at these kids, get the hell off my property. I looked out of the corner of my eye and I saw Raul cock his arm like he was going to punch Ty Wood. And that's when I just hauled off and cracked him in the face. And it was on. So I would submit to you, if the defendant walked on the property, confronted those kids, and started to throw a punch or pretend like he was going to throw a punch, he was the initial aggressor in the altercation by coming back, by approaching those kids, and by cocking his arm. He was the initial aggressor. He provoked the fight and started the fight. He gets hit, it's on. All right, now I can claim self-defense. Now I can take this knife out that I have in my pocket while I'm on the ground, open it up, right? All intentional conduct, and start stabbing kids, right? You heard him testify, I was flailing my arms. I would submit to you, if you look at any of the injuries on these kids from 3 years ago, those are deliberate stab wounds. Those are not flailing slash marks. Stab wounds. So he stabs Ryan Hines 3 times. He stabs Faison Teal in the arm. Again, upper, right? Left arm here. Hines up in the chest as he's working his way down. And Tommy Connery, you heard testimony from Tommy Connery, who comes over and he's trying to push him away. And he's on the ground. The defendant's on the ground, and he comes right after him and starts stabbing him in the leg 4 times. Deliberate. Again, what was his intent? This wasn't self-defense. He went into that fight already armed. His response to this fight was unreasonable when you look at it in totality. It was a fist fight that escalated by his doing because he was the only one there with a weapon. At some point in time, the defendant goes back to the car that's waiting for him. He would have you believe he was chased. I would suggest to you that the video shows a different story. But nevertheless, he's back at the car, looks back, and wants to run back in. He purposefully runs back in with the knife. And you hear Charlie Connery yelling, he's got a knife, he's got a knife, he's got a knife. And there's another person there yelling, get out of here, bro. Because again, the Shelton kids didn't want them there. There was a communication to leave. Again, all of these things could have been prevented. This is Jimmy McGrath just before he gets stabbed at the end of the fight. He's not engaging the defendant, but he would have you believe that he or somebody else was so that he can cloak himself with self-defense or defense of third parties. He had a duty to retreat and not even go after Jimmy McGrath. He was unarmed and he did nothing wrong. And even if you believe from the evidence that Jimmy was involved somewhere in the fight, somewhere, which there's been no evidence of that, but even if that's what you can infer from the video, I would submit to you that self-defense is not retaliatory. It's defensive. You can't come back and stab somebody just because you're mad. And that's exactly what happened here. He came back from the car. He ran back at people who were already, the fight was already done. Tyler De Silva clearly in the road. The fight was over. Kids were screaming back and forth. Tyler DeSilva even said the fight was over at that point. You hear, "Get out of here, bro." And at the very end of the video, you see Jimmy McGrath step back like this to try to avoid the fight, the stab wound, the deliberate stab wound in his chest. He didn't stab him in the foot. He didn't stab him in the lower leg. He stabbed him right in the chest. What was his intent when he did that? When that happens, you hear Jimmy McGrath yell, "I've been stabbed," and he collapses. He collapses.
Yes, sir! Let's go, nigga!
So he unnecessarily stabs Jimmy, right? You're going to hear an instruction about intent, right? And I'm sure the defense attorney's going to get up here and argue, he didn't wake up that morning, want to kill anybody or stab anybody. It's not what intent's about. Intent can be formed in an instant. It can be formed within a moment. I would submit to you at the beginning of that fight that was not on video, as soon as he got hit, he informed the intent, the specific intent to stab people and cause serious physical injury, right? He went back to the car and he informed the same intent when he turned around and saw Jimmy. "I'm going to stab this kid and get out of here." Why else would you stab him in the heart? You stab him right in the chest, piercing his heart. After he gets back to the car, he tells you that, or Snyder indicates, gets back in the car and he says, "I just stabbed like 4 kids." So he knew how many kids he stabbed. He knew how many kids he stabbed, but he knew he stabbed kids. He got on the stand here. I don't know if I stabbed anybody, right? We heard that testimony. I don't know if I stabbed. I was only one with the knife, but couldn't even say it. But he said it that night. He knew he stabbed kids that night. So we know he did it. They go back down the road. No, before we get there, they take off. DeSilva jumps in the car. They take off. They take a left. They go down Adams Drive. They're at the cul-de-sac. He says, "Stop the car," and throws the knife into the woods. Why? Consciousness of guilt. You'll hear an instruction about consciousness of guilt. Why are we getting rid of the weapon, right? Gets back in the car. Go, go, go. They go back down to 36 Laurel Glen. Mackenzie's sister's there. He tells Jack and Tyler, "I'm going home with Mackenzie." Jumps in the car with Mackenzie, and the cars leave the area. Mackenzie drops off Keenan and Dimitri, and then they subsequently drop off the defendant at his house. Mackenzie was mad, right? She told you, "I was pissed. I didn't want to be there. I was mad at him. They were going there to fight. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be involved in any of that." They were all going there to fight that night. But after the defendant gets dropped off, you hear about the text messages that go back and forth between Mackenzie, who was his then girlfriend, and Raul. And he's saying things like, "I can't text anything. I wasn't there. You know I wasn't there. Nothing is happening. Don't text me. I'm going to Florida. I didn't do anything." That was text messaging. They want to put anything in writing. You also hear that he spoke to Tyler DeSilva on the phone. And when he spoke to Tyler DeSilva on the phone, he says, "Dude, I fucked up. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do." Because he knew what he was doing that night, and now he's having buyer's remorse. So again, what was his intent, right? You guys are really going to be able to examine what his intent was. And the judge is going to give you an instruction such as, "There's no particular length of time necessary for the defendant to have formed the intent. Intent can be formed in an instant. It can be created in a moment. Intent may be, and usually is, inferred from the circumstances of the crime, since no witness can come into court and testify that they looked into a defendant's mind and saw what his intention was. You can look at the number of wounds inflicted, the location of those wounds on each person's body, the type of instrument used to cause those wounds, and his conduct during all of this. I would submit you could even look at the conduct from Lazy Brook. What was his conduct during that fight, and for what his intent was later on that night. In this case, the state contends that there were 9 stab wounds inflicted by this defendant on 4 different individuals. They were stab wounds, not slashes. I would suggest to you that a person who stabs multiple people multiple times in areas of the body that would cause serious physical injury and death, intended to cause those serious physical injuries and death. There's no other rational conclusion. So that's what this case is about. The defendant was enraged about what had happened earlier. He armed himself and he returned to a house to face those kids with the intent to stab somebody. He could have waited down the street. He could have called the cops. He didn't have to go back. He did. He intentionally went back. It doesn't make sense when someone says, I was very scared, frightened, and panicked, to go put yourself back in that situation. It makes zero sense. And because of his conduct, 3 people are going to have to live with scars for the rest of their lives, both mentally and physically. And James McGrath lost his life unnecessarily. And the ripple effects that that's caused his family. The credible evidence in this case shows that on that day, he intentionally caused physical injury to Faison Teal. He caused that injury by stabbing him in the upper arm with a dangerous instrument. With regards to Tommy Connery, the credible evidence shows that he intentionally caused serious physical injury to Tommy Connery. He specifically intended to cause that injury by stabbing him 4 times in the upper leg, causing deep stab wounds. You heard testimony from his doctor. She was concerned about compartment syndrome and him losing his leg. Deep stab wounds. I mean, deep stab wounds. These are not flailing slash marks. These are deep stab wounds. Again, the manner in which the wounds are the wounds are inflicted. It's not corroborative of slash marks. And he did that with a dangerous instrument. With regards to Ryan Hines, he intentionally caused serious physical injury to Ryan Hines. He had the specific intent to cause that injury by stabbing him 3 times in the upper torso, causing a collapsed lung and other injuries to his lower abdomen and hip area. And he did that again with the dangerous instrument. And with regards to Jimmy McGrath, he formed the specific intent to kill Jimmy McGrath at the moment he came back from that car, turned to him, and plunged the knife into his heart. He didn't slash at Jimmy McGrath. He plunged the knife into his heart, through his rib cage, and through his heart, and the poor kid bled to death right there on the front lawn. The judge is going to give you an instruction on sympathy. You need to follow that instruction. And I apologize for getting a little choked up here, because I have a son as well. And I can't imagine what it feels like to have that happen. And I hope no one else ever has to. I hope no one else has to go through this ever. It's terrible. I apologize for taking a moment. But again, the judge is going to give you an instruction on sympathy, so please follow that instruction on sympathy. But we are confident that after you review all of this evidence, you will find the state has proved each and every element of the charge beyond reasonable doubt. You'll find that the defendant intentionally caused the death of Jimmy McGrath, intentionally caused assault in the first degree to both Ryan Hines and Tommy Connery, intentionally caused physical injury to Faison Teal with a dangerous instrument. We're confident after you review all the evidence, you'll determine this was not self-defense. He provoked this fight. He was the initial aggressor, and he had a duty to retreat, and he should have. state urges you at this time, well, after you deliberate the evidence, we urge you that you find the defendant guilty of all the crimes charged in the information. The defense will now have an opportunity to speak with you, and when he's finished, I'll come back and speak with you again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Y'all are probably tired of seeing me come up here and set up with all my stuff, so I'll just get right into it. This might be a hard case because it involves young people. It might be difficult because it involves young people, right? But it is not a complicated case. It is a case about the most basic right that any of us have, which is the right to defend ourselves when we're faced with people that are intent on doing us serious physical harm. It could be as much as death, serious disfigurement, and all the other things you're going to hear about in that instruction. You've heard from the state here telling you, I guess, that Lido Valley is a criminal mastermind who came over there with the plan to be able to use all of this so that now I can claim self-defense. You heard Mr. Valley get on the stand. Mr. Valley, a criminal mastermind, can put together a plan like that? And back home, we'd say, son, bless your heart, but that was mighty stupid. There was a whole lot of stupid to go around that night. There was a fire that got lit earlier in the night, and it started with all that drinking that was going on. And nobody there to say, what are we doing? How do we come into all of this? That's the first fire that was lit. And there were a lot more along the way. But again, not a complicated case. Mr. Valley took the stand. He talked to you. He didn't have to do that. Mr. Valley used a 3-inch pocket knife that Jack Snyder gave him, that Jack Snyder brought, that Mr. Valley didn't even know existed prior to that night. Mr. Valley didn't even know existed prior to Mr. Snyder giving it to him. Where was Lido Valley seated when Jack Snyder pulled that knife out and had it on his lap? Was he in the front passenger seat? No. That was Tyler DeSilva. Lido Valley is behind him with Mackenzie Trafficante on his lap. There's no way he can see that knife in Jack Snyder's lap. And Jack Snyder's the one who told you he took that out and put it in his own lap because he was so scared about what was going on. So Lido Valley can't see that knife, doesn't know it exists. Mr. Snyder told you that there was no way that Mr. Valley could have known it was there before. He'd never brought it out. He'd never said to him, hey, I got this knife. Let's go riding over to 43 LGD and get a little payback. None of that happened. So it doesn't make any sense when Jack Snyder tells you that Lido Valley asked him for a knife that he didn't even know existed. Now I get it. Maybe some of you want to believe Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva. Maybe you say to yourself, gosh, those kids, nice looking kids, they get up here on the stand. Why shouldn't I believe them? Well, ask yourself, why should you believe them over Mr. Valley? Is there something about Mr. Valley and the way he came up here and took the stand and testified that tells you you should disbelieve him but believe those two? I didn't hear the state talk at all about Exhibits 94 and 96 when they were up here. Did you? What are Exhibits 94 and 96? I bet you remember. I hope it weighed heavily on your mind. Imagine if I came up here and asked you to believe witnesses. I can't even call them paid witnesses. They have something more valuable than any money they could ever be given. What is more valuable than a complete immunity agreement? Anything? Is there anything that a 18, 19, 20-year-old kid would not come up here and do or say in order to avoid any penalty whatsoever for their actions? Does that bother you? Does that disturb you? It should. Does that sound like justice for all? Does that sound like justice for some? Does that sound like equal justice to you? Going to give those two kids immunity agreements. Jack Snyder drove the car over there, gives the knife over to my client. Tyler De Silva gets in that same car, rides over there to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, says he's going to go make peace. Listen, there was a lot of stupid going around that night. Tyler De Silva got up here on the stand and told you, well, I thought I could go up and talk to them because I didn't have a problem with them. Maybe he did. Maybe some of you sitting here look at these kids and think of your own kids. State's attorney did. I know I did. Would any of you put your faith in something as important as this in a 16 or 17-year-old? Would you have reason to doubt that maybe they would fail to go to the grocery store and get everything that you had for them on a list? But we're going to sit here and expect these folks to give us the evidence that we need in order to convict somebody of murder who's charged with the same things that these folks could and should be charged with. They told you that. They know what they're exposed to. I went over it with them. I asked them about it. They know exactly what they're doing when they're coming in here. Jack Snyder's story doesn't make any sense. He gave him the knife because he asked for the knife that he didn't know existed. It's not just implausible. It's not just improbable. It is impossible. You don't ask for something that you don't know exists. He didn't know it existed before that moment. So we watched the Ring video. The Ring video is the 36 Laurel Glen Drive. That's Exhibit 44. You'll have that available to you. You see the car stop. You see Mackenzie get out. She's walking up ahead. Raul's already on the curb, a little ashamed, in a bad situation here. Mackenzie's obviously upset with him. She's walking down towards the curb. Tyler De Silva gets out of the front. And then the car stops. And it's there for some time before it drives off. Mr. Valle told you that's when Jack Snyder threw him the knife and said, just in case. Just in case what? Just in case this situation that I caused over here at 43 Laurel Glen Drive comes running down the street at you, throwing things and hollering things, and I'm about to drive off and leave you? Does that make more sense than, he was pissed off. He was the most pissed off. He was angrier than anybody else there. And he asked me for that knife that he didn't know existed. Jack Snyder has every incentive in the world to make these folks and you promises that he just can't deliver on. He's got no more powerful, there is no more powerful incentive in the whole world than what he's got. What are the terms of that agreement that he was given? He's got to come in here and testify truthfully. But who makes that determination? Who's he working for when he's under that immunity agreement? Not me. Not you. The state. And what did they all tell you almost without fail about what they did before they came in here? They met with the state's attorney a number of times. To do what? To get ready, to make sure that when they took that stand, they were going to testify truthfully. And I put air quotes around that, because what does truthfully mean in this instance? To those guys, as they told you, it meant not deviating from the things that they had said. The things that they waited 7 months and after they'd gotten an immunity agreement before they were going to say anything. Now, when we were in here during jury selection, some of you said, well, there can be a lot of gray. There's more than two sides to every story. That was a bit of truth. How many sides to a story did we get here? And some of you said, well, a lot of people will lie. And you said that maybe you had a little bit of an idea about what had happened here. You've got way more of an idea now about what happened here. And some of you said, well, I don't expect everyone to testify truthfully. People may want to defend or protect their families. You need more than just common sense to determine credibility. Some of you said you had an experience with a kangaroo court. You know what that's like. Don't turn this into a kangaroo court by putting any more weight into the testimony of Tyler DaSilva and Jack Snyder than what it deserves. And it doesn't deserve any more weight than the paper and the ink on which it is written, because that incentive is overwhelming. That's more than just defending your friends or your family. That's defending yourself. And some of you said, if we don't follow the law, our system wouldn't work. It's not here just for one person. It's not here just for a few people. It's here for all of us. And that's right. You all take seats that were laid out for you hundreds of years ago. You come in and you take those seats. You got to put your sympathy aside. Sympathy for the victim, sympathy for the complainant, sympathy for anybody. It's got no place here. Some of you have experience taking things through a process, doing quality control and making sure that everything has been met along the way. Use that experience here. Does this make sense? Would this pass through quality control? I told you before, some of these witnesses, if not all of them, are promising more than they can deliver. Imagine if somebody tells you something that just can't be true. Somebody tells you they got to make a delivery and it's going to take them an hour and a half to get from here in the middle of the day through the city down to DC in 3.5 hours. They're making you a promise because they want you to believe them. They know you'd be really happy if they could actually make that trip, but they can't deliver on that. That's more than what they could possibly do. That's what these witnesses are doing for you. They're telling you things that they can see that couldn't have been seen. Why are they doing that? They want to avoid consequences that Mr. Valle is now saddled with. They want to protect themselves. They want to protect their friends. And they want to protect the memory of a loved one that they lost. Now, during jury selection, I asked you all if you could be open to the idea of self-defense. And to a person, you told me that you could. Some of you said you'd had to use some self-defense before. And you said you'd be open to it and you could understand that the law allows you to use self-defense. To defend yourself, to defend loved ones. Whether or not you had experience with doing that, you said you'd be open to it. I don't know what you thought you were going to hear or what you thought self-defense looked like. Some of you had experience with it, some of you don't. But this is what self-defense looks like. It's messy. It's chaotic. It transpires quickly, and you don't have to make the best decision. That's not what the law requires. That's not. It's a higher bar than anybody could be expected to make. It requires that you make a reasonable decision, that you make a decision that you had a reason for. You watch those videos, you know there's a reason for the defense that he used. He's down on the ground. He's getting kicked, stomped, punched, and he's being given no reason to believe that that's going to stop unless he makes it stop. Nobody's saying, that's enough, guys. Everybody up. Just a few licks and then we'll let him go. That didn't happen. What did happen? People joined in the fray. There were at least 15 to 20 people out there, at a minimum. And you know that because if you watch that video, you can count them. Michael Sampieri, Sal Perry, Jacob Villalobos, Matthew Lockovich, Ryan Hines, Ty Wood, Tanner Chernowski, Tommy Connery, Charlie Connery. The list goes on. We heard about all of them. We see some of them. Alex Burnson. Some of them couldn't be identified. Those are at least the people that we can see. And Mr. Valle's down on the ground, getting kicked, punched, can't tell what's going on around him. Ryan Hines is on top of it. And Ryan Hines is punching him in the face. And Ryan Hines tells you, I didn't think he was aiming for me necessarily. Because he wasn't. He reaches in his pocket and he takes out the only thing that he's got there. The only thing at that point that he thinks is going to make them stop because they've not given him any reason to believe that they're going to do so on their own. And maybe you're thinking to yourself, well yeah, but he said he brought a knife to a fist fight. No, he didn't bring that knife to that fist fight. He had that knife in his pocket because Jack Snyder took it out and threw it to him. And he's got some kids running down the way. He picks it up, sticks it in his pocket. Now you heard the state argue to you, well, you know, they submit that that's when he gave it to him now, is when we see it on that Ring video. Agreeing, I guess, with what Mr. Valle tells us, which is in fact, as you will recall, entirely different than what Mr. Snyder says, than what Keenan Frasick says. Snyder tells you he doesn't give him the knife until it's asked for, which again is completely ridiculous and unbelievable. But he tells you that happens after they're looking at the car. After he's dropped them off, driven down the street, leaving them there, comes back, and then everybody else who was still in the car gets out. Do you remember that? That was Jack Snyder's testimony. He didn't tell you that he threw it to him while they were right there. And Keenan Frasick, what does he describe? A mad scramble through the console, through the glove compartment. Where's that knife? Give me the fucking knife. Didn't happen. It's just unbelievable. It's not what Jack Snyder or anybody else describes. But Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva and all these other kids that are in that car, all these kids that had once been his friends, all these kids who haven't talked to him ever since that night, though they still remain very close with one another. Those kids all told you that Mr. Valle was the most upset of anyone there. More upset than Jack Snyder about his car. More upset than Tyler DeSilva, who was worried about the damages and how much it was going to cost. He was the most upset of anybody there. And he went into a rage. He was so angry. I've never seen anybody that angry in my life. He goes digging through the car and this and that and the other. Why? Does that make any sense? Of course not. Not unless you start to think about what's motivating them to ostracize and distance themselves from Mr. Valle, to aggrandize what he was doing so they can demonize it, so they can wipe their hands at Mr. Valle. I had no idea. I don't know. He was so mad. He was so angry. I just thought we were just going to go get back in the car and I was going to go make peace. It doesn't make any sense. Mr. Valle told you he and Tyler DeSilva were best friends. Again, it might have been mighty stupid to get back in that car. But there was so much stupid running around that night. And now Mr. Valle's the only one sitting here facing anything for it. Because he got in that car and had a pocket knife in his pocket. You'll recall not a single witness telling you that he got out of that car and came onto that lawn with that knife displayed. None of them saw it. He didn't get out dancing around with it, licking the blade, asking who wants a piece of this. None of that. He's not a person who carries a knife. It wasn't his knife. And mind you, one of the charges that you don't hear here is criminal trespassing. It was stupid to go on that lawn. I would agree with you. We could argue about that, and I would concede that. But it wasn't criminal under those circumstances. Those kids, for whatever their reasons were, had invited them there and wanted them on that lawn. What do they tell you? Did we hear a series of witnesses come in here and tell us all the things that they could remember so clearly? And they all could remember, I looked in the car. I might have been a long way away, but I could see Mr. Valle, and I could see Tyler DeSilva, and I could see Mackenzie Traficante, and I could see Jack Snyder. But then when it came time to tell us, well, who else was there with you? Who else went out into the front yard with you? I can't really recall. Really? But you told us that all those folks were your friends, lifelong friends, grew up with them from childhood, been over to their homes, so comfortable that when they got to the house, they could walk right up and go in through the Bilko doors. That they could go downstairs, nobody would even blink an eye, right? And when they got down there, they could see their friends, they knew who was there. But then when they all went outside, do you remember this? It was everyone got up. All of us went together. Oh, really? Who were you beside? Ooh, I can't recall that, actually, now that you mention it. Oh, okay. Well, who was at the car? Some of them told you, there was a couple of us at the car, right? Maybe 3 or 4 of us at the car. Then others told you, no, there was maybe 10 of us that went to the car. And there were others that told you, no, there was more like 15 or 20 of us, and we were all around the car. Some of them told you, I didn't see anybody touch the car. I didn't see anything going on over there. It was peaceful, what I saw. And yet others told you, no, we had our hands on the car. We were rocking it. There was somebody bouncing up and down on the rear bumper. Who? I can't recall. Oh, okay, but you just went through a whole list of folks that you could tell us were there, that you saw downstairs, and you all went out together. So surely you must have seen Tyler Rich by the car. I don't recall. Oh, okay. What about Ty Wood? Where was he? I don't recall. You will have the opportunity to see all the evidence here as long as you want, as many times as you wish. Do a test, do an experiment. Go through those witnesses. See when they can't remember things and ask yourselves if that's convenient, if it seems like they're protecting their friends. Or ask yourselves, is there something wrong with their memories? Why is it so selective? Why can they remember some things but not others? And do those things seem designed to protect their friends and themselves? Right? Tyler Rich has got to tell you that he told Tyler De Silva to get the fuck out of here when he sees him on his lawn. Because what he can't come in here and tell you is he didn't tell him get the fuck out of here. He wanted him on that lawn. And he wanted for his friends and him to be able to jump them and get some payback. Because if he tells you that, and if he tells the cops that, then he and his friends could get charged. Maybe they get an immunity agreement. Who knows? But they certainly have to admit to some conduct that is criminal. And they're not going to do that. They didn't do it that night. To the extent that they came in here and told you things that were different from what they told the cops before. I tried to point that out. I asked every single one of you during jury selection, probably looking at me like, what in the world is this all about? I gave you the parking lot example. Everybody remember the parking lot example? Right? I said, what would you be interested in knowing? Right? If you came out and you saw two strangers that you've never met before, and they're each pointing at each other and saying, he did it. And you look at your white car. Remember the white got a long red gash. Remember the red gash? I said, would you be interested in knowing whether either of them drove a red car? You guys look at me, you're kind of like, I guess. I said, okay. Would you be interested in knowing whether or not there was any objective, other evidence that you could look at, like surveillance camera footage? He said, yes, that would be interesting to me. And I said, okay. Would you be interested in whether or not there were any eyewitnesses or people who claimed to be eyewitnesses? And you all said, yes, I think I would be interested in that. And I said, would you be further interested in knowing where those people were standing and whether or not it was possible for them to have seen what they claimed to have seen? And you all said, yes. And then I finalized that and I said, and would you be interested in seeing how all of that evidence either aligns or doesn't? And you all said, yes. I know you did, because I wouldn't have chosen you otherwise. That's your job, is to look at that evidence. It's my job, based on what you told me, to try and show you those things about the evidence that gives you some doubt about what you're being told. You're being asked to align yourself with Tyler De Silva and Jack Snyder. You're being asked to condone that testimony and accept that and say, I don't have a reasonable doubt about what those two fellas told me. Again, would you trust those two fellas knowing that had that kind of incentive under any other circumstances where you had a decision as serious as this to make? If they were the two guys, the paid spokespeople that were telling you about a surgery that you should get, would you want to know what sort of value they were being given to tell you that that was what you needed to do? Of course you would. Would you make a serious decision and not have a reasonable doubt about it on the basis of those two folks? Would you trust that kind of evidence under those circumstances? Of course you wouldn't. Don't start doing it now. Why would you? You'll never forgive yourself if you do that. Don't overlook your reasonable doubts. This system is built on reasonable doubt. It's fundamental because none of us were there. We're looking at it after the fact. We're trying to determine, has the state proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt? You may feel inclined to try and solve the crime or somehow make things right. That's not your job. You can't fix all the ills that led up to that night. Your job is to determine whether or not you have a reasonable doubt about what happened that evening based on the evidence that you've been presented. And I think you've got more than a single reasonable doubt. You've got reasons to doubt Jack Snyder. You've got reasons to doubt Tyler DeSilva. And you should heed those doubts. That's what the law tells you to do. Listen to your doubt. Give your doubt credence. It is, in fact, what binds us because it's there for all of us. And if you don't follow that doubt and give it the credence that it deserves, you're not following the law. And you're leaving these seats in a lower place than they were there when you took them. Just as fundamental to our system is the presumption of innocence. And again, I know I asked every single one of you whether or not you could uphold that. Whether or not you could tell me as you sat there, look at Mr. Valle, that you could presume him to be innocent, despite the fact that he had been charged with these things. And again, we made it kind of easy for you. This is not a case of a whodunit. This is not a case where we're claiming somebody else, who knows? No, this is not a case about who did what. With the exception, perhaps, I guess, of Faison Teal, as I think about it. There's no evidence really to show you that what happened to Faison, cut on his arm there, was as a result of a stab any more than Faison coming in and getting in a couple stomps, somebody pushing him from behind, and him getting a cut there. There really isn't. But it's not about who had the knife. It's about why and whether or not that was reasonable. Did he have a reason to do that? Or was he just out there to kill somebody? The state gets a lot of things wrong about this case. But it got one thing absolutely right. This is a specific intent case. But it's not specific intent to murder. You know that. You sat here through all of this. There was no specific intent to go out and murder. In order to believe that there was specific intent to murder Jimmy McGrath, you would have to believe that Mr. Valle was some sort of trained knife fighter who knew that by taking a 3-inch pocket knife and inserting it between the 6th and 7th intercostal, that he could strike directly into Mr. McGrath's heart. Now again, he's no criminal mastermind, and he's certainly no trained knife fighter. What he was a 16-year-old boy down on the ground getting stomped and kicked. And the numbers were overwhelming. Was it 15? Was it 20? Were they all focusing their attention on him at one point? Were they all focusing their attention on Tyler DeSilva? In that chaos, that's not a determination he could or had to make. None of us likes violence. We're not up here saying violence is okay. That's not part of the argument. But what we're saying and what the law says is that when you have a reason to believe that you need to defend yourself, that you have a right to do that and to use the force necessary. And that's what he did. And how do you know that that's what he did? Well, I guess if the state's now conceding that he got that knife during that exchange down on 36 Laurel Glen Drive, when we see those folks coming up, then the state should also have to concede the following. He had that knife in his pocket, and he didn't take it out when those folks came up. And he didn't take it out when he got sprayed in the face with WD-40 or PB Blaster. Forgive me, I have no idea what PB Blaster is, but I understand it's something that you could spray out from an aerosol can. And he didn't use it then either, despite having it right in his pocket. That's a lot of control for a person that they want you to believe is basically a homicidal maniac. He can't be both. Now, when he's down on the ground, you may recall Ryan Hines telling you, again, I didn't feel like he was aiming at me. What else did he tell you about his position? Do you remember? You could see his arm doing this thing, but it looked like his other arm and his bicep were somehow stuck under him or pinned beneath him. Sure, because he told you he was in the fetal position down on the ground before he was able to get that knife out and start using it. And he had not just Ryan Hines on him, but all those other boys. You can see it in the video. You've got a couple different versions of that video, and I gave you Defense Exhibit B, and I'd ask you to use it, a frame by frame that you can go through as fast, as slow, focus in on a single frame, and you can see that there are two groups that peel off, that there are two folks that are wearing very similar outfits, and those outfits look very much like the lighter bottoms, dark blue top, some graphic on the back, the Jimmy McGrath, and Tommy Connery admitted to having been wearing that night. And you can see in some of those frames feet attached to those figures, kicking a figure down on the ground that is clearly not Tyler Da Silva, because he's being subjected to a separate beating over to the left. And you heard about how there were two fights that developed. That one goes down over to the right, and one's going on over to the left. And think about what he's facing at that moment when he's down on the ground, because that's what self-defense requires. Not us sitting here later in the cool hindsight of this room, the ability to say, look at this, look at that. No, it's at that moment when you're 16 years old and you're down on the ground and you're facing the entire Shelton High School football team that's pissed off, and they already know about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook, right? You heard testimony. They got there and everybody was already asking them about it. One of the first persons that came up to ask Ryan Hines about it was Jimmy McGrath. Griffin Marcinzik told you, Jimmy McGrath's one of the toughest kids I knew. There was already a building fury in that basement. They didn't know about that. This bunch of idiots are in the car. They just got added to a group chat. People are talking shit to them, as they said. People that they claim they knew on social. Can we all agree that if you think you know somebody on social, you don't know that person? I think you guys have all gleaned what a Luddite I am by my inability to work this contraption over here. Knowing somebody on social, you just don't know anything about that person. These were all strangers, at least to my client. Now, you know they're not all strangers to Tyler Da Silva. He told you about growing up with some of them. He told you about they knew cousins and things of this nature. And here they are texting in the group chat, talking shit, and he says he thought it would be funny to tell them to come over to Trumbull High School because they were gonna leave Trumbull High School, and if they showed up, they'd be gone. And then he told you, I saw a picture that got sent on the group chat, and I realized, oh man, I know some of these kids, and he left. He left the group chat. There's Tyler Da Silva, Jack Snyder in the front seat. They're still going back and forth, and they're still going at it. Jack Snyder, Griffin Marcinzik are really going at it, right? Griffin Marcinzik is taking photos of the car out front saying sitting ducks. That's what he was facing when he's down on the ground. Not you and I coming up around him and saying, what's going on here, my friend? Perhaps you should not be here right now. This appears to be a bad idea. No, that's not what that video shows. And let's talk about the existence of that video. These kids were ready. They came out with their phones going. This was gonna be a trophy. Just like a hunter hanging a head up on the wall. Let's document this. Let's record this. Not, oh gosh, we don't want this to be going on. This seems a little too violent. Gentlemen, let the young man up. No, we're filming this thing. And we're celebrating. You remember Tanner Chanowski up on that stand? When I asked him, can you identify whose voice that is saying, yes, sir? That was me. That was you? And you're saying, yes, sir! Is that celebratory? I don't know what you mean, celebratory. I don't know. I don't know why I said it. Oh, did somebody ask you a question to which the answer was yes, sir? Is that what happened? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so either. And again, how many times did these guys tell you something here that they admitted they hadn't told anyone before? And how often were they telling you, we were all doing something? Everybody just went. I couldn't see this and that and the other. But then on cross-examination, they would tell you, oh, well, yeah, everyone was throwing something, but actually that was me that was throwing something. Everyone was screaming stuff, but actually that was me that was doing it. They wanted to minimize their involvement, generalize what they were doing, anonymize it, and scrub it clean so that they could come in here and tell you, we were just shocked to find this going on. You know that's not true. If you want to believe that, ask yourselves, why? Why do you want to believe that? Sympathy? Do you have any reason not to doubt that when they tell you that? These are people that are filming a beating, not just one. Ricky Fiola's filming too, right? We just don't have that film. Ricky Fiola's over there. He's got the camera out. He's doing this. You can see him in some of these freeze frames that they show you, right? He's like this. And you can almost kind of see when he turns over and he looks at the camera and the light shines right in his eyes. Get that little red. And he's kind of like, oh shit, right? Oh, I didn't realize somebody else would be filming me filming. Then he goes, and what does he do with that? He goes and gives it right to the cops, right? No. He takes it and he shows it to some girls that were watching the thing go on. He wants to show them Tyler Da Silva getting beat because he thought one of the girls would like seeing Tyler get, and he kind of drifted off, right? And I asked him, can you finish that for us? And he couldn't remember what it was that he wanted to show him for that. There's no reason to believe that those folks were going to stop unless they were made to stop. And if you tell yourself that there's a reason to believe that they were going to stop unless they were made to stop, if somebody back in that jury room tells you, no, he didn't have to do that. They were just going to stop and then let him up. Well, what's the reason to believe that? I'm asking, what's the reason to believe that? What's the psychology of a mob? What's the psychology of 18 to 20 boys and men, don't forget, This is a boy at that time. Some of those folks there were men. They had already graduated. Right? They told you. Taylor Capella told us. It was mostly older kids there that night. What is the psychology of a mob? The problem with the mob is not what they do as much as what they might do. Because you don't know what they might do. So when you're down on the ground, you're getting kicked and punched and stomped. And again, we know there's at least 15 to 20 people there. It doesn't matter what these witnesses got up here and told us on the stand as far as saying, no, it was just a one-on-one, or maybe it was two of them talking with them. That's just simply unbelievable based on what we see there and what's going on that video. And we heard a little bit from some of the witnesses trying to tell us Raul's there on the lawn beside Tyler Da Silva. They're facing this big group of Shelton High football players that have started to circle them. He's not got the knife out, but he's going to pull back like he's cocked and ready to punch somebody. And who was that supposed to be? Ty Woods? You didn't hear Ty Woods tell you that, did you? No. You didn't hear a thing from Ty Woods. You heard the people that are trying to protect themselves from what they did tell you that that's why Tyler Rich just had to haul off, even though he was over here talking to Tyler Da Silva, and punch Mr. Valle, who again still had not pulled out a knife, even though he's got it in his pocket. Didn't even pull it out to say, hey, whoa, guys, this is looking a little dangerous here. I think maybe you should all know, back off. No, at that point, Tyler Da Silva's still thinking he's going to make peace because he knows somebody's cousins. They know his cousins. Ricky Fiola and Tanner Chernowski are proof that everybody there knew what they were planning to do because they had their cameras ready to go. So those are the kind of folks that are kicking and stomping and punching Tyler Da Silva and Mr. Valle while they're down on the ground. And the first three folks that get stabbed look at their wounds. Again, Faison Teal. He told you, well, I was sort of over on the side, and then I came in and I started getting in a few, what did he call them? Light stomps? Medium stomps? You ever been medium stomped? Anybody? What's a medium stomp? A stomp is a stomp. A stomp is somebody down on the ground. You don't stomp somebody who's standing up, do you? No. No more than you stab somebody in the legs unless you're down on the ground. Look at those wounds. One to the back of the leg. A couple to the front. Those are wounds that you give somebody when you're down on the ground. You don't bend down and give a couple here and a little there and let me get one in the back. It's just not how that happens. It happens fast because you're frightened and you're panicked and you're scared and you have a reason to believe that you've got to do that because nothing else is stopping them. In fact, you heard Mr. Valle. It scared him even more after he had to do that because it didn't stop. And you've got Ryan Hines. Look at his injuries. One to the ribs. What, when you're over top of him? When you're punching him in the face? Then further down on the side. And finally one down on the hip flank area. Again, what did he do? Mr. Valle was standing with him and went, one here, one here, one here, one there. It makes no sense. It's not the way this happened. It's not the way self-defense happens. Again, it's not complicated. Doesn't mean it's not hard. Doesn't mean it's not difficult, the decision that you have to make. But it is not complicated. It is simple. He's down on the ground. He's getting beat. He's getting stomped. The same thing is happening to his friend. Nothing is telling them that that's going to end unless he makes it stop. So with his arm pinned behind him while he's getting stomped and kicked, boom, Ryan Hines. Tommy Connery tells you he comes over and separates them, right? And he takes his place. Takes his place over top of him, pounding him on him? No, he's over there as well, getting in his kicks. His leg gets stuck, gets the side, the back, right? Now, Ryan Hines tells you after he got stabbed, that was it. He had nothing to do with what happened to Tyler Da Silva. You know that's not true because you saw that video. You saw that green hoodie, black shorts with the white trim right over there on top of Tyler Da Silva, kicking him and stomping him with the rest of the group. Part of the state's argument here is simple. Who are you going to believe? Our witnesses or your lying eyes? Look at the video. Watch it, and you will see there are two groups here. You will see one group breaks off. That's the group that is beating on Mr. Valle, and then you can see them shove him into the road. He walks to the car. Thank goodness at that point Tanner Chernowski was filming. Because what do we see? Camera pans over. He's looking. What's he looking at? He's looking at where Mr. Valle is. Mr. Valle's by the car. He opens the door briefly. You see the light come on inside, the interior light. And then you see his head go just like this. Right? And we can see the side of his face. We see the profile. And you can almost hear the wheels clicking inside Tanner Chernowski's mind. It's like, what's he looking at? I see the camera pan again. Boom. What does that camera pan right to? Tyler Da Silva on the ground, surrounded, getting pounded on by a number of kids, right? Kids that are saying, yeah, come on, get some. Who wants a piece of this? Yes, sir. That's what's going on. Any indication those kids are going to just stop that at that point? No. Not a single reason to believe that they're going to stop. They didn't stop with my client until he had used that knife. And they gave him no reason to think that they were gonna until he used that knife. That knife was a tool. It was the only tool that he had available to him to survive that night. That was the specific intent that he had. The states charge specific intent crimes. Again, they're right about specific intent, but it's not specific intent to murder. It's not specific intent to assault. It's specific intent to survive. Because he had no reason to believe they were going to just let him, that was going to stop. They were intent on pummeling him into unconsciousness at best, serious physical harm, almost certainly, and no way to know whether or not that was going to stop until he was dead. Just not. If you want to believe otherwise, ask yourself why. You're going to get an instruction on implicit bias. Is there something about the way my client looks, the way I am, that makes you think he's any less believable than those kids? That he deserves to have self-defense available to him any less than any one of us? That those kids, if they were down in that same position, wouldn't have done that exact same thing? Would it change your mind if he'd had a screwdriver with a 3-inch shaft in his pocket and that he pulled that out and used it? He'd have the same wounds, stabs and punctures. This is what self-defense looks like. Most of us have never had to think about that before, right? What does self-defense look like? I don't know. Maybe I saw it in a movie or something. There's no manual for self-defense. When you're down on the ground, there's no handbook that you can pull out and be like, page, getting stomped by group of, how many of you are here? Okay. Doesn't work like that. The law doesn't require you to go through that, because if it did, you'd be dead. maybe that's something that you've never thought about with the law. But I asked you guys, I know I did. Can you follow the law even if you don't like it? And I probably gave you some ridiculous example, like, have you ever heard the song, I Can't Drive 55? Right? There's a guy who doesn't like the speed limit rules, and he says he can't follow them. Well, this is a lot more serious than that, right? This is, can you follow the law even if you don't like the fact that somebody died? But the law is, you just have to make a reasonable choice. Did he have a reason to do what he did? Yes. Do you have any reason to doubt that? What is it? Because Tyler Da Silva told you that the fight was over when he got back over there? You saw Tyler Da Silva in that video. He didn't think the fight was over. He's in the street, hitching up his pants, facing back towards the group. And we can't see Raul at that point. Tanner's perspective is over here. We can see Jimmy McGrath a little bit on the side. And you heard Mr. Valle tell you, they were forming a semicircle. They were forming a horseshoe. And I asked all of those witnesses who watched that video, where did those kids go? Where was Charlie Connery coming from? Followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids. Who were those kids that were following him? One of them was Matthew Lockridge. One of them was Jimmy McGrath. Where were they coming from? Watch that video. Use the frame by frame. Go through that part closely. You'll see exactly where they were coming from. They're coming from just having been involved with the fight with Lito that shoved him out into the grass, out into the street. That's exactly where they're coming from. Now, he didn't have time to identify anybody. He didn't know Jimmy McGrath. That's probably the tragedy, the most tragic thing of this whole thing. These kids are practically strangers, at least when it comes to Mr. Valle, as to all of them. And with a stranger, you can't know. What is that person going to do? You have to make your decisions based on the information that they're giving you at that moment. Again, what's the information that he's got? These are kids that are going to attack the car. These are kids that are going to stomp, kick, punch, gang up on, film it, record it. For what? I asked Tanner Chernowski, why are you recording this? Oh, I don't know. I just do that. And then at some point he admitted to collect memories. He thought this was going to be a memory that he wanted to keep before he knew what the tragic outcome was. But when he thought it was just a beating and an assault that was going to go on, yeah, that was a memory he wanted to collect. That's who Tanner Chernowski is. That's who these other kids were. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, when he comes back onto the grass and he passes by Tyler Da Silva, at that point, I can't see any of those other kids that are there. I just see Tyler, and then I see a little bit of Jimmy. Well, you see a little bit more than that. Right? See that hand? Remember that hand down here around the back on Jimmy? It's not his hand. It's Matt Lockovich's hand. Because they're side by side. Because they are part of a semicircle. This is a group that has been acting as a group the entire time. You're telling me all of a sudden this group has decided, oh, let's split up, let's single out. No. And in fact, you can see in the video across the way, there's another person on the other side of Mr. Valle. He's got on a dark top and there's some sort of white lettering across the top. You may remember I was trying to point that out. You're going to have that evidence. Take a look at it. And ask yourself about perspective, right? Because when we're looking at things one way, we can see it like this, and these things appear to be very distant and far apart. But if I shift over here, now it looks like something else is in front. And ask yourself, wait a second. He steps into that place. These kids are all around him. They don't just disappear. And you say, okay, well, hold on. Charlie Connery's yelling, he's got a knife, he's got a knife. These kids are all backing up, right? Makes perfect sense, right? Thank you, Charlie. You solved that one for us. I think he did, inadvertently. Do you tell somebody who's running out of a house fire, fire, fire? I got to warn you about the fire that you're running away from. No, you don't. You warn somebody about a danger that they are running into. And that's exactly what was happening here. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Guys, don't go rush him. You need to back up. That's who you warn. You don't call off people that are already calling themselves off. Again, that just doesn't make sense. And you don't have to believe those witnesses just because it's their friend who died. You don't. And you shouldn't. And you wouldn't under any other circumstances. Some of you have experience doing workplace investigations. You know this is way more serious. These stakes are so high. Why are you going to believe these witnesses and this evidence under circumstances like this, when you wouldn't believe these folks, knowing what you know about them, their selective memory, their efforts to minimize and generalize and anonymize, not put themselves or their friends in any danger? Lay it all on him. So your duty is to look at this situation, the circumstances that my client faced as they were at that time. It's at least 20 versus 2. It's at least that. Could have been more. Some of these folks told you, oh, well, there's people watching. They're just sitting. They're just watching. If you want to believe that, there's probably nothing I can tell you or should even argue to you. These folks had sprayed WD-40 in his face. These folks, 20 versus 2. That's 40 fists, 40 feet and legs. There's nothing that says the force he uses to defend himself under those circumstances has got to be identical. Just because they have fists and feet doesn't mean he can only punch and kick back. That's not what self-defense requires. It simply requires reasonable. Is it reasonable to use a 3-inch pocket knife that you didn't bring, but that you have in your pocket because your friend gave it to you? Under those circumstances, of course it is. Look at these wounds. Jimmy McGrath, 1 wound. That's it. He's not trying to stab him over and over and over. He steps into this situation. Look at the amount of time between the time he steps onto the grass. And again, perspective. They want to try and tell you that that kid on the far side of him is not lined up with Mr. Valle. Look at the grass underneath their feet. Valle's on the grass. That kid's on the grass too. The line of the curve goes just like this. You know about horizon and perspective? They're almost side by side, those 2 kids. The other kids haven't gone anywhere. It's wet. You remember me asking all these kids, is it dark, wet, rainy, misty? I don't remember. You can see it in the video. You can see rain beating on the windows of the cars. Of course it's wet. And you heard Taylor Capella tell us he came onto the grass and he slipped. He spun around. And Mr. Valle told you he got punched. Somebody swung at him. Did you see Matt Lockovich's hand on Jimmy's back? And all of a sudden it's gone. You can infer what happened there. Matt Lockovich takes a swing at him. And Mr. Valle told you, I just swung. I put everything I had into it. I was terrified. These kids hadn't stopped before when they were stomping me and I had to use that. They weren't stopping now. Did he have a a safe retreat, that he could completely and safely retreat? Of course not. Last time that he had tried to get up, these kids tackled him and went down again. And here they were coming again. And we know they were coming again because we hear them being warned. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Again, you're not telling that to somebody who's not walking towards that danger you're trying to walk them off, who's not rushing towards that person once again. Mr. McGrath is holding the edge. These are all football players, right? They know what it means to hold the edge. He's holding the edge of that horseshoe, that semicircle. He is a threat just as much as anybody else in that mob at that point. Those are the circumstances that Mr. Valle was facing. That's what you have to judge him. And if you want to believe these kids, look, you've heard about consciousness of guilt, right? Why have we heard this evidence about consciousness of guilt? It doesn't change anything about what happened down there on the ground at that point. It's just another effort to make my client look like some sort of criminal mastermind. He knew to go out and throw the knife into the woods. Well, let's talk about that. Who told us that that's what happened? Only one person. Jack Snyder. When he's in here singing for his supper, the jailhouse keys ringing in his ear, he's trying to give you something, trying to give the state something to believe him. Oh, they haven't found a knife. I'll tell him he threw the knife down at the end of Adams in the cul-de-sac. And then Chelton PD, Detective Bango tells you, oh, we went out, we looked for the knife, we couldn't find it. No knife. I guess that means Jack Snyder must be true. I guess Jack Snyder must be telling us the truth now about this. Tyler De Silva doesn't tell you anything about that. He's in the car. It stops. Nearly hits his head on the back seat. He's screaming at Jack about something. 1 or 2 seconds later, Mr. Valle hops back in the car. Mr. Valle told you. I got out of the car. I was feeling some pain. I looked at my ribs. He didn't tell you that he had the knife or that he did something with it. He told you he lost that knife, right? And he told you he lost that knife as he was running back, trips and falls. And what's he got on his hands? You've seen it. He's got 2 big, nasty strawberries on the heels, palms of his hands, exactly like somebody would have when they fell to the asphalt. Like it looks like road rash. And he lost the knife at that point. Do you have any more reason to believe Jack Snyder about anything, let alone that? Of course not. Ask yourself, if you want to believe him, why? Why do I want to believe Jack Snyder so badly? He's not giving you any reason to believe him. The text messages. Again, here's my client, criminal mastermind, conscious of guilt. So he's texting with his girlfriend, who's also, no, she's 17. He's 16, she's 17. They're texting back and forth. Like he's going to convince her that he wasn't there? That doesn't make any sense. He was panicked. He was still scared. He had no idea what had just happened. Look what he'd just been through. He's not going to convince her that I wasn't there. And then he goes to Florida. He's 16. He doesn't go to Florida because he's trying to get away from things and he knows that he can go down there and escape. I don't even know if you can get on a flight when you're only 16 years old. But he gets on that flight because that's what his parents told him to do. And that's what you do when you're 16. Your parents tell you we're going to Florida. It's not a mastermind move on his part. It's just trying to make him look bad. He doesn't need any help looking bad, okay? Again, bless his heart, there was a whole lot of stupid going around that night. That's my client that I'm talking about. Valle is no different than any of these other kids. And if you're telling yourself for some reason that you think that he is, ask yourself why. Look at the situation all these kids were in that night. How did they get there? These kids at 43 Laurel Glen Drive were like torches. My client and his friends, they were like straw. Throw those torches in there, put them all together. There's absolutely no way to know what is going to happen as that wildfire starts to catch and goes round on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. But he certainly knew as he was down on the ground that folks weren't stopping with the stomping. They weren't stopping with the kicking and the punching. So he used that knife, a tool to survive. If you're down in the bottom of a hole, dirt's being shoved on top of you, you're going to use a shovel to climb your way out. That's what he was doing that night. You have every reason to believe that.
Or a little bit over, so if you wrap it up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Folks, I'm not going to apologize for taking up a little bit more time. I do want to thank you for listening. I hope you will look at that evidence. I hope you will take your time with it. I hope you will all understand this is probably the most important thing you've ever been asked to do in your lives. And I will tell you that the law requires you, despite the tragic ending in this case, the law requires you to find my client not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break before we continue on with the state's argument. So we'll stand in recess until 12:15. We'll come back at 12:15.
Okay, they're going to take a 15-minute break. They're going to take a 15-minute break. So let me show y'all. I did find a picture of him with no facial hair. It is hard to see. It won't let me zoom in much more. But I did find this one. It's got very little facial hair. But yeah, there he is. There he is. He's just got a little facial hair, but that's him without all that facial hair. So interesting. I just thought we'd do a little research and he does. It is a little bit younger. This was an award for something he did. It was, I don't know, some lawyer thing. But anyways, yeah. Okay. I don't know what we're going to do on break. I have no idea. Yeah, they were giving him an award. They were giving him an award. Something. I'll share it again. Let me zoom a little bit on some of that. Yeah. Some kind of clock award. I don't know. Look, he's got a nice, pretty smile without all that facial hair. He's got that little goatee thingy there right on his chin, you know, that, I don't know what you call that thing, but yeah. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I didn't have it on the screen. Hey, Lois, how are you? All right, let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, okay, there's the award. It's like some clock thing. I don't know. And there. See, he has a little bit of facial hair on his chin, you know, like I don't know what they call that, you know. I don't know what they call that, but yeah. So, I don't know. How are you today, Lois? You're a little late. Did you sleep in, my love? Yeah, he does look a lot younger without all that facial hair. Did everybody get their coffee refills and stuff? So what y'all think about that closing? I they're gonna the prosecution's gonna come back and they're gonna give their other 30 minutes of closing. They only did 30 minutes and then gave it to the defense. The defense took their hour. So they're doing a 10-15 minute break. I'm not sure, they didn't say. And then uh, they'll come back and the prosecution will do the other 30 minutes of kind of a rebuttal closing, I guess is what it's supposed to be. Oh, goodness, no. I was shoveling sand at 6 a.m., took dogs to daycare, had teeth cleaned, walked the beach and out here. Okay, the whole thing, all that sounds horrible except walking the beach. I would love to walk the beach, but all the other stuff, you can keep that. Shoveling sand is why? Okay, Lois, I have to ask, why are you shoveling sand at 6 a.m.? I'm nosy. 6 a.m. shoveling sand. At 6 a.m., I was closing my eyes to go to sleep. Hector got home at 3:30. We sat up and watched TV till about 5:30. And yeah, at 6 o'clock, I went to sleep. Set my alarm for 8:30. Oh, it gets washed on your... Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, and that's true. It is the coolest time of the day to be doing it at 6 a.m. I mean, I'm not sure what state you live in, Lois, but, I know in Texas it gets hot. I used to have a house down in, it was called San Leon. It's down near Galveston, Texas. And that was before Hurricane Ike took the whole house. But it was a waterfront and we had a pier and all that stuff. And you're on the east coast of Florida. Yeah, and I was in the Gulf, right there in Galveston. And when the hurricane hit, Hurricane Ike, I think it was Ike. Yeah. It demolished my house. It demolished my house. I had half of my pier was all the way up inside my garage. It busted through my garage. My boat that was in the front garage ended up on top of my boat that was in the back garage. Yeah, it was a total disaster. It took the asphalt there's a little asphalt road between my house and the waterfront where the pier is, and it took that asphalt and it just laid it upside down in my yard. It was so traumatic. It was, yeah. And then the insurance company decided to tell us that it was a natural disaster and we had flood insurance, and natural disasters don't cover flood insurance. No. Yeah. Yeah. I'm serious, Lois. Yeah, we had good insurance. Actually, it was with my previous husband, and it was his dad's property, and had it since the 60s, and had actually had it insured for flood since the 60s. And that is the policy we had always paid, even after his dad passed away, and me and my husband took over the property and all that, my ex-husband, and all that. We continued to pay the insurance. We continued to pay the flood, everything, all those years on the waterfront property. And then when it came time after Hurricane Ike, yeah, they said, nope, sorry, this is a natural disaster. We had water. The water line was over our carport that was in front of the garage where the boats were. Yes, it was a total disaster. Total disaster. FEMA was out there for a long, long time. I mean, it was, yeah, we didn't get paid. I think we ended up, I think they gave us $10,000. Yeah. They gave us $10,000 in replacement of items. Was all we got. Yes. It was so disheartening. I was so upset. was so upset. We ended up we had to bulldoze the house, what was left of it. We bulldozed it, got a dumpster. That was really hard throwing things. I mean, just and to see all your items. The funny thing was, well, I say funny. I can laugh about it now and stuff. It's not so emotional to me, but we had 2 weekends prior, we had gone down um, to the property and had a big party, and we had installed a brand new air conditioner in the wall and boarded it up in there and everything. It was a window unit, and we got it all installed just perfect and everything. That entire wall with the air conditioner still installed in it was across the street at a restaurant called the Green Parrot. It was sitting laid up against the side of the restaurant with the air conditioner still in the wall. I mean, it was a complete disaster. Complete disaster. That was the worst hurricane I can, remember as far as my personal disasters of dealing with hurricanes. So, uh-oh, I hear a doggy dreaming. Y'all probably can't hear that, but I hear a doggy going, boop, 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 boop. They're still asleep. He's dreaming. Meat's dreaming. So what are we thinking now that we've heard or not the prosecution, but the defense? Huh? Oh yeah, his little whoop, 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 whoop. He's over there in his kennel sleeping. Meat's dreaming about meat. Oh no, he's dreaming about attacking Lola and playing with Lola. Lola's kennel's in the kitchen. Meat's kennel's in the living room, and yeah, I have to cover his. His has to have a sheet over it and stuff. Otherwise, he's too nosy and wants to see everything that's going around. I don't lock the door, but I shut the door. And then he'll come out when he wants out. But when he goes to bed, I just push the door shut. And the same thing with Lola, and they just stay in there. And if he has to go to the bathroom or anything like that, he'll come out, and go to the door and wait for me and stuff. He's real good about that. Lola's still learning. We still have a few potty accidents with Lola, but she does pretty good. They have their routine, when they get up in the morning, and I let's see, what are they doing? All right, sorry, I was just checking. I thought I saw some more movement. But yeah, they have their routine when they get up in the mornings. I open the side door, and they immediately go out there, and Lola does her business, Meat does his business. The potty training thing was really hard for me because I've never had to potty train a dog before, and my daughter's 34, so potty training's way out of my league. So yeah, what are they doing now? Okay, maybe they're fixing to come back. I'll just leave that up for a moment. So back to what I was saying. What did y'all think? What has anybody got any uh, comments about the defense closing? I think the defense, yeah. Okay, see here, look, a name here. She's already typing away as I'm saying out loud. Defense didn't convince me. The kid went back and continued the fight, armed this time. He didn't convince me that he didn't take a knife to a fist fight. I agree. I agree. The defense, I don't think that I don't think that they're helping him. Yeah, you don't take a knife to a fist fight. At least, we didn't back in the day. We didn't back in the day. That was unheard of. You know, I don't know. Kids are different then. Yeah, he didn't, Lois. He didn't do good on the stand. He to me, he was, I want to say he acted more childish, and maybe that was for his own reason, but he seemed like he was just this shy, little, intimidated kid and stuff. And looking at those videos and everything, I don't find that as being true. Yeah, you don't take any weapons to a fist fight. Yeah. Now, just as a funny, back in the 80s, I always like to go back. You know what? I show my age. Back in the 80s, out at the ag barn, we did play with the cattle prods. I mean, it wasn't a knife and we weren't fighting, but we did, poke each other with cattle prods at the agriculture barn just for fun. And it wasn't a fist fight or anything. It was just fun. Yeah, he did fake cry, Williams. Yeah. Same here. He was told to leave, which he did. Got a knife, talked to his friend into taking it back, and went up to the other kid with a knife on his person. You're right. You're right. See? Even William agrees. Oh, that was loud. Sorry. No sound? No sound? Are you serious, William? I'll refresh if there's no sound. Okay, hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna refresh. Nobody go anywhere. I'm gonna refresh.
Frasick did. Demetrius Orphanis did. And they want you to play.
I would invite the state back up to.
Thank you. And they want you to play. Good afternoon. This is my second opportunity to address all of you. It's funny that I'm listening to counsel's argument about there was a lot of Tyler DeSilva, Jack Snyder in there. This case does not rise and fall with Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder. The warrant was signed, you heard from Detective Bango, on Monday the 16th. So the warrant was signed. There was enough probable cause at that point, and the investigation was still unfolding. But there was enough to arrest the defendant for what he did that night. Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder approached us 6 months later because they had information. And they want you to discredit everything that Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder said. But you have to look at it. Remember when we, during voir dire, I asked all of you, how do you determine credibility? Are you just going to sit there and look and hear, you listen to what they have to say? What's their demeanor? But isn't it, use your common sense? How does what one witness say, how does it marry up to other witnesses' testimony in the entire case? Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder are not the only people that heard the defendant ask for the knife. Keenan Frasick did. Demetrius Orphanis did. Mackenzie Traficante heard somebody asking for a knife while she's walking away. There are other people that heard these things. So again, whether or not you're ready to just discredit them because they have an immunity agreement with the state of Connecticut, I suggest to you, see how the information they've provided to you in this case marries up with the rest of the case. And I would agree with the defense that there was a lot of stupidity that night. Absolutely. But the bottom line is you can't bring a knife to a fist fight. You just can't. Look at the defendant's injuries days after the incident. He's not completely beat up. It's because he took the knife out immediately and started stabbing people. You would think he would have huge contusions all over his head, and he didn't even go to the hospital. I would submit if he was that badly beat up and the only way out was just to, I had to fight for my life. But the physical evidence does not show that. And there was testimony, his arms pinned under his body. How did he get the knife out with one hand and open it up with one hand? I would submit that's next to impossible unless you're a pro at it. I think the more likely thing that you can infer from what happened is that he took the knife out of his pocket while he was involved in the fight immediately, opened it up, and started stabbing people. He wasn't on the ground like they would have you believe. He went after Tommy Connor. He stabbed Ryan Hines in the chest. It's just not reasonable to bring a knife to a fist fight. He went there looking for trouble. That's the bottom line. Because if he doesn't go back, none of this happens. But he went back. Imagine if he didn't go back with a knife, it would have just been a fist fight. That's all. But he went back with a weapon. You can't use more force than what's being used against you. And the defense would have you believe that being punched is deadly force. It's just simply not true. By the way, they want you to discredit everybody that has testified in this case. This is not a whodunit, and they agree it's not a whodunit, right? He used that the defense attorney used that parking lot example. I was actually thinking about this during the break. You know, the kids that testified, they saw what happened, right? It was chaotic, but they saw what happened. And when they go and they give a statement to the police, you know, were they asked who was to the right of you, who was to the left of you? Probably not. Did they know at the time? Maybe. But now it's 3 years later, right? So it's kind of like a situation where you're in a parking lot and you park your car. Now, all of you came here, you parked your car. Did you look to the right? Did you notice what color the car was next to you? Maybe some of you did. Maybe some of you didn't. But you know you parked next to a car, right? Now imagine that happening, and then you see somebody being chased in the parking lot and getting stabbed with a knife, right? Now that's a horrific event that you've just witnessed. And you give a statement to the police, right? and you say, you're not going to say yourself, well, I parked next to the red car. Maybe you remember that at the time. So now fast forward 3 years later, I guarantee each and every one of you would recall that horrific event happening. But if you got on the stand and I said, well, what color was the car to the right of you? You can't recall. What car was the car to the left of you? I can't recall. Do you know if there were cars next to you? Yeah, I know there were cars next to me. I just don't recall what color. So the reality is the color of the car or the person that was standing next to anybody necessarily in and around that area in this fight, this chaotic scene, is that important in the grand scheme of things, right? Does it make a fact and evidence more or less? Probably not, right? Because listen, there were a lot of people around, a lot of people were watching. There was 2 or 3 kids fighting at any given time, right? We've seen that. We've seen the video. But does it really make a difference if, Taylor Capella told us she was standing next to who? Michaela Holt, right? She remembered her. Maybe there was somebody else next to her she can't recall. Tommy Connery was standing in the driveway at any given time when the car first arrived. Yeah, I knew I was there. I was talking to people. I just can't remember exactly who I was talking to. But does that really matter in the grand scheme of things when we know the car arrived at 43 Laurel Glen? There was this confrontation. The car was shook. The car was hit, and they took off. And according to people inside the car, it was scary. We didn't want to be there. We wanted to get out of there. And the defendant told you that. Again, assess his credibility, because when he's down the street, he arms himself with a knife and comes back. If you're really that scared, why would you go back and confront 30 kids who just shook the car? I mean, that makes no sense to me. So, I mean, look, the defendant was angry. We don't know why he was angry. It's because of the car. We've heard testimony about that. It's because, these kids really messed up the car and he was pissed off, and it was almost like they one-upped him. He had already had one up on Ryan Hines back on Lazy Brook because he tuned him up with the helmet after he sucker punched him from behind. But now that they disrespected Jack Snyder's car, let's go back. Let's go back. If things go sideways, guess what? I got a plan B. That was the plan. Might have been a stupid plan, but that's what happened. That's the bottom line. This is not something that happened, I would say instantaneously. As soon as he gets hit, he takes the knife out. He's not waiting to get pounded on. There's no way. If he was getting pounded on the way the defense suggests he was, he would have more injuries that we would have seen after the fact. And he simply did not. And by the way, the defendant testified when he was running out of there after he stabbed McGrath in the chest, he dropped the knife. The cops looked for the knife all in that area. They couldn't find the knife. They actually walked up and down the street. They held the area. They looked for the knife the next day. No knife. And the information that Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva gave us, right? We didn't know where the knife came from. We knew the defendant had a knife. We didn't know how he had the knife or where it came from. Jack Snyder gave us that information. He came to us. We didn't go to him. But even if you take DeSilva and Snyder out of it, it's still the defendant going back to 43 Laurel Glen with a knife. There were people in his car that he went to high school with that heard him ask for a knife. He went there. He got out of the car. He went in and provoked the fight and instigated the fight, and it started. He took it out and started stabbing kids because that's what he wanted to do. And then once he was able to get out of there, he went back in for more. And they have to have you believe that, he was being approached or surrounded when he came back into the fold. He has a duty to retreat. You can't come back into a fist fight with a knife. It's just not reasonable. It's not reasonable. Even if you believe that self-defense applies to the first 3 kids that are stabbed, even if you believe that, it certainly does not apply to Mr. McGrath. Because again, self-defense is not retaliatory. It's not punitive. It's defensive. You can't do things like this and then turn around and claim self-defense. He came back from the car. Charlie yelled, "He's got a knife." And within seconds, he turned around and stabbed McGrath in the chest. They want to have you believe that he slipped. He slipped. It was a purposeful stab in the chest, right? So again, when we're talking about intent, specific intent, the areas of where the wounds were inflicted, right? The number of wounds inflicted, the defendant's manner and how he conducted himself that night, both at Lazy Brook and later that night. He did not have to go back to that house. It's as simple as that. He did not have to go back. But if he was going back, he was going back with a plan B. That's as simple as that. And that conduct cannot be excused. It's a horrific event. It's terrible. It's a tragedy. That cannot happen. Because if that happens all the time, then this is a very different world we live in. And I asked him on a cross-examination, when you got out of there and you left and you went home, after you texted Mackenzie, you didn't call the cops at that point, did you? Nope. You went to Florida, right? Yep. Did you call the cops when you're in Florida? Nope. After you learned the severity of the situation, did you call the cops and tell them, hey, this is what happened. I was pummeled. I was acting in self-defense. Nope. So again, I would submit to you that, yeah, he knew what he was doing. And as soon as he stabbed those kids and he told Jack and they got out of there and they went down to Adams Drive and he got rid of the knife. Why are we getting rid of the knife? Call the cops. This just happened. It's horrific, but this is what, got rid of the knife, got rid of the evidence. Tells his girlfriend I wasn't there, didn't want to put anything in writing, God forbid. Because if he said, yeah, you know what, I was really getting pummeled. I had to stab those kids to get out of there. I was really fighting for my life. Didn't say that in the text. Just said, nope, I wasn't there. It wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about. You know I wasn't there. And then he told Tyler De Silva subsequent to that he messed up. He knew. He knew. The judge is going to give you, the self-defense instruction. And again, it's only justified when a person reasonably believes that such force is necessary. Reasonably believes. The first thing he didn't do is he didn't punch back. He didn't kick. Grab that knife. Again, you're going to hear the judge instruct that a person must not use more force than he reasonably believes is necessary. I would submit on that night, he used more force than was reasonably necessary. And I submits that we've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. We also submit that he provoked the fight. You're going to hear some disqualifiers. If you believe the state has proven the disqualifiers, one or all of them, doesn't matter. If you believe we've proven those disqualifiers beyond a reasonable doubt, that he cannot avail himself of the self-defense claim. So under provocation, you're going to hear the judge instruct that a circumstance under which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense against another person is when he provokes the other person to use physical force against him. The defendant must have specifically intended to provoke another into using physical force and then use force to defend himself from the ensuing force that he provoked that person to use against him. You're also going to hear about the initial aggressor. The instruction that with regards to that is another circumstance under which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense against another is when he is the initial aggressor in the encounter with the other person and does not both withdraw from the encounter and effectively communicate his intent to do so before using physical force. He also has a duty to retreat. You're going to be instructed that two conditions must be met. A complete safe retreat is available to him, and he knows he can avoid the necessity of using deadly physical force by making a complete safe retreat. Self-defense cannot be retaliatory. It must be defensive. It's not punitive. It's again, if you look at if you look at everybody's testimony, they would need you to disbelieve everybody's testimony in this case for you to not find that the state has proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. If you looked at Jack Snyder and Tyler Silva, took them out of it and just listened to everybody else who testified, I would submit that there is more than enough evidence to determine that this defendant brought a knife to a house he shouldn't have been at. And he used that knife. He shouldn't have. And after he used it, he went back in and he stabbed McGrath for no good reason. But I would submit that he formed the intent to kill him when he turned to him and lunged at him and stabbed him in the chest. You heard the testimony of the doctors, of the medical examiner. These were not slash wounds. These were puncture wounds, purposeful puncture wounds. The fight lasted about 30 seconds. You heard evidence of that, 17 of which it was video recorded. I know defense counsel wants to point out that McGrath was involved in some of it. Unclear. You're the judges of that. But even if he was, like I said before in my opening remarks, self-defense cannot be retaliatory. Can't come back and say, well, listen, man, you were pushing me into the road. Sorry, I'm going to stab you. You can't do that. I mean, what kind of world do we live in? Yeah, it's not right that there's fistfights. It happens. But, I mean, look, Tyler Da Silva was getting beat up, but he wasn't getting completely demolished. I mean, at some point, they threw him out in the street, and they said, get out of here. It was over. And, Ryan Hines, Faison Teal, Tommy Connor, they came in and they told you what their part was in the whole situation, right? Tommy Connery, I would submit, there's no self-defense claim against him. He was trying to get in there and breaking things up, pushing him away. Why did he deserve to get stabbed? And I would submit Ryan Hines. Yeah, Ryan Hines said, I hit him, punched him a couple times, but that's his fist. It's not a knife. If Ryan Hines had a weapon, it would be a different story. If Faison Teal had a weapon, this would be a different story. If Tommy Connery had a weapon, this would be a different story. And if Jimmy McGrath had a weapon, this would have been a different story. But the bottom line is you can't escalate the fight. And that's exactly what the defendant did. Counsel indicated on his closing argument that Tyler Rich wanted him on the lawn. That's simply not true. And we have evidence of that down at 36 Laurel Glen. They ran down there. They're arguing back and forth. Things are being thrown, but there's no physical altercation. Why would you? Yeah, let's wait and see if they come back. Let's fight on the lawn. I mean, just have the fight down the street. They didn't fight down the street. That's the whole point. They wanted them out of here. Again, the judge is going to instruct you on what specific intent is. And no, there's no time, no particular time necessary, no length of time necessary to form the intent. I know that counsel, did he wake up in the morning? Yeah, I'm going to go kill somebody, stab some kids. Of course not. Of course not. But if that were the case, if we had to prove that somebody woke up in the morning saying, I'm going to go stab people or shoot people or kill people, then we would never be able to prosecute anybody, because that's a tough thing to prove. And that's the point, because it's the conduct at the time that it happens, right? That's how you can infer what his intent was. He created this specific intent when he decided to take out that knife and escalate the fight and stab him. And you heard everybody testify. I think I asked every person that testified that, when you were involved in the fight, did you have a weapon? What did you witness about the fight? Did you see anybody with weapons? Nobody had weapons there. It was a high school fight. A high school fight that the defendant escalated. And the interesting thing is, defense counsel didn't really spend much time on Taylor Capella and Charlie Connery. Those are the two individuals that actually saw the defendant stab McGrath, right? Turn to McGrath and lunge at him. Who was Charlie standing next to? Do you think Charlie wasn't, a lot of these kids, they were kids at the time. Their memories maybe have faded a bit. I don't recall exactly where, Ricky Fiola was at any particular time. I don't recall if I was in the basement, on top of the basement, outside the basement. But the story is the same. The horrific event that is etched in their minds forever is the same. They recall this defendant, who had no right to be there, come back to that house and stab 4 of their friends. This is not about protecting people. They got on the stand. Yeah, we were underage drinking. Yeah, there was a fight. People were punching people, and it wasn't right. Sure. But who were they protecting? Who were they protecting? They just came in here and told their story from their perspective. And does it mean that because one person's perspective as to where they were standing or who they were standing with, and the other person doesn't remember them standing next to that person, does that mean that it's a lie, as the defense would have you believe? I would submit no. Because if you don't recall sitting next to each other a year from now, but you recall me arguing to you and the defense attorney arguing to you, that's all that matters, right? Because it's what you're perceiving here, not really in your periphery necessarily. I mean, you may remember it, but does that matter is the question. Does it matter who was standing next to you at any particular time? And the defense attorney wants you to ask yourself, does a lot of it make sense? And the thing that I would submit to you that doesn't make any sense at all is if you were truly scared of the 10 to 12 to 15 to 20 kids that just rocked the car and threw stuff at the car, if you were panicked, why would you go back and want to confront them? At the end of the day, that makes zero sense. It makes zero sense unless you had some courage in you, and you had some courage in you because you had a weapon. That's the only reason that would make sense. Because he went there, he had the intent to hurt somebody there, especially if the fight got physical. They want you to believe that the knife was the only tool that he could use to survive. I mean, he's not, in the Amazon. This is a high school fight, fist fight. That wouldn't have happened, by the way, if he didn't go back. The only kids seriously injured here were Ryan, Faison, Tommy, and Jimmy. He didn't get seriously injured. You can't bring a weapon to a fist fight. You just can't do it. And to excuse this conduct would be, just wouldn't be right. Self-defense cannot be punitive. It has to be defensive. At the end of the day, that's what this case is about. And that's what they're hanging their hat on. They want you to find self-defense because they can't hide around the fact that the defendant brought a knife to a fist fight. That's in a nutshell, that's what it is. So you have a tough job, absolutely, because you have to look at every element of the charge. Did the state prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? Did we prove the specific intent to cause serious physical injury with a weapon with regards to Hines and Tommy Connery? Did we prove the specific intent to cause physical injury with a weapon for Faison Teal? And did we prove that the defendant had the specific intent to kill Jimmy McGrath and cause his death? I submit to you that if you look at the conduct of the defendant, bringing that knife back, he could have left the knife in the car. He could have not taken the knife from Jack. Think about that. But he didn't do that. He brought the knife with him. If you look at that conduct and you're questioning, well, what was his intent? I mean, you have the Laserbrook fight too. Didn't need to helmet Hines, but he did. He helmeted the kid and then got up there and told you a different story. I think after you look at all the evidence in this case, cold, hard look at the facts, we're confident that you're going to find the defendant guilty of the murder of Jimmy McGrath, assault in the first degree for Ryan Hines, assault in the first degree for Tommy Connery, and assault in the second degree for Faison Teal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, you have heard all the evidence that you are going to hear, and you have heard closing argument. However, you have not heard the court's instructions regarding the law that you are going to apply, the facts that you find in this case. As such, you are not yet at a position to discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, okay? So you do obviously still remain duty bound by the conduct of your juror's oath and the rules of juror conduct. So do not discuss this case with anyone, including your juror. Remember that it's a rule that I've gone over with you day to day. We are going to move into our lunch break. After our lunch break, I'm going to come
back onto the bench, do a few administrative things, and then I am going to have you brought back into the courtroom. And at that time, I will provide those instructions to you, otherwise known as the jury charge. So enjoy your lunch, get a little bit of extra time after lunch. You'll hear the charge. You'll hear from me after the charge, and at some point in time later today, I expect that you will begin your deliberations. However, now is not the time. Okay? Thank you so much. Have a good night.
All right, approach.
Oh, here we go. I'm going to show y'all some of my pictures while we just wait for a few minutes, and then I'm going to go into, but yeah, so this was my house. That was the garage. There's the garage with the boat pushed up in the back. All this wood is my pier. All these rocks is asphalt. I know I had it muted. I'm sorry. All these rocks. This was the asphalt from the driveway, and you see how at the top of the carport, how it's all peeled up. That's the water went above the carport. Yes, this was my house. This was my house. The water went above the carport, pulled up the tin roof on the carport and everything. Yep. Just wiped everything out of my house. There's the bed frames that was left. Yep. See all the asphalt? Oh, I know. It was a weekend vacation. It was just a weekend. Yeah. Yeah, it was just a weekend vacation. See, my pier is all destroyed. My whole pier. This was my little patio thing. It was set up. This is concrete. The water knocked the concrete patio thing down and washed away part of the actual concrete thing that I had. Yeah, it was just total chaos. This is the back side of the garage where the boats were trying to push out the back. My swing was in somebody else's yard. Yeah, it was just a lot. I mean, let's see if I can find the air conditioner. Here's the air conditioner. Like I said, it was still in the wall where we had just put it in, but it was across the street. It was across the street at a restaurant called the Green Parrot that we used to eat at regularly. So yeah. Anyways, that's that. Let's see. Let's look at. There is a trial that's going on, and it's Iowa versus Karena Cooper. It's called the Husband Shot Dead Murder Trial. And day one was yesterday. And lunch break is an hour. So do y'all want to just actually take a break, or you want to listen, Paula? And I'm going to start we'll look at this Karena Cooper. We can start in on that while we're on our break and see what they have to say for openings. And I haven't heard anything about it. I don't know anything about it. So, okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and start this and listen through the lunch break on this. They'll have opening, and we can fast forward through all the breaks and stuff like that. And then when Valle comes back, we will, right, not your style of clock. No. When Raul Valle comes back, then we'll switch back to that. If y'all want to listen, we'll go through listening through the charges. And then when they go to deliberation, we'll go back to this one. If we're good with that, we're good with that. I'm here till you get kicked. Oh, case one. I'm so sorry, love. I'm so sorry, love. Okay, here we go. Let y'all make sure we can hear because I'm not. Okay, there's no sound. Oh, this is horrible sound. Horrible sound. Let's see if it gets better.
Karena told the cops
Okay, here.
ominous text where she says, I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. Ryan was a farmer. I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. No survivors. Something takes him out. But the gods were watching Ryan Cooper at that time, and no semi-accidents happened. You'll see text messages where she says, I can't wait another summer. Can't happen. I can't wait another summer. Folks, you'll see that the day of Ryan's death approached in June. And especially on that morning, Karena Cooper tells Houston Denker in a text that he calls herself his wife. And you'll see some charged sexual messages between them at that point, where he says, very soon I will be sleeping with my hands on your crotch. And I paraphrase that because that's not the word he uses. But you will see those messages. And you can see the sexually charged messages between them at that point, that day, the last day that Ryan Cooper was alive. Now that night, we've talked about the story that you will see that Karena gives the officers. But when the officers find the deleted evidence, they find that those Snapchat messages that night at 3:30 in the morning, remember the 911 call in terms of timeline is 4:33. You'll also hear that before Karena Cooper calls 911, she calls Ryan Cooper's brother, Aaron Cooper. Now you'll hear that at 3:31 in the morning, an hour before the 911 call, the defendant and Houston Denker are talking on Snapchat. Folks, for those of you who don't know what Snapchat is, you'll hear that it's an app. It's an app on your phone that you can use to send messages. And the way it's set up is that the messages disappear or can be said to disappear once the other persons receive them. You have an expert who will take you through the Snapchat conversations. But you'll hear that they are snapping at 3:31 in the morning. And folks, you'll remember that Karena told the cops that she was asleep at that time. She would be asleep at that time. But they're snapping. And that's when that snap of remember those casings, fucking remember those, no ifs and or buts, is sent. 3:32. The day's messages of I love you, she says absolutely, 100% she will remember them. And then Houston Denker sends a text that says, when I leave your house, send me a text. When I leave your house, so that I can open it when I get back. And you'll see why that evidence in Snapchat is trying to determine its location. Now, folks, you'll also hear that earlier that evening, Houston's phone shows that he was driving back and forth from his residence, slightly past Ryan Cooper's residence, and back to his residence. And he didn't do this once, he didn't do this twice, he did this 3 times, where he was driving, passing the residence, coming back to his house, going back and coming back, going back, coming back. Estimating how long it will take for me to move back and forth. Now you hear that these text messages set the plan rolling that night. Houston Denker says in these text messages, I gotta get this shit done. And Karena's, the defendant's response is go. They say, phone's going down. And you'll hear from forensic experts, you'll hear testimony that people know that if you turn off your phone, or if it's not moving, or the movement of your phones can be detected in an investigation. So you'll hear them talk about phones going down. Karena saying, go. An hour later, the man she married will be lying dead in the recliner in the living room. Now, folks, as I said, you'll hear evidence that she said she was asleep until she heard a sound. She described this as a sound. But you'll hear that forensic evidence says that's not true. She wasn't asleep. You'll hear that at 4:13 in the morning, she watched something on her phone. That this just doesn't happen on its own, that it's user manipulated. Someone has to be on the phone for it to use that phone. And that she watched something, a picture, on her phone. That was deleted. You'll hear that at 4:18 a.m. She calls, remember, the evidence will tell you, 4:33. At 4:18, she deleted 2 photos from her phone. Then, folks, you'll hear that at 4:23 to 4:33 a.m., the defendant, Karena Cooper, took 170 steps in her residence. And how do we know this? You'll hear from experts that the phone has an app sometimes, a health app on the phone, that when the user is walking with the phone, it records what you're doing. And that, contrary to her statement that she woke up to some noise, the phone shows that she was walking between 4:23 and 4:33, 170 steps, 393.7 feet in 10 minutes. You'll hear, folks, that that's longer than a football field. Touchdown. Now, I told you, you'll hear that the police tried to see physical evidence that they couldn't find. They couldn't find the gun. They couldn't find the gun that had been used to kill Ryan Cooper in that residence. But Ryan Cooper was dead, 2 bullet holes on his face. And the gun missing. But the police found something that was significant and helpful. Remember those shell casings. No fucking ifs and buts. Remember those shell casings. She forgot to pick one of the shell casings. The evidence will show that the police found one shell casing. Ryan Cooper was shot by 22. Size of the shell casing. Police found that. Police dig into their lives, they find that they get statements of the threats that she'd made to Ryan. They find that the defendant, Karena Cooper, was in financial trouble. She didn't have any money. You'll hear evidence from someone from the bank who used to work with her. And you'll hear that he will be nagging Karena to make sure that she was not overdrafted. There'll be numerous text messages that you will see that in the days and the months leading up to Ryan's death, this man will text Karena and say, please, you're overdrafted again, put in some money. And she will give an excuse after another excuse after another excuse. You are overdrafted. Please put in $200, $300, something. You're on the overdraft list again. Now, talked about the timeline. We talked about the evidence you'll see in regards to the timeline that the police are told that this is what happened. And I told you that the story was full of holes. And some of those you'll hear from the blood. You'll hear that the blood in the scene tells a story. The blood was not consistent with the story that the Karena was trying to sell to the cops. What did the blood show? That almost every officer came in. Two officers will come in. The first officer is there at 4:42 in the morning. So 4:33 she calls. Aaron Cooper is the first person, that's Brian's brother, first person to arrive. Because remember, she calls Aaron before she calls 911. She's found a brother, Aaron's brother, bleeding on the recliner, and instead of calling 911, she calls Aaron first. Aaron arrives. You'll hear from the timeline, from the evidence, that he arrives around 4:39 in the morning. Aaron will tell you that the blood did not appear red, like bright red, like just blood that just came out immediately. It appeared darker. It's been out for a while. First officer, Deputy Fengman, will tell you that his first observation is the blood was coagulating. It was drying. From his experience, that the blood had been spilling for a longer time. You'll hear from a blood reconstruction expert who will talk to you more about how blood spatter and how blood behaves when it comes out of a human body. And folks, some of you have common sense, some of you have hunted. You'll see that evidence, part of the instructions that Judge Larson will give you is to apply your common sense, believability, credibility in this case to reach a verdict. Now, talked about finances, you'll hear from a medical examiner, the pathologist, she'll tell you that Ryan Cooper was shot at close range, within 3 or 4 feet. That there was stippling. But she'll tell you what that means, that there was stippling on his face. That means that the gun that shot him was close enough. Someone comfortable enough to be close enough to him, sleeping on the recliner, shooting him on his face. Now you'll hear that Ryan used to sleep on the recliner in the living room, by a living room door. Right by the door. We talked about the evidence will tell you there was no sign of forced entry in this house. Now, you'll hear evidence, and we've talked about this, but you'll hear evidence of the cover-up, which is part of that would be the Snapchat messages. You'll hear evidence of the attempted cover-up. And you'll hear that there were evidence of searches, numerous searches on Houston Denker's phone. You'll hear that Houston Denker and Karena have been talking about replacing her husband, Ryan Cooper, as the father to their children. They have 3 children, Cade, Cable, and Cortland. You'll hear that there were conversations of him being the dad, and that she will refer to Ryan as just the sperm donor. You'll hear that Houston Denker was gearing up for this role of the dad and even looking up for Father's Day 2021. Now you'll hear that Houston Denker had a lot of searches that the officers were able to retrieve from his phone. Some of them were
I forgot I could fast forward. Hold up just a second. Let's see. I forgot I could fast forward. Hold up just a second. Let's see. I forgot I could fast forward. Hold up just a second.
with the court's permission, may I proceed? Thank you. You'll hear evidence that Houston Denker made incriminating searches on his phone. Lots of incriminating searches. Some appear to have been made way before Ryan Cooper's death, and some were made the day of Ryan Cooper's death, and the following days and weeks after Ryan Cooper's execution. You'll hear that these searches were incriminating. You'll hear that the defendant deleted her search history. You will hear that a day or so after she helped with the execution of her husband, that she deleted. She logged into a Snapchat account through another means and deleted it because her phone had been seized by the cops, and deleted her account, hoping that there will be no trace found. Now, we talked about this, the gun, the smoking gun. The smoking gun that was not found at the scene. The smoking gun that we know the size of the caliber weapon that it was, because they found that shell casing, one of those shell casings. That smoking gun could not stay hidden forever. Sometimes later, a friend of Houston Denker's, colleague, someone that he used to work with briefly, pops up to the cops and says, Houston Denker gave me some guns to keep for him. Can you take them? And lo and behold, of course, they test these guns. You'll hear the gun expert who will come and talk to you from the DCI crime lab in Ankeny. And that expert will tell you that when they tested these guns, they found the gun that had been used to murder Ryan Cooper as he slept on his recliner. That one of the guns that was given to this friend of Houston Denker was the firearm that was used to kill Ryan Cooper. Now, folks, at the end of this trial, you will receive instructions from the court. You will receive instructions that, as we discussed during jury selection, talks about the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Overruled, you can continue.
Receive evidence that talk of the burden that you need to apply to this case. Those facts that you've heard, those facts that you will hear as testimony by witnesses who will take that seat and talk to you in this courtroom, you will see exhibits and any stipulations between the parties, which are agreements between the parties, that you will have to go back with you to apply those facts to the law given to you by the judge in this particular case. The evidence, you will see, it will show that Karena Cooper was not just an unfaithful wife. She was not just a wife who wanted The text message will show you to leave Trail, Iowa for a better life in a sunnier place with a younger man. The evidence will show you that she was not just dishonest, but that she was manipulative, that she is a co-conspirator. You will get an instruction to apply on aiding and abetting. That she aided, that she abetted, that this crime from the evidence that you'll see that Ryan Cooper dies by her involvement absolutely 100%, like she said. She was in this absolutely 100%. You'll see that she's a planner. The evidence will show that she is a murderer. And for that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will ask you at the end of this trial to hold Karena Sue Cooper accountable for planning and carrying out her husband's murder hand in hand with her lover. We will ask you to look at the evidence, the text, the blood, and apply common sense. We submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty, and we will ask you to return that verdict. Thank you very much.
Ms. Watt?
Houston Danker. Houston Danker. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Houston Danker shot Ryan Cooper in the face. Houston Danker solicited Karena. Houston Danker manipulated Karena. Houston Danker lured Karena. Houston Danker had Karena living in a dream world. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. You're gonna see some Snapchats. You're gonna see some pictures. You're gonna see conversations about IVF. Dream world. IVF, she's got her tubes tied. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Karena Cooper was in a dream world, and it became real, and then she was in too deep. She did not want her husband dead. She did not want his life insurance money. You'll see, you'll hear, the money's still there in trust for her children. Nobody rode off into the sunset to the mountains. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Please, as you hear the evidence in this case, keep an open mind. Don't rush to judgment. And at the end, we'll ask that you find her not guilty.
Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
We are, Your Honor. Before we call our first witness, Your Honor, we will, by stipulation of the parties, we will move to admit 2 911 calls, and those will be what will be submitted into evidence again by agreement of the parties as State Exhibit 100 and State Exhibit 101.
And Ms. Watt, let me just confirm, is that indeed a stipulation?
Yes, sir.
All right, then at this time, by agreement, States Exhibits 100 and 101 are admitted. Are you wanting to publish these?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see if we can make this happen. Let's see. All right. So just for the record, are you playing 101 first?
That is, for the record, the state will be playing State Exhibit 101 first. The State Exhibit 100 will be played by another witness.
All right.
somebody's here. My kids are here. Can't lock the door. Lock the bedroom. Ma'am. My brother's here. My brother's here. Yelling everywhere. Hello? Ma'am? Can you come out? Ma'am? What's going on? Let me try to get
Judge, are all the speakers working okay? I'm sorry. The speakers in the courtroom.
Yeah,
The state will call its first witness if the court is ready.
the court is ready.
State calls Deputy Kyle Fengman to the stand.
You'll be giving these proceedings will be the truth.
I do.
All right. And sir, for the record, can you please give me your first name and last name and spell them?
First name's Kyle, Kyle. Last name is Fangman, F as in Frank, Angman.
All right. You may proceed.
Mr. Fengman, I'm going to ask you to speak up.
Okay.
Now, you've stated your first and last name for the jury, correct?
Correct.
How are you employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Tama County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Tama County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff?
I've been with Tama since December 2019.
Can you tell the jury briefly about your education, your training, and your experience to be in the position that you are?
As a law enforcement officer with Boone County in September of 2009. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in December of 2009 and was employed with Boone County until coming to Tama in December of 2019.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Iowa?
I am.
As a deputy sheriff or as a law enforcement officer, what have been some of your duties or responsibilities in those years that you've worked in this field?
I've been assigned to patrol, so I'm a day-to-day patrol deputy, so responding to 911 calls, traffic accidents, traffic enforcement.
Fair to say that you've responded to multiple calls or multiple instances where people need some form of aid in one way or another?
Yes.
On the morning of June 18th, 2021, were you on duty?
Yes.
At some point in the early hours of that morning, were you dispatched to an address on K Avenue in Traer, Iowa?
I was.
Can you tell the jury what address you were dispatched to?
It was in the 1800 block of K Avenue, it was just north of Highway 63.
So is it fair to say 1846 K Avenue,
Correct.
Trail, Iowa?
Yes.
Now, around what time were you dispatched to this address?
It was approximately 4:39 in the morning.
And can you just, for the benefit of this jury being from a different county, from Tama, can you just orient them to what highway, what we're talking about, where this residence is, in proximity to the highway or roadway?
So when I was dispatched, I was in the city limits of Traer, and I went south out of Traer on Highway 63, continued on 63 until the intersection of K and Highway 63. It took me about 3 minutes to arrive on scene.
So when you were dispatched, was another deputy also dispatched with you?
Yes, I was working with Deputy Foster at that time, and he was dispatched as well.
What information did you have or receive prior to arrival to this residence?
Dispatch struggled to get a lot of information to me because of the screaming on the 911 call. It was loud enough you could actually hear it while they were dispatching me through their radios. It sounded like someone had been shot, and there was a lot of blood. They received a second call from a male caller that said he was called to that residence as well.
So as you're driving over or as you're leaving, you can hear the communication or the communication from your radio as you're driving over?
Correct.
And what you hear is just a screaming or some crying female?
Yeah, it's fairly unusual to hear the actual caller in the background. Usually their headsets cancel it out, but not in this case.
You said you took about 3 minutes to get there.
Correct.
And what direction were you driving to get there again?
I left Traer south, and then that road curves instantly and goes west.
It was early hours in the morning. Did you, as you drive there, do you see any vehicle or anything that appears suspicious, either speeding away from this residence?
Not that I recall.
Now, just for the sake of timeline, do you recall the time that you arrived at the residence?
It was approximately 4:42 in the morning.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may. Counsel, these haven't been admitted yet, have they? So,
No, they're demonstrations.
you may. Another chair to maybe to the left of Mr. Ringel somehow, if you want to be able to see.
Proceed.
Whenever you're ready.
Agreement of the parties, we're going to move to admit the one on the extreme left from where I'm sitting, is 310, 311, and 312 state exhibits.
Is that correct? That's correct.
All right, then, State's Exhibits
310.
310, 11, and 12 are now admitted.
So are you able to see what's been marked on my far left as 310, middle 311, and the far right as 312?
I can see 310 and 11, fine 12. I can see the majority of it.
Now, when looking at 310 and 311, can you help the jury understand what 310 and 311 that they're seeing, the first two, what that would be?
Yep, those are aerial photographs I took with a drone. The one on the far left is of the home and two outbuildings that sit north of the home. The one in the middle is a full overview of the acreage. On the left is Highway 63, and that's running east-west. The road at the bottom of the photo is K Avenue that runs north-south. And then the house is the far left. The two buildings on the right were there at the time of this incident. The large building, kind of right in the middle, was not there at the time this incident happened. Sitting there was building supplies, I assume, to build that building.
Now, when you pull in the driveway, can you describe to the jury what you see?
There was at least two trucks sitting in the driveway. The one furthest away from the house was running with the flashers on. I parked kind of behind that one.
Did you later determine whose truck that was?
I didn't at the time, no.
Okay. Now, there's two trucks. So do you remember the color of the trucks?
The one closest to where I parked was white. I believe there was a red one in front of that.
Okay. So the white one was the one that appeared to be either running with the flashers on or had its flashers or hazard signs on.
Yep, it definitely had the flashers on. I believe it was running, but I'm not entirely sure.
How do you enter this residence?
When I walked up, you can see the garage doors are on the north side, and there was a walk-through door there that I assume just went to the garage, so I tried to the next door to the south that opened into the kitchen.
So you entered through a kitchen door?
Yeah, it opened to like a small landing, and then the kitchen was to the right when you stepped in.
What do you see once you enter this kitchen door?
There's a male that met me at the end of the kitchen that he informed me his brother was dead, and then we walked through the rest of the house to where Ryan was.
Okay. So you see someone who you identify as a male,
Yes,
and he tells you that his brother is dead.
yes.
Do you see this male? Is he dressed? What's his condition?
He's sitting upright in a recliner.
You know, before you go to the dead party, the guy who tells you that his brother is dead, can you describe him briefly?
He's white male. He's wearing like pajama style pants. He was shirtless.
Did you later identify who this was?
Yeah, I recognized him as Aaron Cooper.
So you knew Aaron Cooper?
Yeah, through his time in the Sheriff Fire Department.
So Aaron Cooper was a firefighter?
Yes.
So when you talk to Aaron Cooper, he tells you his brother is dead. What do you do next?
As I entered the kitchen, I could hear a female screaming from the other end of the house, and that ended up being the living room where Ryan was, and she was laying on top of him in the chair.
So the female screaming was laying on top of someone on the chair?
Yes.
Tell us more what you see. Give the jury an understanding of who she's laying on top of.
She was laying on top of Ryan. When she got up off him, I could see that she was covered in blood. I tried asking her what was going on. She was just screaming that she needed an ambulance. And then I had Ryan remove her from the room so I could actually see what was going on.
So did you mean to say Aaron?
Or yeah, sorry, Aaron.
Okay. So you see the female, she is sitting on top of Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
Does Ryan Cooper appear to be dead or alive?
Yes, he appeared to be deceased.
And you talked about observing this female. You said she was covered in blood.
Yes,
Did you identify who this female was?
it was Karena Cooper.
That person that you saw covered in blood sitting on top of Ryan Cooper, who you identified as Karena Cooper, is that person in this courtroom today?
She is.
Can you identify that person by an item of her clothing where she's sitting?
Yep, she's sitting on the defense side with a gray like sweater on with a black undershirt.
Your Honor, we'll ask the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
She was sitting, what you said, she was sitting on Ryan Cooper. Was she laying on him? Like, can you describe what you're seeing?
She was just kind of laying against him. She was sitting on his lap. She had her face like against his chest, and she's just kind of like curled up there, I guess, laying on her side.
Rubbing her face in him at that point?
Correct.
As you make these observations, do you observe that there are also children in this house or in this room?
Yes, there were 3 children in the house. As we left the kitchen and walked towards the living room, there's a bedroom on the right, and there was at least 2 of them that were standing in the doorway there. And then as I walked past, they followed us out.
Were you able to identify these children?
They were the children of Ryan and Karena.
Do you know their names? Were you able to find their names at some point?
I did. I don't recall what they are because in my reports, everything's by their initial.
Fair enough to say this is a very chaotic scene as you find it at that time?
Yes.
And is it fair to say because she is still crying and wailing?
Yeah, it was hard to get any information from anybody with her in there screaming.
Does she tell you anything? What happened? Does she tell you what's going on?
If I recall, all she said was she was just wondering where the ambulance was and they needed help.
What was Aaron Cooper able to tell you?
After Aaron took her out of the room.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I believe presence, impression, and excited utterances will cover that at that point.
Counsel on approach.
So, Mr. Hawbaker, my understanding is that the objection is withdrawn. Is that correct?
That's fine, Your Honor, yes.
All right.
Do you remember the question?
You're asking the information I got from Aaron?
Yeah.
So after Aaron took Karena outside, he came back in and he had told me he had gotten a series of calls from Karena just a few minutes before I was dispatched that there was someone in the house, someone that Ryan had been shot, but he said it was mostly just screaming as well.
So the information that he received from Karena was mostly screaming and that there was someone in the house.
Correct.
Now, let's talk then about at that time, what are your duties? Are you trying to determine what had just occurred?
Yes.
So what do you do next?
I began looking at Ryan, trying to determine if it was something medical related, if it could have been gunshots, basically trying to determine what actually happened.
So let's talk about your observations then at that point. Karena, the defendant has left, you've taken her out of Ryan. Did that take some time to just even get her off Ryan?
Yeah, just a few seconds.
Okay. Do you make an observation of Ryan Cooper?
Yep, I saw injuries to the left side of his face, in front of his ear on like the cheekbone. There's a indentation, and then in front of that there was 2 small holes, and then there's blood.
So you see a lot of blood?
Yes.
Do you see blood also on the floor?
Yeah, there's a large pool of blood on it'd be his left side of the recliner. There's blood all over the front of his shirt, coming out of his nose, his ears.
Let's talk about that. Was there something about the blood that appeared of note to you?
In the large pool to the left of the chair, I noticed that there was swipes taken out of it, like someone could have stepped in it or slid in it, and then it appeared that it was coagulating.
Can you tell the jury what that word coagulating would mean to you?
Coagulating is clotting.
Like clotting?
Yes.
As an officer, as a deputy, you've worked in cases, as you tell the jury, that where you respond to accidents or scenes of violence where there is blood, correct?
Correct.
Based on that experience, you can tell blood that appears to be clotting.
Yes.
Did you observe what is referred to as blood spatter in that living room?
Yes, on the east wall of the living room, there's blood splatter on that wall, on the door, and then the wall behind the recliner, there was blood splatter as well.
Now, you talked about what appeared to be signs of movement or disturbance of the blood by something like a swipe on the blood.
Correct.
At that point, are you concerned that there might be a firearm in the scene that you need to either secure or find?
Yes.
Do you see any firearm around Brian Cooper that time?
No.
Was that something you're looking for?
Yes.
Do you find a firearm at the scene?
Yes.
Or in the house?
Yep. Initially, I found being a 9mm Smith & Wesson shield. It was sitting on, I don't know if it was like a buffet type table or just an end table in the hallway between where the bedroom and the bathroom is.
And when you find this Smith & Wesson 9mm, what do you do with it?
I cleared it and left it sit where it was. It was photographed, and then later it was placed in my patrol car.
Did the weapon that you found have any ammunition in its?
Yes, there was 1 in the chamber. There was 6 in the magazine, and the magazine held 7.
Were you able to determine who this weapon belonged to?
I later found out it belonged to Aaron.
So that time you don't know, but you later find out that it belonged to Aaron Cooper?
Correct.
And did you find out that he brought it with him based on the phone call that he'd received?
Correct.
Were there other firearms found in the house?
Deputy Foster and I found one later. It was in a bedroom safe.
Can you tell us what firearm we found at the bedroom safe?
It was an LC 380.
Okay, and those are the type of the firearm?
Yeah, that's the model of the firearm. I believe it's a Ruger.
A Ruger handgun?
Yes.
Did you find out who this firearm belonged to?
That was Karena claimed that one.
So Karena told you that in a bedroom, the 380 will be a firearm that belonged to her.
She told Deputy Foster that there was a firearm in the safe.
When was there any other firearm that you found?
No.
Was there a firearm found in Brian's truck, or was that a different officer found that?
That was found later on in the day with a search warrant, I believe.
Okay. So later on in the day, you do find a firearm in Brian Cooper's truck.
I don't believe I found it, but I know there was one found there.
Back to the recliner where Brian Cooper lies dead. Did you search around, or did one of the officers search around to see if there was a firearm?
If there's what?
If there was a firearm.
Yes.
Was there any firearm found on the recliner or around Brian Cooper?
No.
As you're making your observations in the house and where Brian Cooper has been shot dead, do you see any observations of bullet holes or any signs of broken entry around that part?
No.
You talked about the children in this house, correct?
Yes.
At some point, and you talked about them being present in this place with this excitement and what had just happened, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you're talking to the children, they have to be shepherded out of the living room where the dad lies dead and to a different room, correct?
Correct. When I saw that 2 had followed us into the room, I asked them to go back into the bedroom and shut the door. And
do you remember what they were trying to tell their mother as she's screaming?
say that again?
Do you remember what they were trying to tell their mother as she's screaming? Sustained. Tell the jury the demeanor of these children. In other words, did they appear upset, trying to console their mother?
Yeah, I believe it was the oldest one. I think was crying, and I know he was talking to somebody, but I don't know who it was or what he was telling them.
And if I told you the oldest one's name is Cade, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did you talk to Cade and ask him what happened?
Yeah, after Aaron removed him from the house, they were sitting in Aaron's truck, and I talked to him then.
What did he tell you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
May I respond? You may. Excited utterance, present impression.
You want to approach?
So do you want me to repeat the question or you recall the question?
Nope, I recall it. Kate informed me that he was sleeping upstairs at the time of the incident. He remembers hearing footsteps and a thud, but couldn't recall if there was an actual gunshot that he heard or not.
Did he tell you that his sleeping arrangements had been changed days prior to the killing of Ryan Cooper?
That's sustained.
Did he tell you what he did as he ran downstairs and what happened in regards to when he saw his dad?
Overruled.
He said he went over to where his dad was and he slipped in the blood.
So he told you that he slipped in his dad's blood?
Correct.
As you're walking the scene, you talked about another deputy coming. Did that deputy arrive as you're there at the scene?
Yeah, I believe he arrived 4 minutes after I was on scene.
And just to remind the jury, what was the name of that deputy?
Deputy Travis Foster.
Talked about Ryan Cooper dead on a recliner. Can you give the jury an orientation? Was there a door close to him where his recliner was?
Yeah, there's a door just to the left of where the chair was.
A living room door?
Yes,
Did that door appear closed to you when you looked at it?
it was closed.
That door was closed.
Correct.
So the recliner door is just very close to the living room door, and that door was closed when you got there.
Correct.
Let's talk about some actions that you took when you have other officers and other people responding to help Ryan Cooper. Do you collect phones at the scene?
I did.
What phones did you collect?
I collected Karina's phone and Ryan's phone.
Okay, so you collected the defendant's phone and Ryan Cooper's phone.
Correct.
When you found the defendant's phone, was there something of note that you observed with the phone?
It was sitting on the right arm of the recliner. When I picked it up, there was messages coming through that popped up on the home screen. There are people offering their condolences.
So by the time you're picking the phone has messages of condolences.
Correct.
When you are looking at the phone, do you notice whether its flashlight up on the flashlight is on the phone?
The flash. Did I just hear an echo or did someone object? Something weird popped up. Nothing? Okay. The phone was down, so the flashlight was against the chair and the flashlight was on.
So it appeared that someone had turned the flashlight on.
Correct.
Fair enough to say the room that you're in was a fairly darker living room.
Yes, it was dark.
And you said it kept chiming with messages of condolences.
Correct.
Now, did you take any photographs at the scene?
I did.
Mr. Kodiak, before we get to these, I think we're going to take a recess. So we're going to take, ladies and gentlemen, got 10:46 on my watch. That clock's a little fast, but we're going to take a 15-minute recess. I would remind you of the admonition that I gave you yesterday, and we'll have you back and get started in about approximately 15 minutes.
Your job as an officer, do you normally have a department-issued body camera that records your interactions with people or when you go to a scene of a crime?
A body camera?
Yeah.
Yes,
Were you having a body camera on that day?
I did.
And did it document your interaction at this scene on that particular day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 104 through 115 for the purposes of identification. So have you had a chance to look at State Exhibit 104 through 115?
I have.
Does 104 through 115 accurately depict observations or pictures that you would have taken either stills from your body cam or pictures that you took on that particular night.
Yeah, they're all pictures I took except a couple of these Deputy Foster took.
But the ones that Deputy Foster took, do they fair and accurately depict the scene as you saw it that early morning?
Yes.
This point will move to admit 104 through 115 into evidence.
Mr. Rob Baker, if you want to come on up, I'll hand them to you. Yep. All right, with no objection, State's Exhibits 104 through 115 are admitted.
We'll move at this point to publish 104 through 115 to the jury.
All right, I think I can. They've moved to this TV screen rather than the big, so I don't know. You may. I don't know. Let's try. I haven't touched anything that would turn that on or off. So let's go off the record here for a second. I think we've got the. All right, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you. State Exhibit 104. Can you describe to the jury what you're saying in State Exhibit 104?
That's a picture of Ryan sitting in the recliner.
Is that the recliner that you found the defendant on top of him when you arrived?
Correct.
What do we see behind him? Is that the door? There's a door with the glass middle of it. Is that the door that you said you observed that was closed?
Correct.
And that's what you'll describe as the living room door?
Correct.
Let's go to State Exhibit 105. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in 105?
Yeah, it's just a picture of the right side of Ryan's face and upper shoulder and chest area.
You talked about the nature of the blood that you observed when you got to Ryan. Can you describe what we're seeing in terms of that?
The shirt is covered in blood. The darker parts are all staining from where the blood had soaked to.
You described this blood that was on him at some point in his shoulders as appearing to be chunky.
Correct.
And based on your time of arrival, this would have been shortly after 4:42 in the morning.
Correct.
What we're seeing is what you'll describe as the right side of his face.
Correct.
Did you see anything that appeared to be injuries on his right side of the face?
No, just the blood out of the nose on that side.
Nature of the blood that was coming or that you're observing, was it confusing to you in the sense of his whole face appeared to be covered in blood?
There was quite a bit of blood, yes.
So even on the left side of his face, which didn't appear to have any injuries or any wounds, there appeared to be blood that was smeared on the left side of his face.
Right side?
On the right side of his face, sorry.
Yes, right side.
Correct. Is that fair?
Correct.
Showing you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 106.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in 106?
That's showing the large pool of blood that was on the floor. And then the center of it, you can see the line kind of right through the middle of it is where it was smeared from someone stepping in it.
So you see what appears to be a smear in this pool of blood, and what also called on the far front of the picture, fair to say you see something that appears to be like footprints?
Yep, bare footprints.
You describe the blood. Is this part of the blood that you're observing that appeared also to be coagulating
Yes,
or coagulated?
correct.
Showing you 107. Can you walk the jury through what we see in 107?
This is the left side of the chair. You can see the blood has run down the side of the recliner, and it's documenting the injuries that are on the left side of the face.
So we see blood on the recliner that seems to pull and go down on the left side of the recliner.
Correct.
And for us to zoom it, can you see that better?
Yes,
Are those later what you determined appeared to be what would be bullet or gunshots on his face?
correct.
So at some point in your investigation, you later determined that.
Correct.
But that's when you testified earlier that that's the side of his face, this is the left side of his face that has appeared to be injured.
Correct.
Showing you what has been admitted as State Exhibit 108. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing?
Yes, that's the handgun that I found when I first entered the house. That's the Smith & Wesson 9mm.
This is the gun that you determined later that belonged to Aaron Cooper, Ryan Cooper's brother.
Correct.
Showing you what's been admitted as 109. And I could zoom it up for you. Can you tell the jury why you took this picture or why one of your officers took this picture?
That picture showing blood that was on that wall.
And is that part of your testimony that there appeared to be what's called blood spatter?
Correct.
It's been admitted as 110. Can you tell the jury what we see with 110?
Yes, that's the east wall of the living room, the door, the light switch, and then there's blood splatter on that wall as well.
Can you describe where you see the blood spatter for the jury?
It's the dots that are, there's one right on the light switch panel, and then there's a couple more between the window and the light switch, and I believe there's some below the light switch panel as well.
Is there blood on the floor?
There is, where the floor grate is, that all that coloring there is blood.
And are there some blood that you can see or traces of blood that you can see on this door that leads into or out of the living room?
Correct.
Fair enough to say that 111 is another picture of a trace of blood on the wall?
Correct.
Can you tell us what you're seeing as you take 112?
That was after Ryan was moved to the floor, more blood ran out of the wounds, so photos were taken of that to document it.
Can you tell us what you observe on the nature of the wounds in terms of size or from your training and experience as an officer who's fired weapons before? What do you see?
It's not a very large caliber. It'd be about the size of what like a pencil would be, give or take.
So a small caliber rifle or firearm was used to make those injuries?
Correct.
And you see what appears to be what you describe as entrance wounds?
Yes.
2 of them?
Yes.
Do you observe anything that appears to be exit wounds on Ryan Cooper's face?
No.
Fair enough to say 113 would be a different orientation of the same picture we've seen.
Correct.
Now, as you take it, his mustache, is blood flowing all over that part of his body.
Yes.
You did not observe any wounds or injuries on that part at that point.
Just around where the bullet wounds are.
And as you describe, the nature of this blood, again, if you look at his collar, is it drying or coagulating?
It's coagulating.
What do you see on 115?
That's a end table that's below the window that's on the east wall of the living room.
So below the window, closer to the door?
Yes.
What do we see there?
There's blood on the floor, and then there's looks like blood had run down the side of that table.
Again, the nature of the blood at this point is coagulated.
Correct.
Judge, if I may just have that up a little bit. If
I'm
I
sorry.
may have the TV on. When you look at 104, if you may have the lights dimmed, please. You talked about collecting a phone that had the flashlight on that belonged to Karena Cooper.
Yeah.
Are we able to see that on 104?
Yeah, it's the light that's on the right arm by like where his elbow's at.
So that's the phone that you collected that you said was receiving messages and had a flashlight on.
Correct.
And you determined that that phone belonged to Karena Cooper.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Now, all this evidence that you collected, was there other law enforcement bodies that you invited or was invited in this investigation?
Repeat that.
Were there other law enforcement departments or bodies that were invited into this investigation?
Yes, we contacted the Sheriff Casera, Tama County. Our detectives were contacted, and we ended up contacting the DCI through the state.
Why was the DCI contacted?
It's just it's the state branch of the investigations.
Or was that to give you extra help because the nature of the investigation required more expertise and other people on the scene?
Correct.
Fair to say Tama County Sheriff's Office is not a very big department?
Correct.
Now, you talked about taking what's referred to as a body cam that you had in this investigation, correct?
Yeah.
You had a chance to look at your body camera before you came to testify in this courtroom?
I did.
Fair and accurate that what it depicts in that body camera is what happened as you recorded that day?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, we're going to move to admit State Exhibit 102.
I'm sorry, 102?
Yes.
Any objection to admission of State's Exhibit 102?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 102 is admitted.
And we'll move to publish 102 with the permission of the court.
You may, and get that set up. Hold on. Just gotta get it. Camera must shut off if you're not used. It's not used regularly. That one. Off if you want. I mean, this keeps shutting on and off. I think we're gonna be better off if we move the TV a little bit closer and publish that way rather than worrying about to move things along, worrying about that large screen, maybe over the lunch hour. Any point. Can you see that okay? All right, I'm getting head nods from everybody, so whenever you're ready.
Watch your ears, everybody, because I don't know how loud this can be.
Just for the jury's sake, is that you approaching, and those are the two vehicles that you described as you approach this residence?
Correct. What's going on? Were you here when this happened? Come talk to me. They're on their way.
We talked about the children that were here. Are those the children that you observed?
Yes.
Were you able to determine their ages?
Yes, the oldest was born in 2010, the middle one was 2012, and the youngest was 2016. Ma'am, what happened?
When you're talking to her, you're asking, is that you asking what happened?
Yes.
And her response is, I don't know, I don't know.
Correct.
At that point, does she know that you're an officer, you're dressed in your department-issued uniform, and you're appearing as a deputy sheriff?
Yes.
So when she's saying, I don't know, she knows you're an officer.
Yes, I was in uniform.
We can see the presence of a dog.
Yes.
Are you able to observe the dog?
Yes, it was laying on the floor when I first walked in.
Do you know what type of dog it was?
I'm not sure. It might have been a Rottweiler. They're coming. Can you stay in here for me, boys? Yep, that's perfectly fine.
If you find it, shoot him in the head.
If I find who?
The person who did it.
Okay. Yes.
The one who you believe was born in 2010.
Correct.
If it tells you if you find him, shoot him in the head.
Yes.
Members like
What are you doing at that point, sir?
I was clearing the weapon.
Is that the weapon you've testified that you found that was on that?
Correct.
And you're clearing it because at that time you don't know if it's the weapon that's been used.
Correct. Yep. Can you boys shut the door for me? Can you hang in there? I'll be right back with you, okay?
you guys have like security to watch.
Yep. County 10. So 1079 is 7 headed this way as well.
Yes, they're almost to your location now.
10-4. I haven't really been able to get any info from anybody on scene here.
County Direct, I was able to get the name of the subject, and also the name of your reporting party's parent, and she's a firefighter for that area, so it's on your best bet.
The point you're making observations, you're talking to someone, can you just tell the jury who you're talking to?
It's Tama County Dispatch.
Okay, so you are reporting, you're there on the scene, and well, trying to tell them or relay what you're observing or what's going on, correct?
Correct.
County Direct, 446.
County 10. Can you get a hold of me as well, please?
County Direct, we know the circumstance.
Gunshot.
You kind of shined your light and you've walked through the rooms. Is that fair enough to say your testimony as you enter the kitchen? It's a mudroom. There's a kitchen, right?
Correct.
And then can you just describe the jury where the bedroom is? To get to Ryan Cooper, how would someone need to move to get there?
I came through that door I did, through the kitchen. It opened into like that dining room-ish area. And then it turned into kind of a little hallway. To the left was a bathroom, to the right was bedrooms, and then you entered through into the living room.
Now, pause this video. Does the defendant give you any information over what really happened?
No, not to me.
Play another part of your video.
Leave that there. Come outside. Can I talk with you? Yes, that's Deputy Foster.
And that's Aaron Cooper without the shotgun, as you testified before.
Correct.
I need you to come outside.
I don't know where your spot is. You said your brother. Did she call you, or how did you?
She called me like that.
What's that?
She called me like that.
She called you like that?
Just somebody's in my house.
Just a minute, buddy. She called you hysterical that he's been...
Somebody's in my house.
Somebody's in your house? Or in the house?
Somebody's in the house got hysterical.
Okay. How long did you get here before I did? Okay.
She called at 4:30.
Okay.
Then they hung up. Then I tried to call back. Got her back. Got the same thing from her. And
okay.
You live right down 2 miles, a mile down the road.
Okay.
Fair enough to say from what we saw there is, if you might turn on the lights. Deputy, fair enough from what we saw there, you talked to Aaron Cooper.
Yes.
You're getting a timeline.
Yes.
Which is important in your investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you understand from Aaron Cooper that Karena called him at 4:30 a.m.
Correct.
And we talked about the house. Next part of your testimony, we're gonna talk about it with the assistance of the next exhibit. Your Honor, by agreement of the parties. Agreement of the parties, the state will move to exhibit 313.
Any objection to 313, Mr. Hawbaker?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 313 is admitted.
We're gonna move to establish 313.
.315, did you say? Right. You may. Kind of already has, but.
So I'm going to ask you to step down and assist the jury. Your testimony, the permission of the court.
Yeah, why don't we turn on that microphone there? There we go.
Please use the mic so that we can hear you well, but can you tell the jury as you approach again the door that you enter and how this house is oriented so that they can have an understanding of where you found and what you did?
Okay. I approached up the driveway. This is the first door I passed. I saw that it probably went just to the garage, so I continued on to the front door here.
If you can be a little loud. So the garage door, does it only go to the garage?
I don't know if there's another, I assume since it's attached, it probably opens up to the house, but I just saw there was a garage, so I moved on to the next door.
Okay. So what door do you use to enter?
I went in this main front door, took a right to enter the kitchen, is where I met Aaron. And then he led me through this hallway where there's a bathroom on the right. And then bedroom 1 is where I told the kids to go into after I talked with them. And then we entered the living room.
So bedroom 1 would be the bigger bedroom, fair to say?
Yes.
And when you enter the living room, where we see that it's labeled Ryan Cooper, that's a recliner that Ryan Cooper was found executed on.
Yes.
There's concrete stairs. Is that the door that you've testified to that there was some blood spattered on that door?
Yes.
Thank you. You can stay. Have you investigated cases involving break-ins?
Yes.
As you're looking into this house, when you walk in, when you're making your observations, Did you notice any signs of forced entry?
No.
What were you looking for?
Damage to the doors, damage to windows.
Did you notice any sign of an intruder in the house?
No.
Was any furniture in the room in a state of disarray or in a state of like an intruder was in trying to burglarize the house?
No.
The door, you've talked about that door in the living room next to Ryan Cooper. Did you notice any signs of a forced entry on that door?
No.
Did the windows appear to have been broken into by an intruder, or they all appear to be intact as they are meant to be?
I believe they're all intact.
At some point in the process, is Ryan Cooper's body moved to the floor?
Yes.
What was the reason for that being done?
After EMS arrived, they were discussing it more as a potential medical issue than gunshots. So we moved him just to verify if there was a firearm that had slid beside him or underneath him. Or
Fair to say, because of the coagulated blood, it was hard for you first to initially find if it was a gunshot or not, correct?
correct.
And EMS, everyone was confused because of the nature of the blood.
They were confused by something. I don't know if it was the blood or if swelling or something changed that it looked different than when I first got there, I think.
So we moved him to the floor to be able to access.
Objection, Your Honor.
You may. Good, yeah, don't forget to turn your microphone on. Yeah, and you may resume.
I'll move on to the next question.
You may.
We saw your video as you approach the scene, as you arrive at the scene, and as you see Karena Cooper on top of Ryan. When you saw her on top of Ryan Cooper, was she rendering any aid to Ryan Cooper?
No,
Was she attempting CPR?
no,
You see any behavior from her, like checking his pulse, checking how he's doing, whether he's breathing?
I'm an objection, Your Honor. This is leading, and it also calls for speculation. You can say to what he observed, not what the observations meant.
The objection's overruled.
Did you understand the question?
yes, I didn't see anything like that from where I was standing.
Didn't see her checking his pulse.
No,
You seen anyone in a sign that you've responded to behaving the way she was?
no,
Why do you say that?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
The objection's overruled.
I've come across the screaming and the hysterics. I haven't seen anyone sitting on top of the deceased.
Covered in blood?
Correct.
Now, based on all your observations, did anything that you saw or in investigation support the theory of an unknown?
Overruled.
Anything that you observed support a theory of an unknown intruder coming in and shooting Ryan?
No,
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Mr. Ron Baker, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just noting the time.
Okay. They should be coming back soon to this other one, so I don't know. Let's just.
We'll go till noon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. He's going to carry on for a few minutes, so
Morning, officer.
we'll let him keep talking until the other one comes back from lunch.
You've been in law enforcement for how long now?
like 15 and a half years.
Okay. And part of being in law enforcement, went through the academy, and so you've been trained in investigations and that sort of thing.
Yes,
And part of the idea of the investigation is you want to do the best you can to have a picture of a scene that you arrive at as it lay before it's disturbed. Fair?
that's fair.
So things like when you're taking photos, you want to take a photo of, say, where a phone was at before you retrieved it, right?
Correct.
You want to take a picture of where a gun was at before you retrieved it and secured it.
Correct.
And when I say secure the scene, is that your understanding that that means you want to make sure that the scene remains unmolested, that things don't get moved or changed?
Yeah, to the best of our abilities, we try to.
Yeah. So when you first arrived at the scene, you would have had Mr. Aaron Cooper there, correct?
Correct.
Miss Cooper, Karena.
Correct.
Their children. How long total were you at the scene?
I think I left to go back to the sheriff's office around 7:06, so shortly after 7 in the morning.
And we know that Deputy Foster arrived on the scene as well, so he was there.
Correct.
And I believe EMS arrived as well. Who came from EMS?
It was 2 personnel with Traer.
Okay. And at that point, it's fair to say, isn't it, that the scene wasn't secured in the sense that people were stepping into the living room, presumably stepping into the blood, that sort of thing, right?
Yes, it was only people we allowed in, though.
Okay. And when it comes to something like a shell casing, those things can, when they hit the ground, they can bounce, right?
Yeah, bounce roll, yeah.
Okay. Can get kicked around if there's a lot of movement before people are actually looking for them, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's are a number of explanations for the displacement of the shell casing that wouldn't involve somebody picking it up, right?
Repeat that.
There are a number of reasons why a shell casing would be moved or come up missing, correct?
Yeah, they're not very big.
Yeah. I mean, you could fall in a cold air return or something like that, right?
Yeah.
I think you said maybe at most even the bullet itself would be the size of a pencil or something, right?
Yeah, the diameter is.
Yeah. And during that time, you had EMS show up. When did you start to take photographs?
I think I started, it was within 4 to 5 minutes of getting on scene.
Okay. How were you taking the photographs? With what? A camera?
My department issued work phone.
Okay. Did you ever shift to a camera?
I didn't know.
So you were using that same for every photo that we saw that you were responsible for, you were taking that on your cell phone?
My work phone, yes.
Are you aware were other photos taken by other individuals later that morning?
Deputy Foster took some photos. The ones I witnessed him take were with my phone. I assume the state took some. I don't know if other people from my department did or not.
Had you been inside this property before, this home?
No.
So as far as the status of windows locked or unlocked, doors locked or unlocked, this would have been a new experience for you to be at this home, fair?
Correct.
And you weren't there earlier that evening to know the status of any windows or doors or things like that, right?
Nope, the only thing I know is when I got there.
And there can be entry into a structure or a home that is, I think the term used, an intruder, even without evidence of somebody having to break something, correct?
Correct.
There was some talk about the swiping. Basically what you saw is blood displaced on the floor, right?
Correct.
And how that displacement happened, it might have been a shoe, it might have been a barefoot, it could have been any number of things with the number of people that were at the scene. Fair?
Fair.
You have no idea, do you, how long it takes for blood to coagulate?
I know it's not instant, but whether it's 5, 10, half hour, I don't know.
Or even the number of seconds before it starts to change characteristics as soon as it's exposed to oxygen, right?
Yeah, it starts that process.
Right. You were, I think, part of the execution of some search warrants at the property. Is that fair?
Yes.
When you were executing those search warrants, did you find a diary or any writings of Miss Cooper?
No.
Did you examine any Kindles or books or anything like that to see what types of books she might have been reading?
No.
Did you examine any computers that were seized for emails or anything like that?
No.
So at the time that you were doing the investigation, when I speak of a diary or a journal, you don't have any pieces of paper, any notations, any documentations that show planning of any sort?
I don't know.
Okay. Or the time that Mr. Cooper was killed?
No.
No discussions about the manner in which Mr. Cooper was killed?
What do you mean?
No discussions in writing or documents or anything from your part of the investigation that would show an agreement of the manner of killing Mr. Cooper?
No.
Or discussions of the steps that were taken, in the words of Mr. Kodiaga, about a plot? Is that right?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
The photos that were taken, I think that was exhibits kind of the 104 through 115. You remember those? Mr. Kodiaga went through those with you. Do you know what time those were taken?
The ones I took were within the first 10 to 15 minutes. The couple that are in there that Deputy Foster took, those were probably closer to an hour afterwards.
Do you know which ones those are out of the exhibits that Mr. Deputy Foster took?
Yeah. They are 112, 113, and 114.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You want all of them or just those three? Okay.
So exhibits 112 to 114, those are taken by Deputy Foster at least an hour after the photos that you took, right?
Yeah, somewhere in that.
So obviously any coagulation or any drying of blood at that point would be much more aged in those photos.
Correct.
Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 115, which I think is the last of that group?
Yeah.
Did you take that photo?
Yeah, I believe I did. I'm pretty sure.
Council, the court is prepared to charge in accordance.
Switched
with
over,
the jury
guys.
charge
So
that's
we're going to
been
listen to
provided,
the
which does
charging
reflect
documents
changes that were
and
during the formal
deliberate.
charging conference.
Let's go. Finish up Valley.
The only additional change that's been made is adding some language regarding the actions of the lawyers during the trial, in addition to their statements, and just some typographical errors, maybe a comma here and there, grammatical things. That's about it. But so I am prepared to move forward on this. I intend to take a break during the charge because, unfortunately, this charge is a rather lengthy charge. So I do want to provide the jury a few minutes to stand up and stretch. It's going to be difficult for everyone to get through just sitting. So I will give them some time to do that. We'll take a quick break. Additionally, I had asked about an exhibit list going in with the jury during deliberations. So I will be asking you to look at that, make sure that you agree that there's nothing on the list that you feel inaccurately represents the exhibit as an exhibit that provides concern to you one way or the other regarding whether or not that list should go in. So you'll have additional time to do that after the court's done charging. Is there anything that the court needs to address at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So I am going to go ahead and bring the jury in then. Thank you. I just want to, well, actually, give me one moment. I'm so sorry. I just want to address everyone in the courtroom. You're welcome to be here. There are some courts that close the doors, don't allow anyone in and out of the courtroom during the judge's charge to the jury. I do not do that. However, I am going to ask for your cooperation in staying and remaining in place during the court's charge to the jury. This is a very important part of the trial. This is the law that the jury has to apply to the facts they find. If you do have to leave the courtroom, I am going to ask you to respect the court and the process enough at this point in time to not return to the courtroom during the court's charge, I will be taking a break during the charge, okay? If it's an emergency that requires you to leave and you have to come back in, that's fine, but I am going to be asking the marshals to keep an eye on that, people coming in and out, okay? So if you have to leave, that's fine. Just please be cognizant of where we are in the proceedings if in fact you're attempting to come back in. I want the least amount of distraction to the jurors at this time. Thank you for your cooperation. But now, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to each time all.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right. So once again, if you brought any notepads, I am going to ask you to set them aside. This is the jury's instructions. So I am going to instruct you on the law that is to apply to the facts you find in this case. You will have a copy of the court jury charge with you during the deliberations. This is going to be rather lengthy, so I do intend to give you a break during the course of my charge so that you can get up, stretch, use facilities, and sort of, get comfortable and be seated again for some period of time. So you have heard the evidence presented in this case. I am now going to instruct you as to the law that you are to apply in this case. During these instructions, I will, for the most part, be reading from prepared material. I do this so that I do not inadvertently give you incorrect instructions. So if I lose eye contact with you from time to time, please bear with me. The reading of these instructions, like I said earlier, is going to take some time. The function of the court and jury. It is exclusively the function of the court to state the rules of law that govern the case with instructions as to how you are to apply them. It is your obligation to accept the law as I stated. What I tell you, not what the attorneys tell you, is the law that you are to follow. If the law, as I give you, differs in any way from the claims of law made by counsel, dismiss from your minds what counsel have said to the extent it differs from what I tell you. You must follow all my instructions and not single out some and ignore others. They are all equally important. Also to note, in these instructions, the court does use the terms first count and count 1, second count and count 2, third count and count 3, fourth count and count 4, crimes and offenses, and information and substitute information interchangeably. You as jurors are the sole judges of the facts. It is your duty to find the facts. You are entitled in the course of evaluating the evidence to draw any and all inferences that you find reasonable and logical from the evidence you hear. You are to recollect and weigh the evidence and form your own conclusions as to what the ultimate facts are. You may not go outside the courtroom or the evidence introduced in court to find the facts. This means that you may not resort to guesswork, conjecture, or suspicion. And you must not be influenced by any personal likes or dislikes, opinions, prejudices, or sympathy. You should not be influenced by my actions during the trial in ruling on motions or objections by counsel, or in comments to counsel, or in questions to witnesses, or in setting forth the law in these instructions. You are not to take my actions as any indication of my opinion as to how you should determine the questions of fact. If I asked any questions of witnesses, you must not assume that I hold an opinion on the matter to which my questions may relate. Remember that you, as jurors, are at liberty to disregard all comments or questions of the court and the witnesses' responses to those questions in arriving at your own findings of the facts. You must not take anything I said or did during the trial as indicating what I think the evidence or what your verdict should be. Any reference I make to the evidence is only for the purpose of clarification of some point of law or a point of illustration, or to refresh your recollection as a general nature of the testimony. I do not intend to emphasize any evidence I mention or limit your consideration to it. If I do not mention certain evidence, you will use the evidence from your recollection. If my recollection of the evidence does not comport with your recollection, then it is your recollection which must prevail because you are the exclusive trier of the facts. The defendant justly relies upon you to consider carefully his claims, to consider carefully all the evidence, and to find him not guilty if the facts and the law require such a verdict. The defendant rightfully expects fair and just treatment at your hands. At the same time, the state of Connecticut and its people look to you to render a verdict of guilty if the facts and the law require such a verdict. The law prohibits the state's attorney or defense counsel from giving personal opinions as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. During my instructions to you, I may repeat certain instructions. I apologize in advance. I do this for the purpose of organization. You are not to consider a repeated instruction more important than any other instruction. All instructions are equally important. Also, during my instructions, I may refer you to previous or subsequent instructions given. When I do this, I will identify it for you and direct you to the section to which I am referring. If there is an inconsistency in the number and the title of an instruction to which you are referred, it is the title of the instruction that shall be controlling in my reference to it. Presumption of innocence. In this case, as in all criminal prosecutions, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence is with the defendant when he was first presented for trial in this case. It continues with him throughout the trial unless and until such time as all evidence produced here and the orderly conduct of the case, considered in the light of these instructions of law and deliberated upon you in the jury room, satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. The presumption of innocence as to each crime charge and as to any lesser included offense as instructed by the court may be overcome only after the state introduces evidence that establishes the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. If and when the presumption of innocence has been overcome by evidence proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the accused is guilty of a crime charge or any applicable lesser included offense as instructed by the court, then it is the sworn duty of the jury to enforce the law and render a guilty verdict. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of the crimes with which he is charged or a lesser included offense as instructed by the court. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. This means that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element necessary to constitute a crime charge or lesser included offense as instructed. Whether the burden of proof resting upon the state is sustained depends not on the number of witnesses nor on the quantity of testimony, but on the nature and quality of the testimony. Please bear in mind that one witness's testimony is sufficient to convict if it establishes all the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. The meaning of reasonable doubt can be arrived at by emphasizing the word reasonable. It is not a surmise, a guess, or mere conjecture. It is not a doubt raised by anyone simply for the sake of raising a doubt. It is such a doubt as in serious affairs that concern you, you would heed. That is, such a doubt as would cause reasonable men and women to hesitate to act upon it in matters of importance. It is not hesitation springing from any feelings of pity or sympathy for the accused or any other person who might be affected by your decision. It is, in other words, a real doubt, an honest doubt, a doubt that has its foundation in the evidence or lack of evidence. It is doubt that is honestly entertained and is reasonable in light of the evidence after a fair comparison and careful examination of the entire evidence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. The law does not require absolute certainty on the part of the jury before it returns a verdict of guilty. The law requires that, after hearing all the evidence, if there is something in the evidence or lack of evidence that leaves in your mind as reasonable men and women a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the accused, then the accused must be given the benefit of that doubt and acquitted. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that precludes every reasonable hypothesis except guilt and is inconsistent with any other rational conclusion. Evidence. The evidence from which you are to decide what the facts are consists of 1. Sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. 2. The exhibits that have been received into evidence as full exhibits, including any pictures, videos, or documents that have been marked as full exhibits. 3. Any facts that the court judicially noticed. And 4. Any stipulation of the parties. In reaching your verdict, you should consider all the testimony and full exhibits admitted into evidence. Certain things are not evidence, and you may not consider them in deciding what the facts are. These include 1. Arguments, statements, and questions by lawyers. The lawyers are not witnesses. What they have said in their closing arguments is intended to help you interpret the evidence, but it is not evidence. Likewise, any emotion, reenactment, or other actions displayed by counsel during this trial is not evidence. If the facts as you remember them differ from the way the lawyers have stated them, your memory of them controls. It is not proper for the attorneys to express their opinions on the ultimate issues in the case or to appeal to your emotions. Also, attorneys have a duty to object when they believe a question is improper under the rules of evidence. You should not be influenced by the objection or by the court's ruling on it, and you are not to hold it against any party for making objections. During the course of the trial, you may have heard counsel stand up and make comments about questions made by opposing counsel. You are not to regard any comments that counsel may have made in your deliberations. Any comments on the propriety of questions are not proper for trial or your consideration and should not be used in your deliberation. Lastly, the questions the lawyers ask of witnesses are not evidence. It is the testimony of the witnesses in response to the attorney's questions that is evidence. 2. Testimony that has been excluded or stricken. If I have excluded certain testimony, you must follow my instruction to disregard the testimony. In effect, I'm telling you to do what may be difficult, but which you will have to do your best to accomplish, and that is to accept in your minds that such stricken testimony is not evidence and must not be considered in your deliberations. 3. Anything you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session. 4. Anything you may have seen or heard from any spectators during the trial. 5. The document called the substitute information, which you will have with you at the time of your deliberations. The information is merely the formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring that person to trial. You must not consider the amended information as any evidence of the guilt of the defendant or draw any inference of guilt because he has been charged with crimes. You will note that each count in the information contains within it the alleged date and location of the offense. The state does not have to prove the exact time, date, or location of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state must prove each element of each offense, including identification of the defendant, beyond a reasonable doubt. Direct and circumstantial evidence. There are generally 2 kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. That is, evidence from which you could find that another fact exists, even though it has not been proved directly. There is no legal distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence as far as probative value. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any particular evidence. Circumstantial evidence of an event is the testimony of witnesses as to the existence of certain facts or evidence or the happening of other events from which you may logically conclude that the event in question did happen. By way of example, let us assume that it is a December night and you're preparing to retire for the evening. You look out the window and you see it is snowing. You wake up the next morning, come to court, and testify that the night before it was snowing in the area of your house. That is direct evidence of the fact that it snowed the night before. You saw it, and you came to court and testified to that fact. Now assume that it is another December night, the weather is clear, there is no snow on the ground, and you retire for the evening. You wake up the next morning, you look out the window, and you see snow on the ground and footprints across your lawn. You come into court and you testify to those facts. The evidence that the night before there was no snow on the ground and the next morning there was snow on the ground and footprints across your lawn is direct evidence. That direct evidence, however, is circumstantial evidence of the fact that sometime during the night it snowed and that sometime thereafter, someone walked across your lawn. The only practical difference between direct and circumstantial evidence is that when you have direct evidence of some fact, the main thing you have to do is determine the believability of the direct testimony given, the credibility of the witness. With circumstantial evidence, you must first determine the credibility of the witness or witnesses and decide whether the facts testified to did exist. Then you must decide whether the happenings of those events or the existence of those facts leads logically to the conclusion that other events occurred or other facts exist, and ultimately whether the crimes alleged were committed by the accused. There is no reason to be prejudiced against evidence simply because it is circumstantial evidence. You make decisions based on circumstantial evidence in the everyday affairs of life. There is no reason why decisions based on circumstantial evidence should not be made in the courtroom. In fact, proof by circumstantial evidence may be as conclusive as would be the testimony of witnesses speaking on the basis of their own observation. Circumstantial evidence, therefore, is offered to prove a certain fact from which you are asked to infer the existence of another fact or set of facts. Before you decide that a fact has been proved by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all the evidence in light of reason, experience, and common sense. Redacted exhibits. If there are exhibits that have been accepted into evidence as redacted versions of the original, please note that these redactions were made by way of agreement by counsel or by order of the court, and you must not speculate as to why the information was redacted or what was redacted. Redacted information is not evidence, and as indicated earlier, you may not go outside the evidence introduced in court to find the facts. This means that you may not resort to guesswork, conjecture, or speculation. Credibility. In deciding what the facts are, you must consider all the evidence. In doing this, you must decide which testimony to believe and which testimony not to believe. You may believe all, none, or any part of any witness's testimony. In making that decision, you may consider a number of factors, including the following. 1, was the witness able to see or hear or know the things about which that witness testified? 2, how well was the witness able to recall and describe those things? 3, what was the witness's manner while testifying? 4, did the witness have an interest in the outcome of this case or any bias or prejudice concerning any party or any matter involved in the case? 5, how reasonable was the witness's testimony considered in light of all the evidence in this case? And 6, was the witness's testimony contradicted by what that witness has said or done at another time, or by the testimony of other witnesses, or by other evidence? If you think that a witness has deliberately testified falsely in some respect, you should carefully consider whether you should rely upon any of that witness's testimony. In deciding whether to believe a witness, keep in mind that people sometimes forget things. You need to consider, therefore, whether a contradiction is an innocent lapse of memory or an intentional falsehood. And that may depend on whether that contradiction has to do with an important fact or with only a small detail. These are some of the factors you may consider in deciding whether to believe testimony. The weight of the evidence presented does not depend on the number of witnesses. It is the quality of the evidence, not the quantity of the evidence, that you must consider. Witness with a cooperation agreement. You have heard evidence that witnesses Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva have signed a document entitled Cooperation Agreement with the state, terms of which are contained in States Exhibit 94 and 96, respectively. These agreements are permissible, and the rules of court provide for their use. Although the state is permitted to present the testimony of someone who has signed a cooperation agreement in exchange for his testimony, you must examine the testimony of such a witness who provides evidence against a defendant with greater care and caution than the testimony of an ordinary witness. While examining the testimony of a witness who has signed a cooperation agreement and who has not been prosecuted with offenses for which the state has evidence, you should keep in mind that he may, in his own mind, be looking or hoping for some favorable treatment in the disposition of his own matters, and therefore may have such an interest in the outcome of this case that his testimony may have been colored by that fact. In considering the testimony of such a witness, you may consider whether there was any motive developed in the evidence for testifying falsely in inculpating the accused. The factors you may consider, among others, when evaluating the credibility of such a witness include the extent to which the witness's testimony is confirmed by other evidence, the specificity of the testimony, the extent to which the testimony contains details known only by the perpetrator of the alleged offense, the extent to which the details of the testimony could be obtained from a source other than the defendant, the circumstances under which the witness initially provided information supporting such testimony to law enforcement or a prosecutorial official, whether the witness has received a benefit or expects to receive a benefit, including immunity from prosecution, leniency in prosecution, leniency in sentencing, or personal advantage in exchange for testimony, and whether the witness has ever changed his testimony. Further, notwithstanding any language contained in Exhibits 94 and 96, the cooperation agreement signed by Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva, respectively, it is your exclusive role to determine the credibility and believability of that witness. In other words, you and you alone are to determine whether any evidence offered by Jack Snyder or Tyler De Silva is to be believed wholly, partly, or not at all, irrespective of any language in the cooperation agreement that may suggest otherwise. The determination as to whether the state has proven the elements of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt rests solely with the jury after a careful examination of all the evidence presented. You should carefully scrutinize the testimony of Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva before you accept it. However, you are not required to disbelieve a witness because he has signed a cooperation agreement. The law recognizes that there are many offenses that are of such character that the only persons capable of giving useful testimony are those who are themselves implicated in the crime. Like all other questions of credibility, this is a question for you to determine based on all the evidence presented to you. It is your duty to decide what credibility to give to any witness. Therefore, it is your duty to decide whether Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva are to be believed wholly, partly, or not at all. Testimony of police officials. Police officials have testified in this case. You must determine the credibility of police officials in the same way and by the same standards as you would evaluate the testimony of any other witness. The testimony of a police official is entitled to no special or exclusive weight merely because it comes from a police official. You should recall the police official's demeanor on the stand and manner of testifying and weigh and balance just as carefully as you would the testimony of any other witness. You should neither believe nor disbelieve the testimony of a police official just because he or she is a police official. Expert testimony. In this case, certain witnesses have taken the stand, given their qualifications, and testified as expert witnesses. A person is qualified to testify as an expert if he or she has special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education sufficient to qualify him or her as an expert on the subject to which the testimony relates. An expert is permitted not only to testify to facts that he or she personally observed, but also to state an opinion about certain circumstances. This is allowed because an expert from experience, research, and study generally has a particular knowledge of the subject of the inquiry and is more capable than a layperson of drawing conclusions from facts and basing an opinion on them. An expert witness may state an opinion in response to a hypothetical question. A hypothetical question is one in which the witness is asked to assume that certain facts are true and to give an opinion based on those assumptions. The value of the opinion given by an expert in response to a hypothetical question depends upon the relevance, validity, and completeness of the facts he or she was asked to assume. The weight that you give to the opinion of an expert will depend on whether you find the facts assumed or proved, and whether the facts relied on in reaching the opinion were complete, or whether material facts were omitted or not considered. Like all other evidence, an expert's answer to a hypothetical question may be accepted or rejected in whole or in part, according to your best judgment. In this case, you were provided testimony by the following witnesses: Dr. James Gill, Dr. Ryan Doss, PA Eric Black, and Dr. Roselle Crombie. Allowing someone to give expert testimony is in no way an endorsement by the court of the testimony or the credentials of the witness. Such testimony is presented to you to assist you in your deliberations. No such testimony is binding upon you, and you may disregard the testimony, either in whole or in part. It is for you to consider the testimony with the other circumstances in the case and, using your best judgment, determine whether you will give any weight to it, and if so, what weight you will give to it. The testimony is entitled to such weight as you find the expert's qualifications in his or her field entitle it to receive, and it must be considered by you, but it is not controlling upon your judgment. You are also to consider his or her general credibility in accordance with the instruction on credibility applicable to all witnesses. Defendant's testimony. In this case, the defendant testified. An accused person having testified stands before you just like any other witness. He is entitled to the same considerations and must have his testimony tested and measured by you by the same factors and standards as you would judge the testimony of any other witness. You have no right to disregard the defendant's testimony or to disbelieve the defendant's testimony merely because he is accused of committing multiple crimes. Consider my earlier instruction on the general subject matter of credibility and apply them to the defendant's testimony. Proximate cause. Proximate cause does not necessarily mean the last act or cause or the act and point in time nearest to the death or injuries. The concept of proximate cause incorporates the principle that an accused may be charged with a criminal offense even though his acts were not the immediate cause of the death or injuries. An act or omission to act is a proximate cause of the death or injuries when it substantially and materially contributes in a natural and continuous sequence, unbroken by an efficient intervening cause to the death or injuries. It is a cause without which the death or injuries would not have occurred. It is a predominating cause, a substantial factor from which the death or injuries follow as a natural, direct, and immediate consequence. It does not matter whether the particular kind of harm that results from the defendant's act be intended by the defendant. When the result is a foreseeable and natural result of the defendant's conduct, the law considers the chain of legal causation unbroken and holds the defendant criminally responsible. Specific intent. Specific intent is the intent to achieve a specific result. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result when his conscious objective is to cause such result. What the defendant intended is a question of fact for you to determine. The concept of specific intent applies to count 1, murder and manslaughter in the first degree intentional as a lesser included offense. Count 2, assault in the first degree intentional and assault in the second degree intentional as a lesser included offense. Count 3, assault in the first degree intentional and assault in the second degree intentional as a lesser included offense. And count 4, assault in the second degree intentional. Recklessness. A person acts recklessly with respect to a result or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when the defendant is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that such result will occur or that such circumstance exists. The risk must be of such nature and degree that disregarding it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of conduct that a reasonable person would observe in the situation. The standard of conduct of a reasonable person in the same situation as the defendant is the doing of something that a reasonably prudent person would do under the circumstances, or omitting to do what a reasonably prudent person would not do under the circumstances. A gross deviation is a great or substantial deviation, not just a slight or moderate deviation. There must be a great or substantial difference between, on the one hand, the defendant's conduct in disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk, and on the other hand, what a reasonable person would have done under the circumstances. Whether a risk is substantial and unjustifiable is a question of fact for you to determine under all the circumstances. The concept of recklessness applies to count 1, manslaughter in the first degree, reckless as a lesser included offense. Count 2, assault in the first degree, reckless as a lesser included offense, and assault in the second degree, reckless as a lesser included offense. Count 3, assault in the reckless degree, assault in the first degree reckless as a lesser included offense, and assault in the second degree reckless as a lesser included offense. And count 4, assault in the second degree reckless as a lesser included offense. Evidence of intent. What a person's intention was is usually a matter to be determined by inference. No person can testify that he or she looked into another's mind and saw therein a certain knowledge or a certain purpose or intention to do harm to another. Because direct evidence of a defendant's state of mind is rarely available, intent is generally proved by circumstantial evidence. We will refer to the court's earlier instruction on direct and circumstantial evidence. The only way a jury can ordinarily determine what a person's intention was at any given time is by determining what the person's conduct was and what the circumstances were surrounding that conduct, and from that, infer what his or her intention was. To draw such an inference is the proper function of a jury, provided, of course, that the inference drawn complies with the standards for inferences as explained in connection with my instruction on circumstantial evidence. The inference is not a necessary one. You are not required to infer a particular intent from the defendant's conduct or statements, but it is an inference that you may draw if you find that it is reasonable and logical. I remind you again, the burden of proving intent beyond a reasonable doubt is on the state. Evidence of motive, or the lack of it, may also be considered by you in determining the issue of intent. You will refer to the court's instruction on motive below. Motive. The law does not require that the state in a criminal case prove a motive because it is not an element of a crime. It is not necessary for the state to prove what reason the defendant may have had for committing a crime charged. Because crimes are generally committed for some motive, evidence of a motive may tend to prove the guilt of the defendant. In the same manner, if there appears no adequate motive on the part of the defendant to commit the crime, that may tend to raise a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant. If the existence of a motive can be reasonably inferred, that may tend to prove the defendant's guilt. If no motive can be inferred, it may or may not raise a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant. If the absence of a motive does not raise a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, then the fact that the state has not proved what the defendant's motive was does not prevent you from returning a verdict of guilty. Consciousness of guilt. In any criminal trial, it is permissible for the state to show that conduct or statements made by a defendant after the time of the alleged offense may have been influenced by the criminal act. That is, the conduct or statements show a consciousness of guilt. For example, flight and unexplained may indicate consciousness of guilt if the facts and circumstances support it. Such acts, however, do not raise a presumption of guilt. If you find the evidence proved and also find that the acts were influenced by the criminal act and not by any other reason, you may but are not required to infer from this evidence that the defendant was acting from a guilty conscience. The state claims that the following conduct is evidence of consciousness of guilt: the defendant's disposing of the knife, the defendant's denial of his involvement in text messages to his girlfriend, and the defendant's flight from the jurisdiction of Florida. It is up to you as judges of the facts to decide whether the defendant's acts, if proved, reflect a consciousness of guilt, and to consider such in your deliberations in conformity with these instructions. Identification of the defendant. The state has the burden to not only prove every element of a crime, but also the identity of the defendant as the perpetrator of the crime. You must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the identity of the defendant as the one who committed the crime, or you must find the defendant not guilty. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the accuracy of the identification, you must find the defendant not guilty. Specific charges brought by the state. I will now turn to the specific offenses charged in this case. Substitute information in this case contains 4 counts against the defendant. In other words, the state charges the defendant with committing 4 separate offenses or crimes. You are to consider only the specific charge submitted to you and not concern yourself with how the information may have read when it was read to you at the start of the trial. Please note, you will also be instructed to consider lesser included offenses where applicable. Additional instructions on your consideration of lesser included offenses will be provided further along in this charge as it concerns your deliberations on each count. The defendant is entitled to and must be given by you a separate and independent determination of whether he is guilty or not guilty as to each crime charged in each count, including lesser included offenses, if applicable, as instructed in accordance with this charge. Each of the 4 counts charged in the information, including lesser included offenses where applicable, sets forth a separate and distinct crime. The state is required to prove each element of each crime charged in a count, including lesser included offenses, beyond a reasonable doubt. Each crime charged under each count, including lesser included offenses where applicable, must be deliberated upon separately. Please note, the total number of counts charged in the information does not add to the strength of the state's case. You may find that some evidence applies to more than one count in the information or more than one crime under a count. The evidence, however, must be considered separately as to each element of each crime deliberated upon. Each count is a separate entity. You must consider each count separately, including lesser included offenses as instructed, and return a verdict, a separate verdict for each count. This means that you may reach opposite verdicts on the 4 different counts. A decision on one count does not bind your decision on any other count. I have previously instructed you and herein reiterate, the substitute information is not evidence, it's merely a paper statement of the charges against the defendant, on which the state proceeds to trial. You must not consider it as any evidence of the guilt of the defendant or draw any inference of guilt of the defendant from the substitute information. You will first deliberate on count 1, and then follow the order of deliberations as provided by the court in these instructions. So you're going to proceed to the court's instruction on count 1, murder. Statutory title, which is immediately below. 1, count 1, murder, Connecticut General Statutes, section 53A, 54A, subsection A. The state charges the defendant in count 1 with murder, charging that in the county of Fairfield in the city of Shelton on or about the 14th day of May 2022, at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the said Raul Valle, with intent to cause the death of one James McGrath, did stab and cause the death of the said James McGrath in violation of section 53A-54A, subsection A, the Connecticut General Statutes. The statute defining the offense of murder reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is guilty of murder when, with intent to cause the death of another person, he causes the death of such person. For you to find the defendant guilty of this charge, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, intent to cause. The first element is that the defendant specifically intended to cause the death of James McGrath. There is no particular length of time necessary for the defendant to have formed the specific intent to kill James McGrath. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result when his conscious objective is to cause such result. Murder is a specific intent crime, and you will refer to the court's earlier instruction on specific intent. The intent to cause death may be inferred from circumstantial evidence. You will refer to the court's earlier instruction on direct and circumstantial evidence. The type and number of wounds inflicted, as well as the instrument used, may be considered as evidence of the perpetrator's intent, and from such evidence an inference may be drawn that there was an intent to cause death. Any inference that may be drawn from the nature of the instrumentality used and the manner of its use is an inference of fact to be drawn by you upon consideration of these and other circumstances in the case in accordance with my previous instructions. Such inferences are not necessary, but they are inferences you may draw if you find they are reasonable and logical and in accordance with my instructions on circumstantial evidence. Declarations and conduct of the accused before or after the infliction of wounds may be considered if you find they tend to show the defendant's intent. This inference is not a necessary one, that is, you are not required to infer intent from the defendant's alleged conduct, but it is an inference you may draw if you find it reasonable and logical and in accordance with my instructions on circumstantial evidence. Element 2, cause of death. Second element is that the defendant acting with the intent to cause the death of James McGrath caused the death of James McGrath. This means that the defendant's conduct was the proximate cause of James McGrath's death. I'm going to refer to the court's earlier instruction on proximate cause. You must find it proved beyond a reasonable doubt that James McGrath died as a result of the actions of the defendant. In summary, for the crime of murder, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant intended to cause the death of James McGrath, and 2, in accordance with that intent, the defendant caused the death of James McGrath. If you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the offense of murder, you shall find the defendant not guilty of the crime of murder and shall then next move on to consider lesser included offenses to murder below in the manner and order therein instructed therein. Proceed to the court's instruction on lesser included offenses to murder below. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of murder, you shall next consider the defendant's claims of self-defense and defense of others. You'll refer to the court's instruction on self-defense and defense of others below at 22. If you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in defense of others, or that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt one of the statutory disqualifications, you shall reject the defenses and find the defendant guilty of murder in violation of Connecticut General Statute, Section 53A-54A, subsection A at count 1. Please note, the state in proving statutory disqualifications has to prove the statutory disqualifications also beyond a reasonable doubt. This will end your deliberations on count 1. You will not deliberate lesser included offenses to murder. You will now deliberate on count 2. Skip over the court's instruction on lesser included offenses to murder and proceed directly to the court's instruction on count 2, assault with first degree intentional below. If, however, you unanimously find that the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in the defense of others, or has not proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, that on the strength of the defenses alone, you must find the defendant not guilty of murder at count 1, even though you have found the elements of that crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This will end your deliberations on count 1. You will now deliberate on lesser included offenses to murder. You will now deliberate on count 2. You will skip over the court's instruction on lesser included offenses to murder and proceed directly to the court's instruction on count 2, assault with first degree intentional below. Lesser included offenses to murder. In accordance with the court's previous instructions, you will consider lesser included offenses to murder under this section if and only if you have unanimously found that the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of murder and therefore have found the defendant not guilty of murder. The defendant at count 1, the substitute information is specifically charged with the crime of murder. The offense of murder under our penal code is such that it may include the elements of the crimes of manslaughter in the first degree intentional and manslaughter in the first degree reckless. This brings into play the rule of law known as lesser included offenses. You will consider lesser included offenses to murder in the order and under the circumstances set forth herein. The fact that I am instructing you on lesser included offenses should not be interpreted by you that I believe the evidence proved the accused guilty of any lesser included offense. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts in this case, and you must determine whether the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of murder at count 1 or is guilty of any respective lesser included offense. You will first consider the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree intentional. Connecticut General Statute, Section 53A, 55A1, directly below at subsection A. You proceed to the court's instruction, subsection A, manslaughter in the first degree intentional, the statutory reference directly below. Subsection A, manslaughter in the first degree intentional, Connecticut General Statute, Section 53A, 55A1. Statute defining this offense reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is guilty of manslaughter in the first degree when, with intent to cause serious physical injury to another person, he causes the death of such person. For the defendant to be found guilty of this charge, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, intent to cause serious physical injury. First element is that the defendant specifically intended to cause serious physical injury to another person. Serious physical injury is something more serious than mere physical injury, which is defined as impairment of physical condition or pain. It is more than a minor or superficial injury. It is defined by statute as a physical injury which creates substantial risk of death or which causes serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or serious loss or impairment of the function of any bodily organ. You will note that the basis of the charge under this statute is not that the defendant intended to kill, but that he intended to inflict serious physical injury. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result when its conscious objective is to cause such result. Refer to the court's earlier instruction on specific intent at 15. The intent to cause serious physical injury may be inferred from circumstantial evidence. Refer to the court's earlier instruction on evidence of intent at 17. Element 2, cause death. The second element is that the defendant, acting with the intent to cause serious physical injury to a person, caused the death of a person. This means that the defendant's conduct was the proximate cause of the decedent's death. Refer to my earlier instruction on proximate cause at 14. You must find it proved beyond a reasonable doubt that James McGrath died as a result of the actions of the defendant. In summary, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant intended to cause serious physical injury to James McGrath, and 2, in accordance with that intent, the defendant caused the death of James McGrath. If you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of manslaughter in the first degree intentional, you shall find the defendant not guilty of manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1, and you shall next consider the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree reckless. Proceed to the court's instruction B, manslaughter in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, section 53A, 55A3 below. If, however, you unanimously find the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of manslaughter in the first degree intentional, you shall not consider any additional lesser included offense. You shall, however, consider the defendant's claims of self-defense and defense of others. Refer to my instruction on self-defense, defense of others below at 22. If you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in defense of others, or that the state has proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall reject the defenses and find the defendant guilty of manslaughter in the first degree, intentional, in violation of Connecticut General Statute, section 53A, 55A1 at count 1. This will end your deliberations at count 1. You will next deliberate on count 2. Proceed to the court's instruction. Count 2, assault in the first degree intentional, Connecticut General Statutes, 53A, 59A1 below. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in defense of others, or has not proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, then on the strength of the defenses alone, you must find the defendant not guilty of manslaughter in the first degree intentional in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A1, count 1, even though you have found the elements of that crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This will end your deliberations at count 1. You will not consider any additional lesser included offenses to murder. You shall skip over the court's instructions at subsection B below and next deliberate on count 2. B, manslaughter in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A3. You will deliberate on this lesser included offense to murder if and only if you have unanimously found that the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of murder, and therefore you have found the defendant not guilty of murder. And further, you have unanimously found that the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of manslaughter in the first degree intentional, and therefore you have found the defendant not guilty of manslaughter in the first degree intentional. The statute defining this offense reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is guilty of manslaughter in the first degree when under circumstances evincing an extreme indifference to human life, he recklessly engages in conduct which creates a grave risk of death to another person and thereby causes the death of another person. For the defendant to be found guilty of this charge, the state must prove the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, conduct creating a grave risk of death. The first element is that the defendant engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death. Element 2, recklessness. The second element is that the defendant acted recklessly. A person acts recklessly with respect to a result or circumstances when he is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that such result will occur or that such circumstances exist. We refer to the court's previous instruction on recklessness at 16. Element 3, extreme indifference to human life. The third element is that the defendant's conduct demonstrated an extreme indifference to human life. Indifference means simply not caring. It means lacking any interest in a matter one way or the other. Extreme means existing in the highest or greatest possible degree. Extreme indifference is more than ordinary indifference. It is synonymous with excessive and is the greatest departure from the ordinary. What evinces an extreme indifference to human life is a question of fact. And element 4, cause death. The fourth element is that the defendant's conduct caused the death of James McGrath. This means that the defendant's conduct was a proximate cause of a decedent's death. Refer to the court's previous instruction on proximate cause at 14. You must find it proved beyond a reasonable doubt that James McGrath died as a result of the actions of the defendant. In summary, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death. 2, the defendant acted recklessly. 3, he acted under circumstances evincing an extreme indifference to human life. And 4, the defendant caused the death of James McGrath. If you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of manslaughter in the first degree reckless, you shall find the defendant not guilty of manslaughter in the first degree reckless to count 1. Send your deliberations at count 1. You shall next move on to deliberate on count 2. And proceed to the court's instruction on count 2, assault, first degree intentional, Connecticut General Statute 53A, 59A1 below. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of manslaughter in the first degree reckless, then you shall next consider the defendant's claims of self-defense and defense of others. Refer to the court's instruction on self-defense, defense of others below at 22. If you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in defense of others, or that the state has proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall reject the defenses and find the defendant guilty of manslaughter in the first degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A3 at count 1. This will end your deliberations at count 1. You shall move on to deliberate on count 2. Proceed to the court's instruction on count 2, assault, first degree intentional, Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 59A1 below. If, however, after considering the defenses, you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in the defense of others, or has not proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, then on the strength of the defenses alone, you must find the defendant not guilty of manslaughter in the first degree reckless at count 1, even though you have found the elements of that crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This will end your deliberations at count 1. You shall move on to deliberate on count 2. You'll proceed to my instruction on count 2, assault in the first degree intentional, Connecticut General Statute, section 53A, 59A1 below. All right, I'm going to give you a few minutes to stand up and stretch. We're going to take a short break. So I'm going to take a 10-minute break right now, give you some time to go back into the deliberations. And again, you can't talk in the middle of the charge. You're not allowed to deliberate yet. Court stands in brief recess. We're going to be back in 10 minutes.
There's your break, a 10-minute break. Oh, my Lord. I don't know. Do we want to, okay, I'm going to throw this out here. Do we want to continue listening to her do the jury instructions, or do we want to go back and watch the Karena Cooper? I know, I didn't think instructions would take this long. Yeah, and I'll just keep an eye on this one in the background for when they go to verdict, and we'll start the timer then. Y'all okay on that? Because, yeah, she's talking so much, I'm ready to just I'm tuning her out. I got my own little, dealing with some mom issues over here and stuff, which is fine. It is what it is. I do it every day. But yeah, let's move on. Let's let's go back to over here. I exactly, Lois. What? I mean, that's a lot of instructions to be like. Okay, here.
I remember looking at that cabinet or end table or whatever it is.
Now, when you take the photo on the phone, is that an iPhone or an Apple product?
It's an iPhone.
What time did you take the photo in Exhibit 115?
I'm not sure.
Were you taking photos around 6:21 a.m. as well?
Could have been. I'm not sure.
If there was how photos have kind of timestamps and dates and things like that, right?
Yeah.
There was nothing malfunctioning about the phone that you were using in that regard, was there?
No.
So if the timestamp and date reflected that date and 6:21 in the morning, you wouldn't have a reason to quibble with that, would you?
No, the phone timestamp would be accurate.
It was an ongoing investigation and you didn't leave the scene until roughly 7 o'clock or something.
Correct.
I think, Mr. Hobbaker, with that, we're right at noon, so you about done?
I was going to say no further questions.
Well, even better.
Even better.
How much do you have? Okay, let's just finish this witness then. So, go ahead, Mr. Godiaga.
Thank you, Judge. You were asked, Deputy, about the scene being disturbed, correct?
Correct.
What actions did you take to ensure that the scene was not disturbed?
We only allowed in personnel that we deem essential, which would be the EMS and the investigator from the medical examiner's office. We tried to avoid stepping on the blood. We tried to avoid moving anything as much as possible. We did decide to move Ryan, obviously.
Why is it important not to disturb the scene?
Because once it's disturbed, you can't undisturb it.
Sometimes it helps to, if a scene is being disturbed, the evidence gets destroyed or gets misplaced, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived at the scene, you located Ryan Cooper dead, correct?
Correct.
But you did find the defendant sitting, as your video shown, on Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
You also did find her, as you testified and as the video shown, that she covered her face with the blood that was coming from Ryan Cooper.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled, you can answer the question.
I observed blood on her face. I can't testify to how it got there.
Does that blood being on her face, does that disturb the scene? Her actions of sitting and touching and moving Ryan Cooper disturb the scene?
It could, yes.
Was Aaron Cooper sitting on Ryan Cooper?
No,
Was Cade Cooper sitting on Ryan Cooper?
not that I saw.
Any of the other children moving or touching the dad who was dead?
Not that I saw.
Only the defendant was touching Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
You asked about electronics and items that were seized. Fair to say that a lot of electronics was seized from this house.
That a lot were?
That some electronics was seized from this house,
Yes.
including what you've testified to as the defendant's phone.
Correct.
You're not the person who's in charge of examining the contents of these electronics. Fair enough?
Say that again?
You are not the person in charge of doing a forensic examination of these electronics.
I am not, no.
In fact, as you testified, your department invited the DCI unit to come and help with investigations.
Correct.
So this was a multi-department investigation taking place.
Correct.
And other officers were in charge of examining phones, examining items that were seized from these residents.
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any recross, Mr. Hobbaker?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And ladies and gentlemen, we will take a lunch break. I would ask that you be back ready to go at 1:30. I'm going to remind you again of the admonition that I gave previously. I will tell you that, it's a busy courthouse. We've got a lot of people here, including people in the courtroom. Just going to highlight a couple things. Again, not to talk to anybody, even if
We know the admonition. Lunch break. Here we go. Bring the jury.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. So we're back on the record. We have the jury, counsel, and parties all present, and we had before lunch finished with the testimony of Mr. Fangman. And at this point, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
The state is prepared to call our next witness, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Travis Foster.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Foster. You can come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would, sir. So there's a microphone on there. If you could turn that, there's a little button at the bottom there. Nope, on the top. This is it. There you go. Yep, you can adjust that however you like, sir. All right. Deputy Foster, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, and then for the record, can you please provide us with your first and last name and spell them?
Travis Foster, Travis Foster.
Thank you. Mr. Ringgold, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Foster, how are you employed?
I am employed as a deputy sheriff with the Powashik County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been so employed?
for 3 years,
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
almost 9.5 years.
Could you just briefly outline for the jury your education and training that qualifies you for that work?
My formal education, I have a AA degree in liberal arts and an AAS degree in criminal justice from Indian Hills Community College. I also have a Bachelor of Arts degree in interdisciplinary studies from Iowa State University, and I have a Master of Arts degree in criminal justice from Arizona State University.
Can you talk a little bit about your training that you received as a member of law enforcement?
Yep, I started law enforcement in 2016 and graduated the Law Enforcement Academy in October of 2016. Since graduating, I've completed an additional 620 hours of training to include multiple courses in interview and interrogation, search warrant writing, advanced OWI detection, and training in various types of criminal investigations to include narcotics, financial exploitation, sexual exploitation, and homicide and missing persons cases.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about your duties generally?
Currently, I'm assigned to theft.
You were on duty on the morning of June 18th, 2021.
Yes.
Were you dispatched to an address at K Avenue?
Yes, I was dispatched to 1846 K Avenue.
Do you remember about what time that dispatch call came in?
4:39 a.m.
What was the nature of the information that you received?
Dispatch advised us that someone had been shot and that they were currently bleeding.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit. Maybe move that mic back just a little. Thank you. Just a little bit of trouble understanding you. If I understand correctly, you said dispatch advised that someone had been shot and was currently bleeding?
Yes.
Did you have any other information at that time?
They said they were trying to get more information, but couldn't get anything from the reporting party.
With that information, what did you do?
I responded to the scene.
What's the first thing you observed when you arrived?
So I arrived on scene at 4:46 a.m. and walked up to the entrance of the residence and observed two adults, one male, one female. The male was later identified as Aaron Cooper, and he was consoling the female who was identified as Karena Cooper.
So the first thing you did then is you arrived on scene, you walked towards the house, and you see these two individuals, Karena Cooper and Aaron Cooper.
Yes.
Did you attempt to engage with them?
Yes.
For what purpose?
I asked Aaron what happened, or excuse me, I asked him where the other deputy was and where the victim was, and he advised that Deputy Fangman and his brother were inside the residence in the living room.
This is implied by your response, but other members of law enforcement were already at the scene.
Deputy Fangman was, yes.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the scene?
4:46 a.m.
Were you able to obtain any information from Karena Cooper at that time?
No.
Explain.
She was hysterical, and I would consider her inconsolable at that point, so I didn't attempt to talk to her.
Aaron Cooper advised you that Deputy Fangman was inside,
Yes.
that his brother was inside as well. What did you do then with that information?
I went inside, walked through the kitchen, the dining room area, and made contact with Deputy Fangman inside the living room and observed the victim deceased in the recliner.
What were your initial observations of the scene?
After briefly speaking to Deputy Fangman, we both went over to the deceased and observed that he had blood coming out of his nose, his mouth, and his ears, and that there was a large pool of what appeared to be blood that had started to coagulate or dry, and then there was also blood spatter on the wall behind the recliner.
You saw blood spatter on the wall behind the recliner. You saw blood on the floor that you said you believed had started to dry.
It appeared to have started dry, yes.
Did you make any observations of Ryan Cooper himself?
He was deceased and had blood coming out of his ears and his mouth and his nose.
Any observations of the blood that you observed on his person?
It was on his face, on his body.
Did that appear to be dry or was that more wet?
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Some appeared on his face appeared more dry. Other parts of his body appeared to be more wet.
What are your duties then at that time? So you've entered this residence, you believe that Ryan Cooper is deceased. What are your duties at the time? What are you attempting to do?
Determine what had happened, and we also called for our supervisor, who was the sheriff, and called for the medical examiner's office to be dispatched to the scene.
At this point, you have no information from the parties on scene, essentially, as to what had happened. Is that correct?
That's true.
Were you able then to determine, just by looking at Ryan Cooper, what had occurred?
No.
Can you explain that, please?
Well, there was a lot of blood on the floor and blood on his face, and our initial reports that he had been shot. However, by just briefly looking at him at that point, I wasn't able to locate any gunshot wounds or exit wounds, and we weren't able to locate any other holes in the walls or anything that would indicate he had been shot.
Did you have information that someone may have been in the house, or that dispatch had advised that someone may be in the house?
Yes, so the reporting party had also said someone was in the house, yes.
Did that prompt any action on your part?
After going to the body and briefly observing it, I went outside and attempted to speak to Aaron and Karena again.
You stated that you went in the house. I'll talk to you in a moment about the route that you took to get into the house. In moving through the house, both initial entry and then moving through to the living room, as you stated, did you observe any signs of forced entry?
No.
What would you be looking for when you're looking for signs of forced entry?
Well, the door frame to be busted, broken glass, or possibly pry marks showing that someone had tried to gain entry.
Were you able to look at other potential points of entry, such as windows?
Yes, there is a window in the living room directly adjacent to where Ryan was in the recliner. There was also a door in the living room.
Any signs of forced entry?
No.
There's a door, we've heard some testimony already, behind where Ryan Cooper's body was located, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived, was that door open or closed?
It was closed.
At any point, did you open that door?
No.
Did you ever, during the time that you were on the scene, observe anyone go in or out of that door?
No.
No, you didn't observe it, or no?
No, I didn't observe anyone go through that door while I was on scene.
Thank you. Judge, may I approach the witness briefly?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 313. Do you recognize what this is?
It's a layout of the house.
And that's that address at K Avenue that you responded to?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you to step down with the court's permission. I'll hand you a pointer. If you could just show the jury the route that you took to enter the home and ultimately where you located Ryan Cooper's home.
Yep.
Mr. Engel, could you maybe turn on that mic and point it kind of that way? Perfect.
All right. You stated that you arrived at the scene and entered into the house. Could you show the jury which door you used to enter? All right. And then you proceeded through the house to Ryan Cooper. How did you get there?
So, there's the door here, there's a mudroom right here, walk the stairs, there's the kitchen, there's the hallway, or the dining area right here, and the living room, and Ryan's located in the dining room through the hallway.
Can I ask you to speak up just a little bit? There is a microphone there that may help kind of get you stuff from the mouth.
You can move that whole like this.
No. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Could you point out to the jury where that door is that's behind the body of Ryan Cooper? And you showed us that you went in through that mudroom and went around through the kitchen, through the hallway, and into the living room. Once you go into that, what's marked there as the mudroom door into the kitchen, is there any other way, once you're in the house, to get through to where Ryan Cooper is, or must you follow that route that you just showed us?
Unless you open this door right here, that's the only route to go.
Were you able to determine, and I know some of those are marked on there, but goes out hallway, there's a bathroom on there, stairs that lead?
No, I just observed the stairs. I'm assuming they.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit through his testimony.
Based on your
Just
testimony, is
sound.
it fair to say, if you enter through that mudroom door?
They're just talking about how the officer got into the
passed by
room.
that hallway, which includes you. At any point did you try to talk to Karena Cooper about
Okay,
what
here we go.
Yes.
For what purpose?
to try to determine what had happened since she was a lone adult in the house when it occurred.
Were you able to get any information on her?
Initially it was very hard to because of how hysterical she was, but she did eventually provide information.
You said she did eventually provide information?
Yes.
What was she able to tell you when you initially spoke with her?
After escorting her to my patrol vehicle, I asked her what happened, and she said that she had initially heard a loud noise in the house, and that's what had woke her up. So she exited her bedroom and went through the living room and peeked into the kitchen and didn't see anything. She then returned back to the living room and thought she heard a noise or a snore or something like that. So she turned on the light and observed Ryan deceased in the bed, in the recliner.
Did you ask her if she heard or saw anyone else in the house?
Yes.
Did she provide any information?
Initially, she screamed that, "What if they are here?" and then provide an actual answer.
Was the information that she had provided you consistent with anything that you observed at the scene, or had you not made any determination?
At that time, I hadn't made a determination about what had happened yet.
Did you make any efforts to obtain further information from her?
Yes, and she stated that after she initially saw Ryan, she had noticed that her other son had awakened, so she took her son and brought him into the bedroom where her other kids were and attempted to get her gun out of her safe, but was unable to.
And I know you were just using the demonstrative there. She told you that she had taken her son with her other children and herself and locked herself in one of the bedrooms. Is that correct?
Yeah, she said she didn't say she locked herself in there, but she said she retreated to her bedroom in an attempt to retrieve a gun out of her safe for self-defense.
Were you able to determine which bedroom she was talking about?
It would have been, I believe, bedroom 1 on the poster.
Judge, I'm going to put the demonstrative back on.
Okay.
Everybody on your side good? Okay.
All right. Based on the information she provided you, is your understanding that she retreated with her children to bedroom number 1?
Yes.
You said she provided you some information about a gun safe. What did she tell you about that gun safe?
She stated she wasn't able to get inside of it when she attempted to when she retreated into the bedroom.
Did she tell you anything else about the gun safe? What type of gun was in it? Why she was trying to access it or anything like that?
No, she didn't advise what kind of firearm was in or anything like that.
We've heard some testimony that there was a dog on the property. Did you observe this animal?
I did.
Did you talk to Ms. Cooper at any point about the dog?
No.
Did she make any comments to you that you recall about the dog?
She stated the dog was barking.
Did she tell you when the dog was barking?
No, she just stated the dog was barking.
Was that in relation to her story, the version of events that she gave you?
Yes. Yes.
So at this point, the information that you've received from Ms. Cooper is essentially limited to what you testified to. Is that correct?
Yes.
With that information, did you feel that you had any understanding of what had occurred?
Between what was reported and what she had told us, no.
Did you ask her further follow-up questions then regarding, for instance, the noise that she had heard?
Yes, I asked her if what she thought had fallen could have been a gunshot, and initially she said she didn't know, and then after briefly speaking with Deputy Fangman, I asked her that again, and she said she didn't know, she had never heard a gunshot before except maybe on TV, and then I inquired about her owning a gun, and she stated that she had never shot the gun that she had tried to retrieve from the safe.
So she stated she never even heard a gunshot?
Yes, except maybe on TV.
Were you able to locate the safe that she had referenced?
Ultimately, yes, in the bedroom.
In that same bedroom, number 1?
Yes.
She had told you that she had attempted to open it but was unable to do so?
Yes.
Did you yourself make any attempts to open it?
Initially, no, but we eventually went back into the bedroom and we were able to get the safe open. There were 2 safes. One was in the bottom of the bedroom that was already, we could open freely, and then the safe that had the firearm in it was on top of the attic, and we were able to open that as well using my own fingerprint. So.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understand your testimony. So you located the safe that she referenced. You made an effort to open it, and you say that you were able to open it how?
I put my thumbprint on it and it unlocked.
Did you have any passcodes or keys to that
No,
safe?
no, we had Aaron go ask her if she knew the passcode or anything, and Aaron came back and told us that he hadn't been able to get any information from her regarding any of that.
Is this a safe that you had ever seen before or had any access to?
No.
Were you wearing a body worn camera on that night?
I was.
And have you had an opportunity to review your body worn camera?
Yes.
Did that fairly and accurately capture the scene and the interactions that you had on June 18th, 2024?
It did.
Judge, at this time, and I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit some portions of that body cam, marked as state exhibit.
Ms. Rawbaker?
No objection, Your Honor.
The state would also move to publish.
All right, then the state's exhibit 103 is admitted, and we'll see if we can get the publication.
What happened?
Where is the ambulance?
Where's the guy with the gunshot?
My brother's in the living room.
With the other deputy?
Yeah. Haven't had a chance to talk to them for obvious reasons. There's a handgun here.
Okay.
That was loaded.
Okay.
But I haven't found one by him, so I think somebody moved it, but I don't know if you saw her, but she was literally on top of him when I came in here.
She's hysterical. I'm assuming that's the wife.
I think so. There's 3 kids in the garden of the shop.
Okay. I'll call the ME and let me get gloves and tell them to get hold of Dennis. County 7. Get a hold of the ME's office. Also advise 86-1, we have 1 deceased male.
Yep, we already been instructed to.
Did you already tell him that? Okay.
This is your initial response to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That shows entry into the house, taking the route that you had described.
Yes.
What steps are you taking? It sounds like you had referenced contacting the ME. Who's that?
Yes, the medical examiner's office, and they would send their death investigator to assist.
Is that standard protocol?
Yes.
In instances where you're dealing with a dead body?
Yes.
And then you talked about getting a hold of Dennis as well.
Yes, he was, excuse me, he was the sheriff and our supervisor.
And again, that's standard protocol.
Yes.
What are you doing now as you've left the house after making your initial entry?
I'm going to get gloves, and I'm going to come back and talk to Aaron, or attempt to talk to Aaron and Karena. Truck.
Huh? Or you can put her in the shop.
Right here? Oh.
Where is this kid? Why is nobody helping me now?
What's her name?
Karena.
Karena. Your kids are in the bedroom with the door locked, okay? Is that your brother in there? Is that what you said? You already go in there?
Yeah.
Does he have any problems? Mental health problems or anything?
No. What'd you find?
Huh?
What'd you find? I can't see much.
Yeah, there.
Because that portion's kind of hard to hear. Couldn't quite hear, but it sounded like you were asking if Ryan Cooper had any medical problems. Is that correct?
Medical or mental health problems, yes.
Why were you asking those questions?
Just in case if it was end up being a suicide.
And that conversation took place in the presence of Miss Cooper, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she respond in any way to any of the questions that you were asking at that point?
No.
I had one. I brought. She said somebody was in her house.
Okay.
Wait, I haven't seen it.
The one sitting up here?
Yeah.
That's your guy?
Camo?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay.
It's a little bit hard to hear. What was the conversation you were having with Aaron Cooper at that point?
Aaron, I said we had found a firearm inside, and Aaron advised me that he had brought a firearm with him because Karena had told him someone was inside, and that the firearm inside was his.
Right, I think you had testified previously then that you had moved Karena to your patrol vehicle and then attempted to get further information from her, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was captured by your body-worn camera?
Yes. Karena, I need you to tell me what happened. Can you tell me what happened?
A loud noise. I thought something fell. Something always falls down in this house.
Okay. And then what happened?
I got up and I peeked in the living room and then I went to the kitchen.
Okay.
Nothing fell. I
Okay.
didn't find anything. And then I heard him snore or some weird.
Can you put them in your truck?
No, I want my kid.
Well, I'm right. We need it.
I want my baby.
They're right there, okay? They're in your brother's truck, okay? Did you see anybody else in the house?
No. Wait, no. He made a noise and I turned on the light.
And then that's when he was there.
It's everywhere.
Okay. But you didn't hear or see anyone else?
No, what if they're here?
What?
What if they're here?
I don't. Things are safe, okay? You're safe. All right?
I couldn't get my fucking gun out of the safe.
You couldn't get your gun out of the safe?
Kate woke up and I put him in the bedroom with the other kids and I told him to stay and I couldn't get the safe open to get my gun. I got in the house.
Okay.
I couldn't do anything.
It's okay, all right? But you didn't actually see anybody?
No.
Okay. So did he do that to himself?
No way. No fucking way.
Okay.
No. No. Somebody's here. Somebody has to be here. I'm so scared. I'm not hearing anything in my kid. I can't breathe.
It's okay. I'm right here, okay?
I can't breathe.
Here, you want to hold my hand? Here. All right? I'm right here for you, okay? What? I know it's hot, okay? It's hot everywhere. So, you heard something fall? And then you came outside. You put your kids. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, okay?
Why are you taking
All right.
me to the hospital?
So, you heard something drop. You put your kids in the bedroom, right? Huh?
My kids sleep with me too.
Okay. So you heard something in the house, and you put your kids in the bedroom.
They were already in the bedroom with me.
Okay, so you're in
And
the
I heard something, and it
Okay.
scared me.
Okay.
And I got up, and the dog was barking.
Okay.
Why did I go to the kitchen? I don't
And you came out and he was like that?
I looked right in there and I saw him laying there sleeping.
Okay.
I went in the kitchen to see if something fell.
Okay.
I heard him snore. He was breathing. He snored. And I turned on the light and I saw him.
You turned on the light and you saw him?
He won't wake up. I want to go. I need my kids.
The kids are in the truck, okay?
Somebody needs to be with them.
Okay, they don't know what's happened yet. They don't want to see you quite yet, because then they're going to have to explain yourself, and I don't think they're ready for that yet.
What do I do? What do I do?
Hey, listen. We're here, okay? I'm here for you. All right, I'm here for you. All right? We just got to figure out what happened first, okay? You want to stand up?
Yeah, here.
Okay. Okay. Just take a seat, all right? Could the thing that you thought fell possibly been a gunshot? Okay.
It was loud.
Was it real loud? Okay.
Oh my God.
Karena, sit up. Karena.
I can't. Oh my God.
Ma'am, here. Give me your hand.
I can't.
I know. That's so sorry.
I can't.
Okay. Just take a deep breath in. Deep breath out, okay? Deep breath in. Okay.
I can't.
All right, well, I'm here for you. Okay, slow your breathing, okay? Slow your breathing, all right?
Somebody needs to be with my kids.
Your kids don't want to see you. You have blood all over you.
I need somebody to come get my kids.
Okay, we will work on that, but we got to try to figure out what happened. Okay?
They need somebody with them.
Your brother's with them.
Okay.
So again, it's a little bit difficult to hear, but my understanding is that she stated in retelling her story that she heard a noise. She came out to the kitchen. She looked out the kitchen. I guess prior to that, she had peeked into the living room but not seen anything. Then when she went back to the living room and turned on a light is when she saw Ryan Cooper. She stated, is that correct, that she heard him snoring?
She said she thought she heard a noise or believed he might have been snoring because he had breathing issues.
And she mentioned that a couple of times on your body cam. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about attempting, considering that he was snoring, to render CPR or otherwise render any kind of aid?
No.
She didn't talk to you about that, or she didn't say that she did that?
She didn't talk to me about rendering any kind of aid.
Were you aware of any efforts made by Karena Cooper to provide any aid to Ryan Cooper?
Not to my knowledge, no.
She said a few times, what if they were here, and made references to someone potentially being there at the property. Did she ever provide you with any specific name of anyone she had any particular concerns about?
No.
Did you find her to be particularly forthcoming with information?
Due to her emotional state, no.
I think you had mentioned that there was a little bit of further conversation with her about a gun safe. Is that correct?
Yes. Karena. I'll give you a call. Karena, I need you to sit up. Karena, I need you to sit up, okay? So we got to figure out what happened, okay? The loud thump, do you think it was a gunshot or not? I know this is hard, okay, but...
I
What?
don't know that I've never heard a gunshot. TV, yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Well, you said you have a gun.
I've never even shot it.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. All right. Here, buddy.
All right, so you referenced the gun safe and the gun that you had attempted to retrieve. She stated that she's never fired that gun. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Ringel, are we done with this at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and clear it then.
You outlined your experience in law enforcement. Based on that experience, have you reported to scenes or spent time with individuals who either they themselves have suffered from trauma or viewed traumatic events?
Yes, I've responded to serious traffic accidents, other suicides, medical events such as CPR, or serious farming accidents where someone was either seriously hurt or killed.
And there were other family members present or who witnessed the state of the individual who had been injured or needed medical assistance?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone react the way that Ms. Cooper was acting?
No.
Please explain.
I've never seen someone's emotional state almost completely inhibit them from providing pertinent information to law enforcement.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hawbaker, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, what time of day was this?
In the morning, early morning.
Early morning.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that she was, I think you said inconsolable or hysterical, right?
Yes, correct.
In some respects, that's understandable given the condition of her husband, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Let me ask you about State's Exhibit 313. You see that, sir?
Yes, I can.
Did you prepare this exhibit?
Did I prepare the exhibit?
Yeah.
No.
Is it to scale?
Is it to scale?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. My guess is not.
I mean, I'm just trying to get the sense of the size of this room, this house, the size of that bathroom looks kind of disproportionate compared to other things, but you didn't prepare this, right?
No, sir.
Okay. The door that was discussed is visible behind the chair Mr. Cooper was in. At the time Mr. Cooper was shot, you wouldn't know whether that door was locked or unlocked, right?
No, sir.
Or frankly, the status of any door in the house at that time, right?
No.
In your experience, obviously you've had to respond to some traumatic events, car accidents, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And in this case, Aaron Cooper, the brother of the deceased, seemed pretty calm.
Yes, I would say he was in shock.
Yeah. And so how that presents or how people present can vary along a spectrum.
Yes,
Again,
yes, it can. Yep.
I mean, an individual's reaction to trauma is very unique, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Ringel, any further questions?
Just briefly, you stated that you believed Aaron Cooper was in shock. What makes you say that?
Just his demeanor and the look on his face when I arrived on scene. After he also had told me he had been inside. So just the totality of the circumstances.
Can you explain what you mean? Well, first, I suppose, do you have any training dealing with individuals who are in shock?
A little bit, I guess.
And when you say he's in shock, what are you referencing? What do you mean?
I'm just saying he's really taken back by what he had seen and what had occurred that day.
And based on that, that's what you believe explains his demeanor?
That he was very calm, and some people, when they see something traumatic, they have different responses, and him being calm and not really saying a whole lot, that's a typical response for someone who's seen something traumatic, especially a loved one that's deceased at the time.
The defense was asking you, people respond differently to trauma. You've certainly been to a lot of traumatic scenes and traumatic events and dealt with and talked to individuals who have experienced and seen those things. Nonetheless, you stated you've never had an instance where somebody was not able to provide any helpful information in a similar fashion to Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Nothing further on.
Any recross?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You are excused. Is the state prepared to call this next witness? Good name, Mr. Cooper. Yeah, you can take a seat to my far left if you would, sir. And that microphone's on. You can move it around to make yourself more comfortable with it. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in if you'd raise your right hand. Mr. Cooper, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Cooper, if you can please just start off by giving me your first name and your last name and spelling that.
Aaron Cooper, Aaron Cooper.
Right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ringel?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cooper, how are you?
Good.
Mr. Cooper, could you explain for the jury what it is that you do for work?
Farm, crop, and cattle.
How long have you been doing that?
As long as I could, or have been able to.
Okay. Essentially since you were able?
Yep.
Okay.
Born and raised.
Family business?
Yep.
Was your father a farmer?
Yep.
Was your mom involved in that business as well?
Yes, for bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping. Where's the property that you're farming or properties that you're farming?
The main farm, is that what you're asking? Where I currently live.
Okay. And is that in or around Traer, Iowa?
Yeah.
You married, sir?
Yes.
And do you have any children?
3.
What are your children's names?
Aniston, Raylan, and Rory.
All right. And how are you related to Ryan?
My brother.
To your older brother or younger brother?
Older.
By how much?
4 years.
We've heard some testimony about this, but did Ryan have any children?
What's that?
Did Ryan have any children?
Yes.
How many children did he have?
4.
Did you and Ryan farm together?
Yes.
Can you explain how long you worked together in farming?
As long as I can remember.
Okay, ever since you were kids?
Yep.
So what were your respective roles then if you're both working together in farming?
No, we shared pretty much all the roles together for the most part. From planting to harvest and working cattle and hauling cattle, hauling grain.
So when you say hauling cattle and hauling grain, I guess could you just briefly outline the operation? There's been some reference to the fact that it's a family business. What does that business look like? What components are there? If there's a hauling component, does that include trucking? Just kind of tell the jury how the whole system works.
Okay. Most of the time, like for harvest, we would haul in grain to the elevators. And then certain years we would store grain and then haul it to a facility, like a ethanol plant.
Okay. And then depending on the season, you're, like you said, planting and harvesting and everything else that goes with farming.
Yep.
Is there a trucking component to that? And is that just limited to farming?
We have a feedlot that we raise cattle at, and we haul a majority of our own cattle to market.
Okay. So do you own the land that you farm, or did you and Ryan own that land?
The farm owned all of our land.
Okay. So when you say the farm owned all of the land, are you talking about Cooper Farms?
Yes.
Is that an LLC?
Incorporated.
Okay. So everything's owned by Cooper Farms?
Mm-hmm.
So all the land is owned by Cooper Farms. What else is owned by Cooper Farms?
Our properties, our houses, the
When
trucks.
you say our houses, how many houses are we talking about?
Be me and my brothers. We have two other properties along that same highway that my parents lived at, and then an extra one.
And under this Cooper Farms umbrella, then we have all the farm property, these houses, which include the houses that you live in,
Correct.
and the house that Ryan lived in at the time?
Correct.
All right. What about farm machinery and implements?
The farm owns all those.
And you're talking about doing a lot of hauling. Were there semi-trucks and trailers as well?
Yes.
Same question. I think it's going to be the same answer.
Same answer. Yes. Farm.
Okay. So is there any other work that you're doing in addition to farming?
No.
Are you a volunteer firefighter?
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
Since 2018.
And what are your duties as a volunteer firefighter?
Any duty that's required.
Okay, such as?
Running accident scenes to house fires to medical lift assists.
So I want to talk to you about the summer of 2021. Where were you living at that time?
At my current home on the main farm.
How close was that to the house that Ryan and Karena Cooper were living in?
Probably a mile, mile and a half.
And that's where you were living in June of 2021?
Yes.
Could you describe, you've already talked about the fact that you had children, Ryan and Karena had some children, you're living nearby one another, obviously your family. What's the relationship like between the two families?
Oh, I would say normal. Holidays, birthdays, get-togethers.
Okay, so the families would see each other with some frequency?
Yeah.
And you said holidays and birthdays, pretty standard?
Yep.
What was your relationship with Ryan?
He was my brother. I guess I don't understand the question.
So you're working with him, how often are you seeing him?
Regularly.
Okay. Were you guys pretty close?
In a sense, yeah.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may. You don't need to ask again with this witness.
Showing you one of the marked as State's Exhibits number 303 and 304. Do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what are those?
Pictures of Ryan with his children.
And I'm going to move to admit and publish those photographs, Your Honor.
Any objection? No. All right. It's 303 and 304, correct?
Yes, and Your Honor, I would ask that, may we approach?
You may. And 304 are admitted. And you'd like to publish these?
Yes, please.
Try it again. All right. Hold on. Well, I'm trying. Okay.
When this was taken?
It's all four of his children.
Do you remember or have any idea roughly when this was taken?
And Cortland was a baby, so roughly 9 years ago.
Okay. And this is 304. What are we looking at here?
Ryan with Cortland in our skid loader.
Okay. Same question, I think probably roughly the same answer about how old is this photo?
8 years ago, probably.
About 8 years ago? All right.
I'm bad with those.
That's all right. Thank you. That's fine, Your Honor. All right, so you stated that the families would do things together, birthdays and holidays. Did you take trips together as well? Just both of the families spend time with all the children?
Yes.
Okay. And how well did you know Karena?
Pretty well.
How could you explain that?
I guess I don't know how.
When did you first meet her?
I think we were down at Lake of the Ozarks.
Okay. And do you know how long she and Ryan were married before he passed away?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. Do you have an idea of how long she was somebody that was part of your family?
Roughly 10, or my wife won't be mad at her, be mad at me. 10 plus years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you. We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Your Honor, could we put the lights back up here? All right, so I want to talk to you then about early morning of June 18th. Did you receive a phone call from Karena Cooper on that morning?
I did.
What was the nature of that phone call?
That somebody was inside their home.
Can you describe the tone or demeanor of the conversation you had with her?
Hysterical.
So you get a call and she says someone's in their house. Did she say anything else?
Not much, just words you couldn't really come up with. It's mainly just screaming.
Did she say anything about Ryan at all?
No.
Did she mention whether Ryan was injured or bleeding?
No.
Did she ask you to call 911?
No.
Did she ask you to call for an ambulance?
No.
Do you remember roughly what time this call was?
4:30
That's 4:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
What were you thinking at that time?
At first, didn't know if it was real just because woke up out of sleep for it, but I didn't know what to think.
So what'd you do?
I grabbed a pistol that I had and went over there.
How'd you get there?
Drove.
What'd you drive?
In my pickup.
Okay. So you take your pickup. You have a pistol. Do you remember which pistol that was?
It was a 9mm.
Do you remember about how long it took you to get there?
At least 5 minutes.
Okay. You said you live pretty much just up the road, right?
Yes.
All right. Describe for me then what you saw when you arrived.
Went in the house and Cade let me in, sorry. And Karena was laying across Ryan on his recliner.
Okay. So you pull into the driveway. At this point, the only information you have is that someone's in the house.
Correct.
And you have your pistol. Talk to me about how you get from parking the truck. What are you seeing from the time you park the truck to the time you're getting up to the house?
I saw Cade in the window.
So you saw Cade in the window. How old was he at that point? Roughly.
11 or 12.
What were you thinking when you saw Cade in the window?
My threat level went somewhat down.
Okay, why? Should be obvious, but why?
Because if there was somebody in their house that was not supposed to be there, I wouldn't figure he would be out and about.
Okay. You said Cade let you inside.
Yes.
What door did you go in?
It'd be the door that goes into the kitchen.
Into the kitchen door. Did he open that door for you?
Yes.
What were your observations of his demeanor at that time, if any?
Mainly just looked like shock.
Okay. When you say that, what do you mean?
Just confusion.
Did he say anything to you?
Not that I remember.
Are you hearing anything at this point when you get up towards the door?
Her screaming.
When you say her, you mean Karena?
Karena.
Cade lets you in. You hear Karena screaming. Cade's the one that opened the door. Where's the screaming coming from?
The living room. Well, I couldn't tell exactly, but it would seem like it was coming from the south side of the home.
Okay. When you say the south side, is that the side with the living room?
Yes.
When you enter that house, we've had some testimony about this before from some of the deputies that were in the house. When you enter through that, right, what's marked there, that you said the door that goes into the kitchen, I suppose. There's a mudroom there as well?
Yes, the main door entrance there.
Once you're in the house, is there any way to get over to where Ryan Cooper is in the living room without going all the way around through the kitchen and the hallway?
No.
So that's the only way to get there once you're in the house from there?
Once you're in the house, yeah.
So obviously you traveled that route to get to the living room.
Yes.
What did you see when you got into the living room?
Ryan in the chair with her on top of him.
So she's on top of him. Any other adults in the house at that point?
No.
Did you see anyone else in the house at all? Besides, obviously, you mentioned Cade.
Cable and Cortland.
Okay. Did you see them at that point, like initially, or not?
I believe so, yes.
So you said Karena was on Ryan. Could you tell what she was doing?
Not exactly, just laying on him, up against him, I guess, like face to face.
Okay, face to face?
I think, yeah.
Okay, so her face is, you're seeing her face is literally against his face?
Yeah, kind of like you would be hugging almost.
Could you tell which side of his face her face was touching?
Be his left.
Was she doing anything? Was she moving, or was she just pressed against him?
I don't recall exactly what she was doing.
Okay. So you come in, she's sitting on top of him. Her face is on the left side of his face. Did you make an attempt to touch Ryan or determine if he had a pulse?
Yes.
And explain that for us. What did you feel?
I remember grabbing his leg, and at that point did not feel warm. It wasn't cold, but didn't feel warm. And I checked for a pulse and got no pulse.
I'm sorry.
I did not get a pulse.
You say you touched his leg. Was that his bare leg? Was he wearing shorts?
Yes.
And you said his leg was cold?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you make any observations regarding any blood or tissue or anything else at the scene at that point?
I noticed the blood. I mean,
what did you observe?
What's that?
What did you see?
Just blood on his
Where?
face, coming out of his nose and ears.
Any observations about the blood itself? Did it appear wet or dry, or no observation at all?
I remember it was either the nose or the ears. It seemed like it was drying or dry.
So this is the blood that's on his face. Did you see blood elsewhere in the room?
On the floor.
What observations did you make of that blood?
At that point, it looked like it was darkening. It wasn't bright red.
What did that mean to you?
That it wasn't immediately fresh.
What experience do you have that you're basing that opinion on?
Just from hunting and my own life events, if you get caught, you kind of figure what it looks like when it dries.
Did you make any attempt to talk to Karena? She's sitting on top of Ryan. She called you over there. She said someone was in the house. Did you try to talk to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Any reason?
Hysteria.
Yours or hers?
Hers.
Okay. Were you able to get any information out of her?
No.
You said that she's sitting on top of him. She's got her face against his face. Did you ever see her attempt to render aid?
No.
Did you ever see her attempt to perform CPR?
No.
Did she ask you to perform CPR?
No.
Any reason to believe she's aware that you're a volunteer firefighter?
Yes.
Why?
It's we're family, and she knows I'm a firefighter.
So one thing we haven't talked about yet, you're on the way over to Ryan and Karena's property down the road from your house. She told you someone was in the house. You have a pistol. Did you attempt to call 911?
Yes.
When did you make that call?
On my way out the driveway of my house.
Okay, so as you're leaving your own property,
Correct.
you call 911.
Yes.
For what purpose?
Because I was told somebody was in their house.
Okay. So I'm assuming you were able to contact and reach 911, is that
Yes.
correct? And do you remember when you terminated that phone call? When did you hang up with 911?
When the deputy got there.
Okay. When you say when the deputy got there, that wasn't the best question on my part. Where were you when you hung up with 911?
In the living room.
Okay, so you're in
I
the living
believe.
room at Ryan's. So throughout the duration of what you just described to us, where you leave your house, you enter Ryan and Karena's property, you come through the living room, you're on the phone with 911 until the deputy arrives.
Correct.
And Your Honor, I believe State's Exhibit number 100 has previously been admitted. The state would move to publish it.
Yes, it has been admitted, and see if we can get there. Yep, just let me know when you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, while he's doing that, I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free. Anybody can. Go ahead and publish whenever you're ready.
Watch your
911, what's the location of your emergency?
I'm going to tell you in a minute. I just got a call from my sister-in-law that somebody's in their house.
Okay, someone's in her house. What's the
Yep.
address?
It's K Avenue, 1846 K Avenue.
1846 K Avenue.
Yep.
What you got here? Okay, someone's in her house,
Yep, I'm just pulling in now.
and you're there.
I'm just going in my driveway.
Okay, because that's up in Traer area.
Yep, yep.
I have a. What's your sister's name?
Karena Cooper.
Cooper? Karena?
Yep, yep. I am a firefighter. I got my lights on right now. I just pulled in.
Okay, but she said someone's in the house.
Very bit hysterically.
Yeah, it's because we have.
I see the kids in there.
We have a female on 911, but can't understand her.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if that's her.
It probably is. I am armed. Do you want me to proceed? Okay. Yeah? Okay. Three kids just came out and told me to come out.
Okay. Her brother's there. screaming. So I can find out what's going on. But she said there was somebody in her house.
What the fuck? What? My brother's dead.
What?
What the fuck? We need ambulance now.
Sir?
We need ambulance.
Okay, we need an ambulance. Did somebody get shot?
What?
Did somebody get shot?
What? No, he's got blood coming out of his mouth and everything. So my brother's dead.
Okay, all right, we'll get an ambulance headed to that address that you're at. 1846 K Avenue.
Yep.
And how old is the person that's on the floor with blood coming out of the mouth?
What's that?
How old is the patient? Do you know?
Fuck.
It's all right. Just I want you just to take a deep breath.
There's nobody here, Karena.
Sir?
He's 2.
What? Sir, can you tell me who it is that's on the
Ryan Cooper.
What's his name? Cooper?
Ryan Cooper. My brother.
Cooper?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your name?
Aaron Cooper.
Aaron Cooper? Okay. So
Yes.
brother.
My brother, Aaron. I don't know.
And you said you're a firefighter, correct?
Yes. Hold on.
Aaron?
Yeah, let me try to check.
Aaron?
Yep.
I need to know, is
No.
there anyone in the house that's in danger now?
No, I don't think so.
So there's no one there with a gun?
No.
Okay, you're doing fine, Aaron, okay? I just want you to
Yep.
do it if you can, all right? So
No.
nobody there with a gun at this time?
No. No.
We got an ambulance started, okay? We're going to get them started.
Yep.
We have a deputy on the way, okay?
Sure.
Okay, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Can you tell me how your brother's doing? What happened to your brother?
Playing a music liner.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please?
Just a music liner. Blood out of his mouth and ear.
Do you know if he's been shot?
No.
He has not, but there's blood coming out of his mouth?
And ears and all over on the floor.
So blood all over?
All over.
Okay.
Can you go, please?
Aaron?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what went on or what's going on so I can advise our officer?
There's nothing to advise.
It's just at this time there's nothing going on.
No.
Okay. Do you know this he
No, I don't. I'm trying.
Aaron, I have 2 deputies coming your way, okay? One's coming from Traer, so it shouldn't take too long to get to you. Are you guys in the living room?
Yeah.
Floor? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
There's a deputy here now.
There's a deputy there? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and let you go, okay?
Okay.
All right, take care.
Thanks, bye.
Thank you. So that's the phone call, obviously, that you made with 911 on June 18th of 2021?
Correct.
I believe the 911 dispatcher asked you if your brother had been shot, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said that you didn't know.
Correct.
Can you explain what you were observing, what you thought had happened at that point, if anything.
I couldn't tell what was wrong.
Why do you say that? I mean, what were you seeing that left
I
you in
didn't
this
see
state
an
where it's
obvious injury. Or
Karena had told you that someone was in the house. You arrived at the scene. She's screaming. She ever give you a name or express any concern about any individuals?
no,
I think 911 asked you what was going on so that they could advise, and you stated there's nothing to advise. What was that conversation?
that everybody was, or Ryan and her were in the living room, and the kids were in the bedroom, and I have seen nobody at that point.
Did you see any signs of forced entry or anything that gave you concern that anybody else was there?
No.
There's a door behind Ryan, correct? That recliner that he was in?
Yes.
Is that open or closed?
Closed.
So we heard you state at the end of the phone call that a deputy had arrived.
Correct.
We've seen some body cam footage of deputies arriving on the scene and interacting with you. Do you recall those first reactions when law enforcement arrived?
From my reaction
Yeah,
when they
just
arrived?
what happened.
Not exactly. I don't really recall.
Did you attempt to provide them with whatever information you knew?
Yes.
Were you able to watch Karena interact with members of law enforcement?
Yes.
Did she ever, based on what you observed, give them any information?
No.
No, you couldn't tell? That was a bad question. My apologies. No, you couldn't tell, or no, she didn't provide them with information?
I couldn't tell.
So once the deputies arrived, what did you do next? Did you stay in the house? Did you leave the house?
Eventually they wanted Karena to go out of the house, and I helped them take her out of the house.
Where did you go?
I think there was a bench at the front door.
What happened when you got to that bench?
We sat her there.
For what purpose?
I think that's where law enforcement took us.
Was there a time when the two of you were alone and law enforcement wasn't around? On that bench, some time where you were alone?
I don't recall it.
Okay. During that time that you were outside, did she ever provide you with any further information, what was happening or what had happened?
No.
Did you ask her what was going on?
No.
Okay. At that point, did you feel there was any point in trying to talk to her?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because most of it was just screaming and hysteric.
At some point, did you get some of Ryan's blood on you?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I had blood on my hand from checking from his pulse, and I had some on my chest from her hair.
From Karena's hair?
From Karena's hair, when I helped her out of the house.
Should be fairly clear, but can you just explain, you helped her out of the house, and where was Karena in relation to you that you would have gotten Ryan's blood on you?
With her head on my shoulder as we walked out.
Were you aware whether Karena had a handgun of her own in the house?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with her about a gun safe?
Yes.
What was that conversation?
I got asked by a deputy if I knew the combination to the gun safe in their house to ask Karena what it was.
Did you know the gun safe code?
No.
Do you have any idea how to get into that gun safe?
No.
Did you have that conversation with Karena?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I couldn't get an answer. Or she said she didn't know, one of the two.
Do you remember about how long roughly that conversation was after you'd first arrived on scene?
No.
Were there any other security codes or other types of information you tried to get from her? I know there's some.
The shop combination to get into the door there.
Okay, explain that.
I know I didn't see my brother's vehicle there, so I wanted to check the shop, make sure nothing was stolen, or just trying to find information.
Okay, and you're trying to find that information by talking to Karena?
Yes, to get the code for the doors that were locked.
Okay, what happened when you talked to her about that code?
She gave me that code.
Okay. What was her demeanor at that time?
The same as it was most of the time.
Could you describe for us just a little bit? You're familiar with that property, correct?
Yes.
I think you said before that's property that's owned by Cooper Farms.
Yes.
And the family spent time together, so there's reason to believe you would have been both in and out of the house and in and around the property.
Yes.
Could you just describe for us, actually, we have a demonstrative exhibit that shows an overhead view of the property. I'm going to show you that exhibit and just ask you to explain the buildings that are there on the property.
Okay.
And Judge, this is case 311. All right, joining case 311, you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And is that the property you just described on K Avenue?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us then what we're seeing here and describe the buildings?
The house would be on the top side of the photo. The red shop, and then a storage shed beside that.
That larger building, had that been built
That was built after.
after 2021?
Yes.
So the red building there, what's in that building?
The red building?
Yes.
It's just, there's a bar in there, her salon,
Okay. You say her salon. I'm assuming you're talking about Karena.
Karena's.
Can you explain the salon and the salon business? What do you know about that?
She did haircuts.
Okay. And so otherwise you said there's a bar and anything else in that building?
Not of importance, really, just a place to park and have recreational things in.
Okay. And then the next building over that smaller building, what's that used for?
Mainly storage.
Storage of what? Is it big enough to park a vehicle in?
A vehicle, lawnmowers.
So you said you had some concerns then about perhaps there had been some other things that were taken or maybe something had been stolen. So did you walk around the property, go in the shop and try to
I did.
You did? Any signs that anything had been stolen that you observed?
No.
Did you yourself see any signs of forced entry or reasons to believe that anything had been pried open?
No.
So that morning of June 18th, 2021, at any point did Karena provide you with any information as to what had happened to Ryan?
No.
Or any information about anything she knew about what occurred that night?
No.
Following the homicide, did she ever tell you or have a conversation with you about what occurred?
No.
You said the families are fairly close, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any point at all where she called you or talked to you in person and had a conversation about anything related to Ryan's death?
Not that I recall.
Did she ever talk to you about seeing anything in the media or any stories related to this case?
She did call me once to talk about that they found a shell casing.
Okay, what was that conversation?
She wanted to know what it meant, what a shell casing meant.
I'm sorry, someone's coughing together. I couldn't hear what you said.
What a shell casing meant that they found. Wanted to know what that meant.
Okay. Is this the first and only conversation that you had with her about Ryan's death following, well, it sounds like essentially at any time?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately when this phone call took place in relation to Ryan's death?
2 weeks, a week. I don't recall exactly, but.
So she calls you 2 weeks later and says that the news media is reporting that a shell casing was found?
Correct.
Okay. And what did she say to you?
I don't remember exactly word to word, but just wanted to know what a shell casing was and what that would mean.
What was your reaction or thought based on that conversation?
I would assume she would know what a shell casing is.
Why?
Just being around all of us hunters and knowing what guns are around.
Okay. Has she been around? I'll ask you this. Did Ryan hunt?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did her sons hunt or use weapons?
Yes.
There are guns around their house and property?
Yes.
Was she around guns, hunting, shells, shell casings, bullets?
I would assume so, yes.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but how would you characterize this conversation? You found it to be
odd.
Did you have, after Ryan died, did you have a visitation for him?
Yes.
You attended that visitation?
Yes.
Was Karena there?
Yes.
Did you have any observations of her behavior at that visitation?
Theatrical.
Council, actually, we'll take a break. We're going to take our mid-afternoon break anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute or so break. And again, I'd remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously, and we'll see you shortly.
Okay, well, they're going to approach, they're going to talk for just a minute, and I think it looks like
Okay, we are back on the record after our
Just a few
mid-afternoon
minutes
break. We
left.
have our jurors and
I
counsel
think
and
they're
parties
going home
present.
for the day, so give me
And
just a
we have
second.
Mr. Aaron Cooper on the stand. Mr. Cooper, even though we took a break, I just remind you, sir, that you were still under oath. And I guess before we resume with direct examination, right before we recessed, there was an objection by Ms. Watt. I think the parties discussed it, and the state essentially concurs with the objection, so I'm sustaining the objection. And Mr. Ringel, you may move on to your next question.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cooper, do you see Karena Cooper here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point her out and describe an item of clothing that she's wearing?
And she's over here in a black and gray sweater.
Judge, the state would request that the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
No further questions.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination?
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, are you aware of whether or not Karena and Ryan, if they regularly lock their doors at night?
I'm not.
Were you aware of any marital problems between the two before this night?
I was not.
Had you ever heard Karena make any remarks to Ryan like that she would shoot him?
No.
This phone call about a shell casing, had you previously told police about that phone call?
Not that I recall, no.
I guess the state seemed to know of it. When did you first tell the state about that phone call?
Judge, I'm going to object. May we approach?
You may.
You're going to approach again. Okay. They're having conversations. She's fixing her outfit, adjusting her ring. They're giggling.
Mr. Cooper, do you recall the question?
Okay, Mr. Cooper.
Could you repeat it?
Yes. When did you first tell the state about this phone call?
Within the last few weeks.
And I understand that oftentimes you might meet with the prosecution in order to just get ready for trial.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And so that's when you provided the information about the phone call.
Yes.
How many times had you previously talked to the police about this case? Or the state, I guess.
I guess I don't have a number.
Okay. Well, more than two?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pause it right there just to say something. She is trying to discredit his testimony because he did not tell the police about that phone call, about the bullet casing, about the shell casing, until just a couple weeks before trial. So that's the problem. She's trying to discredit him real quick.
Regardless, when the phone call was made, I'm assuming you didn't give it much passing thought if you didn't mention it for several years.
No.
Okay.
All right, anybody who's got a phone on in the gallery, just make sure it's off on silent, all right? Thank you. I guess anybody's got a phone on up here too, make sure it's silent, but I haven't heard that yet.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, the defense asked you if you were aware of any marital problems between Ryan and Karena. Based on your relationship with both Ryan and Karena, is that something you feel like you would be aware of?
No.
Why do you say that?
Don't really talk about our problems too often to each other.
Is that consistent with your personality?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with Ryan's personality as well?
Yes.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cooper. You may step down. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Kate Cooper.
All right, before you bring Mr. Cooper in, I'm just gonna, any expanded media coverage had been authorized except for this witness, so that means any live streaming, any pictures, any audio recordings is off limits. I got a thumbs up from the back.
Okay, so what this is they are doing, I believe this is one of the children, and they are to not be seen. Hang on, let me double check. Yeah, I think this is one of the children, and they are not to be seen, so their testimony is off the record.
tomorrow morning. We're going to continue to do a couple things. But what that
And
means for you is
that's going to end the day. So they're going to send them home for the day. And for that, we're going to close out. I want everybody to take the time and enjoy your family this weekend. It is the 4th of July in the United States. So those of us here, enjoy, take care, watch all your animals with the fireworks. You know how that's going to go. I don't know what we're going to do with Lola. This is going to be her first fireworks, so hopefully she'll make it through it. Meat's okay with it. He doesn't care. But until Monday, unless I see y'all through the weekend, y'all have a great weekend and happy 4th of July. Peace. Rubber out.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.